Futures downside once again this morning as we get going into a holiday shortened week this week. Keep in mind Friday going to be a holiday coming up. So enjoy it. Lots to understand this morning. We have tech downside, semiconductors downside, Tesla and Rivian downside. Lucid's up 20%. They just got $1 billion from Saudis. Once again, we'll touch on that this morning. But both Tesla and Rivian with separate downgrades once again. So more pressure possibly for those two. Semiconductors, as I mentioned, under a little bit of pressure on these China headlines this morning. China going to not allow U.S.-based semiconductors and government computers going forward. A little bit of housing data coming up closer to 10 o'clock this morning. We'll also get a whole long list once again this week of Fed speakers coming through. It's Monday, March 25th, 2024. TraderTV.live starts now. There's a look at Lucid to start things off this morning. Nice move here so far. Pre-market up about 21% now on this news. Again, some debt coming from the Saudis, about $1 billion worth of funding for Lucid coming through once again. So nice start to the day for them. Boeing also higher here. David Calhoun, CEO, going to step down at the end of the year. Chairman of the board also out for Boeing, rightfully so, after what a mess this year has been for BA. That's the way the overall market's setting up here. We are downside in the pre-market, pretty big way. That all kicked off on that China headline that came through. Again, some restrictions going to be put in place on the side of China now. To this point, it's been the U.S. restricting sending semiconductors to China. Now China just says, that's okay, we're not going to use them anyways. But again, this is just government computers over in China going to be restricted to China-made semiconductors. So AMD, Intel, NVIDIA, all downside. I was just reading through this note as well. Happy Monday, by the way.
Likewise.
How was your weekend?
It was okay. I'm still half asleep.
More coffee required. I was just reading through this note on Google, Qualcomm, and a few others going to team up to take on that CUDA software, specifically the software that NVIDIA has, I guess for lack of a better term, handcuffed everyone into using when they're using their GPUs. So a little bit of pressure on that end for NVIDIA as well.
Yeah, and Jensen made no bones about it in that conference last week. He was talking about CUDA or CUDA, however it's pronounced, and how it basically connects all the different GPUs together, allows them to become more efficient. They can work on multiple problems at the same time. That's all supposed to be part of the ecosystem, and the GPUs are kind of, not even half as good without it, Brendo. So we'll have to wait and see how we do. But to build on your point with respect to that China CPU ban, this is looks like going to be one of the first tit for tat exchanges. You ban me, I ban you. We know Huawei as well as SMIC, which is their biggest CPU maker, have really turning things up ever since the Biden administration ban.
Yeah, we'll see what how that plays out for TikTok maybe, because that was the last thing that was on the docket for the U.S. side. So more to come possibly on that end. Again, it's Google teaming up with Intel, Qualcomm, and a few other smaller companies to look at developing software specifically, not necessarily the GPUs, but software that NVIDIA has been tying everyone into with using their own GPUs. But a lot to get into here this morning. Happy Monday. Neil's still on vacation. Obi back with us this morning. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
It's Obi. Obi's here. Obi's back. You're back from the United States, which was, how was that?
It was good.
Good weather was good?
Oh, weather was all right. A little rainy, but it was still a good experience for sure.
Yeah, it was a little rainy, wasn't it? Yeah, we were, actually, I think we were okay here. We got some snow, obviously, as you saw. Well, you left Friday morning.
Yes.
You didn't get the weather, it was just rain. Well, you saw the snow here now.
It was a lot more raining on Saturday.
Yeah, we had quite the snowstorm on Friday.
It wasn't too bad.
Well, welcome everybody. Yeah, it's nice to see Lucid getting that money. $1 billion's always nice to get there. Nice little upside move. I actually put Boeing on the watch list today. I think we'll have to watch out for that. We'll just try to short Intel as we've been doing for a while. AMD is going to be on our mind. NASDAQ down 0.5% here today. I don't know. I'm a little bit. I was watching. I have looking at these imbalances here. Fisker. Still pretty bad. We were looking at, you had some trade ideas, and we'll go over some Reddit. trading here today. You're under. You brought up the anchored VWAP, so good for good note for that. We'll talk some about Reddit today. Yeah, Bitcoin 67,000, not too bad. We had a little bit of a scare there last week. We went into the low 60s.
Oh, yeah.
And then Ethereum touched 3,000 pretty much exactly on, which was a little scary there for a minute. I wish I would have been sitting on the bid to pick some of that up. But yeah, we had Brankos fill in.
Yeah.
I know you heard about that. You didn't get a chance to watch it.
No, I was flying out as I think around like 9:30 in the morning. So I tuned in for like a few minutes, and I was like, all right, I got to come back and watch the whole thing here.
That was a lot of fun. So, all right, good. So you have Reddit, and give me one other name that's on your mind.
Nike earnings day 2.
Nike earnings day 2. Okay, there it is. Sure. So we will be looking at some consumer discretionary here today, guys.
Pretty interesting day. Anyways, busy day for Nike back on Friday. We'll touch on that. Totally forgot about Reddit. We'll have a look at Reddit. Just notice this though. There goes Lucid downside. So we just dropped a little bit. Giving some of that back. Yeah, you guys mentioned this quickly. Here's Boeing day highs essentially right now, 195. Coming into play, if anyone's joining a little late here or just getting up possibly this morning, CEO Calhoun actually on CNBC right now talking about this decision to step aside. So CEO gone end of the year, chairman of the board also gone as well. So I mean, based off this action right now, much needed for Boeing.
Yeah, the market's really liking this, Brendo. And I don't mean make fun of this because somebody's going to lose their job here, obviously. But to build on that point, United Airlines also under investigation by the Federal Aviation Authority. They're investigating multiple incidents this week, all connected, sadly, to Boeing airplanes, whether the 737 MAX or the 777-200. So they're also in focus today.
Just seeing this as well, commercial airplane president and CEO Stan Deal also will retire at the end of the year. So 3 executives out the door here, guys, for Boeing.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously it's good news here for the stock as the stock's starting to go back up to the upside. I think Boeing, that's probably exactly what they needed. We talked about that. Shout out to Brittany Grant and shout out to everybody that sort of took, what I mentioned or what we mentioned or just this key level into watch, because coming down there and buying, you get a lot of bad news just washed out here, and then we come right into a level of possible support down there at 170, 175. What a great trade that was. Looks like it will be for Boeing. I mean, and I think that that's kind of what they need, right? The management has taken them down this aisle, unfortunately, and it's caused them to have a pretty horrible reputation. And now they can change that with new management. They'll come out. They'll probably try to change a few things. They'll see about that Spirit Airlines. They were thinking about taking those guys over. They had that, I don't know, what was it 60 days, 90 days, or even a little bit more than that for the FAA to sort of get their safety regulations in check there and sort of a plan to move forward. This is good. I like it. I wrote down 192 here, back to 193. That's where we have VWAP right now. I think we trade this long. The break, I liked 192. I guess it must have been on a 20-minute chart. Yeah, right into here. So 192 was the high on Friday, and we didn't see any better than that. And now we took it out. So to me, if we were over here, I'd be looking at a break. So a little bit of a pullback here for Boeing, up 3.5%. Generally speaking, Obi, when you get management changes, when a company that hasn't been doing that well, you will get a spark in the stock. Whether or not that changes anything directionally here for where Boeing's going to be in the next 6, 8, 12 months, I'm not sure. But I like it. I think it's a big company. It's a big bellwether stock. We talked about its monopolistic characteristics. So we'll go there. I like Disney too. Disney's moving around today.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like that look. I pulled it up on this chart here. I only had one line at that 224. I think that that news kind of came in and around here. You can see that RVOL happening at the beginning of January, right before earnings. But yeah, no, it's been fading off quite aggressively since then. A little bit of a reversion, but yeah, I like that 197 as Sean definitely pointed out. A little bit of a shelf here at that 200 as well. A little bit of psychological level, I would assume. And yeah, we're getting a bit of a reversion, and with the positive catalyst, as you just pointed out, potentially positive, forward-looking, right? With the change in management, right?
I mean,
catching a bit of a bid.
Yeah, good. Back to the desk.
Crazy. All right, let's touch on Lucid here. Trying to bounce, actually. It held that 320. So we are getting a little bit of a pop here if anyone missed it. $1 billion. I mean, you and I were just talking about this coming from the Saudi investment fund. Once again, I was going to say they're like tripling down, but it's probably like the 5th or 6th time they've gone to the well here for Lucid.
I don't know. I think this is kind of bad, not good, to have an unlimited amount of money. Kind of, doesn't give you that I have to make it or I die type environment, right? Like Rivian has to, Fisker, some other ones. If you constantly have this source of money that can get you out of trouble, what motivation do you really have to get it right? But that's just my opinion. Look, anyway, there is this affiliate of the Saudi Public Investment Fund, goes by the name of IR Third Investment Company. They're the ones who are going to be throwing $1 billion at these convertible preferred stocks. We'll have to see how they do, but the stock up right now.
Yeah, so it's AIR Third Investment Company, which I guess they're buying shares from, directly from AIR Third Investment Company, which will be, as you said, these preferred shares that will turn into these preferred shares. But regardless of the structure of it, still yet another billion here for Lucid today.
Yeah, I think it's great news. I mean, you're getting more money, you're able to stay afloat. I mean, it's better that than sort of raising capital by diluting your shares. So I think this is exactly the kind of investment that obviously flailing stocks need, because now they can have capital. Someone's believing in them. I mean, $1 billion is not chump change. We'll see if they can finally get their act together. I would obviously, if I was long, we talked about this on the podcast, and we might have talked about this last week with Neil, about trying to buy Fisker down here at like 12, 13 cents and see if you get a pop up into like 17 or 18 cents, and then you sell. So I wonder if this is that opportunity right now that you're going to get if you were trying to bottom pick some of these levels, which has been a good little level there, man. I mean, we hit 275 back in January. And then we hit it again back there in March right now. And now you're getting that bump over the 50-period moving average. We'll see. I think we have to pay for shorts on this one. So, we'll go in there and have a quick look to see if that's the case. But honestly, I want to try a long. Let's just see what happens. Well, the short float, I actually don't have it up. I'll double check what that short float is. I'll get my trade ideas, which I actually did not start it up yet. We'll get that up and going, as we do have Michael Noss coming on. So that's one of the key things that I always check. You see how ingrained I am? There's so many different methods to check short float. And I just immediately say, oh my God, I have to open up my trade ideas. So here it is right here. So let me just double check LCID, what the short float is right now. Yeah, there it is right there. So you're actually a little bit larger than I would have thought at 30. So you're right there at 30%. This is another feature here. You can click on the news profile. There's the story as well in the Trade Ideas platform. So there it is, the affiliative PIF investing in there, that $1 billion. So yeah, look, I think it's good. I don't think it's bad news. I don't see that angle there, but we'll wait to hear about holding levels. I mean, honestly, this is where we will put on, less of a macro hat and more just of a technical level, because if you break back into $3, into this 290, where there's that little bit of a shelf there, and then I look at the 50-period moving average, which seems to be near in and around $3, I feel like if you can't hold that on this kind of news, then you just bail on the trade. So dip buys into $3 looks pretty good. And then and maybe Michael can talk about this because he always talks about short float plays and things like that. I mean, if you can base out and start to get going, then some of that 30% is going to get caught off guard on the short. And then look at this. Where's their out? 370, 375, $4, So a little bit of juice into this name. I mean, to get to $4 now, you're going to have to be up like, nearly 50% or so, probably 40x%. So watch out for that play. But hey, it could happen. You ever trade short floats?
Yeah.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, not recent, but I remember I was trading them a little bit more frequently. Again, when this name I'm kind of familiar with, the CCIV days. Big trade back then off of that $10 shelf, and getting a little charged up on this $1 billion injection from the Saudi oil fund, this EV here today. So yeah, definitely interesting price action there. Doing some Arval in the pre-market as well. Let's take a quick look left. I didn't actually kind of look at this ticker in the morning. I think the news just came out. It seems. When is this candle? Yeah,
Lucid
8
just right now,
8 a.m.
8 a.m.
8 a.m. is that candle reaction right there. So just looking left right away. Let's see what we see here. 380, kind of this consolidation zone might be interesting. Sellers kind of came in here as well. Those happened to be earnings day as well, so nice little confluence with that earnings price action from February on Lucid. Let's see what we do with this price action today.
All right, let's bring in Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas, get a look at a few interesting names to kick off the week. A few ideas, Mr. Noss. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
We'll touch on the short float side of things today, in the sense that we're still kind of grinding higher in the overall market sense. We've gone through a whole bunch of different areas of the market over the past couple of weeks. But, you know, we talked a little bit even last week about the idea of rotation and money going from, you know, semiconductors or tech in general into other areas of the market. This can fall almost into that idea on a short-term basis.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was funny, I was in the green room and Sean said, hey, maybe Mike will talk about some short float stuff. So I promise I had this prepared before then. So I don't know if Sean's taking a peek at the doc that I send over. But yeah, we're going to talk a lot about that because, you know, I've mentioned the rotation theory and different sectors to look at, and we've gone over that for the last few weeks. And those have been doing great. But as Brendan was actually just saying, another kind of sector, the way I look at it in the market, is these heavily shorted names. And the way I look at it and the way I want to kind of focus on these heavily shorted names is with my first chart of the S&P 500, is that if we're going to just continue to grind like this, that blue line I have is just us breaking out to new all-time highs last week again. If we're just going to continue to grind like this, then eventually all of the people who are short pretty much everything have to cover at some point. So we have a bunch of short float filters in Trade Ideas, and as always, use Trader TV 20 on checkout and save yourself 20% off. The idea is with heavily short float names, for those who are new to the concept of a short squeeze, is that you have to borrow your shares in order to go short them. And to do that, you need to go to a broker and you need to pay a fee. And the longer you hold that short position, from a swing trading point of view, you have to pay an interest rate. And you have to pay an interest rate, I think, daily, that compounds into a pretty high rate. So eventually, especially if you're wrong, you have to cover those shares. So what I do when I'm scanning for short float names is I don't care about the names that are heavily shorted that have sold off a lot, because those shorts are happy. You know, think AMC at new all-time lows. Those shorts, they're not worried. You know, they can just hold on to those forever. If AMC doubles, they're probably still in a good position. So I want names that are holding near high bases, and I'm looking to see if those are going to move higher, and that will make these shorts cover. So they were just talking about there in Lucid, this change in news may cause a short covering rally, because all of the shorts that were, you know, fat and happy and loving their short before may end up being a little bit nervous. So the next slide I have is just the scan. As always, you can hit me up. You can go to info@trade-ideas.com and you can get the scan. I have it kind of saved for the support people, so they'll know what I'm talking about when I'm done this presentation. The idea here is pretty simple. We have two main filters I want to focus on. One is the short float percentage, and then the other is a proprietary one that we have in Trade Ideas where we just call it the score. And the score ranks the stock basically on how it looks technically. The stronger it is technically, the higher the score ranking is. And the reason I love combining these two things is for what I just talked about before, where I don't want the short float names that are hitting new all-time lows. That's not interesting to me. I want the short float names that are holding up and they're doing well and they're pushing higher, because that's what's going to cause these shorts to have to cover. Shorts covering is buying. So anytime you can find a forced buy condition in a stock, sometimes you can get pretty wild moves. So this scan is simply looking for that. Has to have a high short float rate, and it has to have a pretty decent score from a technical standpoint, which is mostly a trend score. So it's saying, hey, this stock is, at least for the short term, in an uptrend. So I've got some ideas for you. First one is Carvana. We all know has quite the history of short squeezing. It's done it a couple times now. And ever since, what I've liked from this, ever since its short squeeze off the bottom, the short float hasn't really gone down. It's still, you can always see in the top of our screen, we have the short float right on our charts now. This one's at 35%. So still, a third, more than a third of this entire float is lent out short. And these people at some point have to cover. And we hit a low of, I think, like $10 on this stock, and it's all the way up to $85. And this blue line I've just drawn in is these two recent highs that it's had. If it gets above that, at some point, these guys have got to get out of this short. And that could cause, again, another push on this name that was basically bankrupt or priced for bankruptcy at some point, and it looks like the shorts got this one dead wrong. Next one here is LUNR. Not too sure what this one is, but you can see the massive move. So I'm always looking for some reason for the shorts to be nervous. And that move that took place a couple months ago went from, I think, $2 to $12. This would have been all over, a day trader's watch list. But now that it's come down and it's put in this rounded bottom, I say it all the time, I've been trained to buy smiley faces and sell frowny faces. That's starting to look like a little bit of a smiley face with, again, another 34% short float. So 1 in 3 shares are lent out there somewhere and have to cover. So if we can break out of this base higher, that's what I like the look of that one. That's around $7 a share, give or take. I think worst case scenario, if it gets under 5, then you're wrong and you got to go. Next one here is SYM, Symbiotic Company. Again, I'm a technician, not a fundamental guy. 33% short float on this one. I want to draw your attention to the chart on the bottom left, which is actually the monthly chart. We have this feature and trade ideas, a picture-in-picture chart. So I always have the long-term time frame in mind when I'm taking these trades. And this one, from its IPO, is up 320%, and a third of the shares are short. So you can see that we essentially know that unless they shorted around that $60 high, that these guys are underwater, they're hurt, and at some point they're going to have to turn to cover. On the long-term daily chart, I've got that big smiley face, and then we have this little downtrend line that I draw, and we're breaking that now. That's around $47, $48 a share. So if we get some movement over yesterday's high, that's what I like to look on that one for. And last but not least is Wayfair. You look at the monthly chart, yes, the shorts have been winning on this one for a long time. This was a $250 stock at some point, and it's got hammered down to about $60. But also on that monthly chart in the bottom, you can see probably a year and a half of just sideways action. I know I've talked about this a lot, and on the nighttime show, I've talked about this a lot with Sean, this idea of stage analysis, where you have these accumulation zones that happen sometimes out of these bear markets, where the stock will base for months or years, and then when it finally breaks, it might be time to start the stage 1 uptrend. And it kind of looks like that's what we're seeing. So short, we have this nice base going on that's between about $50 and $70 a share. If we can get back up to that $70 a share, I think this one might be to take a shot on Wayfair. The ticker's just W. And just to see if, again, a quarter of the shares are lent out there short. So if they have to change, then they have to change, and they've got to buy to get out of that position to change to a more neutral stance. Now, I want to make sure that I'm just clear on the idea behind this. You don't just find stocks that are heavily shorted and buy them and then hope there's a short squeeze. You need to find the point in which there's going to be a lot of stop orders for institutions, that the institutions are going to be in pain. And again, completely unplanned, but I think that Lucid example is a good one, where you have a change in some sort of fundamental event that's occurred. If people are short that name, then that's the change in fundamentals or the change in technicals is when they have to go, okay, now I got to call my broker, I got to get out of this position. That creates forced buying, which again, hopefully creates this kind of momentum short squeeze where more buying creates more buying and so on.
Well said. Great start to the week. Lots of good ideas there, Mr. Noss. As you mentioned, we'll be back with Sean on the recap after the close tonight. We'll see you then.
Talk to you then.
Yes, I will see you then, Mr. Michael Noss. No, I did not see his deck pre-show. He sends in a note to Brendan. They discuss what's going on. We only talked about that because of short float. He's kind of come on the show a couple times, talked about that. And then we had that news on Lucid. So like, how perfect was that? One stock that gets traded a lot in our chat, and he nailed it right away was Carvana. I mean, forget about, what their business model is. We can look at cars. We know EV sales have been pretty bad, but used cars, seems to have worked out. The model seems to be working right now. Oh, that sounds like a real nice slurp in my ear right there. That was pretty cool. And then we had a huge move up right through $80. We held these levels, and now you're trying to take out the highs once again. So for me, the name to look at would be Carvana. I really think that this one's about to loop up here. That's a nice smiley face looking to take it out. And then I agree. I mean, maybe that's what we'll do in the recap show is we'll look back at some of these and see how they actually traded today. But it was a nice move up for Lucid, and we're going to see here with news what this name wants to do. So that's two high short float names that have catalysts there today. We'll see if Lucid, so Carvana breaking the highs, and then Lucid with this news about the $1 billion investment. So I think both these names are definitely worth it. And I'm right now into our trading back end here and trying to make sure that we have pay for shorts available for both these names.
Yeah, I think Mr. Noss pointed out some decent tickers there, and I like that Wayfair look as well. A little bit of a curl happening. And I was looking back at some of these earnings. This is an hourly chart here. An interesting kind of action here. Look at this. This earnings has like a significant amount of volume as well. And they reported quite well, 128%. What earnings was this? This was in August of 23. A little bit of a head and shoulders action going on here. And then I think he pointed out that 70 level as well. Understandable if this is kind of short and we get past some of these prices that printed on a really good earnings. I think, shorts might be getting a little bit sweaty there.
All right, let's go over and to the screen and find out what's been upgraded and downgraded.
One of the big ones on the list here, top of the list for upgrades, Disney getting upgrade from Barclays and the price target increase here. This one also worth noting ahead of its shareholder vote on April 3rd and the ongoing issues and debates with Bob Iger and an activist investor Nelson Peltz. So interesting upgrade here from Barclays. Up about 2.5% after getting an upgrade from Evercore ISI. Supermicro getting an upgrade from JP Morgan Chase, but trading slightly down in the day. And Avis getting upgraded here by North Coast. Downgrades, Argus getting downgraded here, or Argus downgrading McDonald's here, but also really worth noting are these three EV-related downgrades from Mizuho: NIO, Tesla, and Rivian. Tesla and Rivian, especially interesting here. Rivian price target getting cut in half, 24 to 12. Tesla's getting lowered from 270 to 195, and both companies getting cut from buy to neutral ratings. So really interesting look here, Mizuho and these EV downgrades, guys.
All right, thank you, Ms. Adara. So for me, I'm really excited about Disney. I mean, this upgrade finally. We last took some out at 112, thinking that we failed at that 115, but that was just a small piece. Now we're getting closer and closer to that 120 level that we like, so it is on here. We have a couple different names today. I left off Apple, Google, and some of the big tech names because of the EU, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. Intel, Boeing, Disney. But I just wrote down here, so it's in our watch list that it got upgraded, so thanks for that from Adara, so that slipped my mind. But I just would have wrote it down. I like this 117 break. I mean, we've broken above there, so we need to get going a little bit, which is why I wrote down 117. And then right here, 116.50 was a nice little level for Disney as well, up 1% into a negative market. This is going to be the name that I'm going to try to trade. Upgrade, trying to break out through the levels. We do have a high level here of 120. Hopefully, I should have loaded this chart up a little bit. Just takes a second. There it is right here. So, if we can get anywhere back to these levels, I feel like that's a success. And then it's a win for everybody, board members, whoever. You're buying shares down here on this kind of a name and you can get this bump, we'll take it. We know how hot travel is. CCL is going to come with a hot print. RCL has been flying. Some of these airlines have huge over demand, overbooking. Did you drive or did you fly? You flew?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what was that like? Packed?
Fine. The flights were, they offered me like vouchers to kind of
they tried to get you off the flight?
Yeah.
So there you go.
I was like, the demand's
exactly
pretty high. I was like, all right, well.
And so
They
did they give you an
also
offer
said
you
it's
can't
March
refuse
break.
or what?
No, I think.
You refused it?
Yeah, I was like,
so not
no,
an offer you can't refuse. Okay, so but again, good goes to good demand, and I just think that if Disney can finally get their ish sorted out in the theaters, and that was one of my good things with Brendan this week was going back to the theater. I went with my kid. We went and saw a movie. It was a fantastic time.
Nice. What'd you see?
Oh, it was Demon Slayer. It's an anime. It's one of the ones that's in the theater. Yeah, so he reads
like
those manga books.
Okay, cool.
So we went there, and he has the whole collection of them, although he says he's maybe too old for it, but I was like, I don't think you're too old. Anyway, he's 12. So we went to that, and that was a lot of fun. So anyways, back to the point about Disney, I don't know. They got that Taylor Swift thing going on. We haven't watched it yet. You've probably watched it 4 or 5 times. It's on the streaming now, and then hopefully Star Wars can get going and some of the Marvel. I don't know. But my bigger play is in travel, and technically, I like the break above 117 here on Disney. So anything on there you liked?
Yeah, I like that downgrade on McDonald's. A little interesting there. I have been watching it for a couple of weeks since earnings. A little interesting action there. And also kind of, downgrade. And then after earnings, we did sell off, and take a look at that strong selling. Can't really get back towards those highs as initial earnings reaction highs, and then another strong sell. Now we're getting a downgrade as well. So I'm just looking a little left on the chart there, and take a look at this on the daily. Daily looking pretty decent, but this range seems interesting here. If we are to kind of cover this range once again with a little bit of a downgrade, this is what we're trading at right now. I think that if we break below this most recent low at that 278, this could prove to be an interesting opportunity. You can see that there's a little bit of some strength as well, some lows there. That confluence with that 278 level, you can see that selling kind of comes in as well in the past. You can see that it also kind of bounces off of this level, and also it's an area. It's been used as a resistance and as support. So I think it'll be interesting to see what McDonald's will do in and around that 278.
VinFast ignites a new era of electric mobility at the Bangkok International Motor Show this week, 2024, with their full spectrum of electric vehicles making their Southeast Asia debut. VinFast is steering Thailand into a sustainable future. Experience their range from the versatile VF3 to the luxurious VF9, all designed with Thai drivers in mind. Be part of their official launch in Thailand's vibrant market and witness the future of smart green transportation March 27th all the way through to April 7th. Go to vinfast.com. VinFast, driving the future today. Let's get a check of the overall market here at 9 o'clock to kick things off. Sharif's going to have a look at the futures.
52.93, Brendo. That's where we closed out on Friday. The overnight high, 95, 52.95. So we closed below 5,300. We're printing 78s right now. So let's go ahead and say that 100-point level is going to be that key area of resistance we have to keep our eye on. So 5,300 to the upside. To support, that takes us all the way back to March 8th and March 14th, where we topped out at 52.50.
A lot to understand this morning. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Absolutely free every single day from us to you. Just go to tradertv.live, enter your email address, and then you get that delivered right to your inbox. You can scan that QR code too. That will also get you there. So this is the major story. So China coming out, it was actually yesterday, but over the weekend essentially announcing that government computers will no longer be able to house AMD, Intel, US-based semiconductors, so there's that. And then this is more for NVIDIA today. Google, Intel, Qualcomm, a couple other smaller companies teaming up to go after that CUDA software platform that NVIDIA has everyone tied into their GPUs with. So not necessarily the physical GPUs themselves, but the software side of things. So across the board, semis under a bit of pressure here.
Yeah, Brendo, definitely. China looking to focus on their own production. And since 2019, when the embargoes started to precipitate on chips, starting with the Trump administration, China's top 10 equipment makers have increased revenue by about 39%. So we're talking about Huawei, we're talking about SMIC, which is their biggest CPU manufacturer. But this doesn't just impact chips, guys. There were actually guidelines by the Chinese Communist Party with respect to Windows and other database software that they don't want being used on government computers. So we'll have to see how far-reaching this is.
So NVIDIA had a pretty impressive day on Friday, essentially ending the week at the highs, where they there or thereabouts right now in that top end of the range anyways.
Yep. All right. So thanks, guys. I mean, yeah, unfortunately today it looks like there is only going to be one king around here, and it's going to be NVIDIA for a minute because now the Chinese are coming out and throwing out some of these embargoes and bans and limits on, what sort of the government's going to be trying to. We saw this with Apple. You mentioned that with Huawei, and that sort of started sort of a downward push with Apple stock here. And then Intel's, I thought they got their stuff together. Looked like it was bouncing off this 42. We came in, and I remember getting, oh yeah, that was the day where we were really going long 42, hoping that what was it, 30 billion, could have been up to 30 billion, but 8 billion that the government had given them to finally get their foundries rocking and rolling and keep all that chips. Well, you know what, the thing is, long term, I actually think it's a good idea. And I mean, this is a good example of why. If the Chinese come out and start banning technology, then you do want to start to build these things in-house, right? And so that's fine. I mean, AMD and NVIDIA, already US companies, but here comes Intel coming back into the 200 period. I think we test that, and I think we go lower. I mean, what is a good catalyst right now? Everyone's talking about the market being heated, and then some of these chip names. So are you going to go in and buy Intel on any dips? Or are you going to buy NVIDIA? Are you going to buy AMD on dips? I feel like you're going to buy those names, and you're going to leave names like Intel. I mean, even Micron, that came out with a huge beat the other day. You're going to buy Micron, who's guided forward and actually showed you results, with a positive guide. This would be a name that if the chip names came in, that traders would buy. I don't think they're going to be buying Intel. So for me, it is the number one idea once again. And you know what? This has been the kiss of death for Intel. So everybody go long. Like, I loved Intel long last week on that money. This week, I think it's one of the best names to go short. Obi and I have talked about this. We just talked about it quickly right now as well, just to make sure we're on the same page. I think this short rate here is pretty tasty, man. I mean, we've already broken below this 42 level. I mean, if you go short, if this gets anywhere back up into 41.50, which is what I wrote down, which is that bottom, if it gets anywhere near there and I'm not short, then I've probably hit my head, because that is a level that I'm already offering. So, something has to happen there. I like that short, and honestly, Obi, I think we could go short immediately right off the open. But let's just wait to let it settle down, because often I do that, and then I'm down whatever, a couple $100 or whatever it is, and my mood changes, and I'm like, I'm short, and it's not even a level that I like yet. So we'll wait for Intel, but I'll probably short that, especially if it gaps back to VWAP. We'll probably short that, whatever that level is at that time. So AMD's a little bit of a different story. Sure, they're banned as well, but we actually like AMD, because AMD's come back into this 170 area here, and I think it's going to find support. Now, maybe for a day trade today, the long isn't right. But again, if you're going to have like a mini NVIDIA or NVIDIA 2, I know AMD is more expensive than NVIDIA because they don't have the forward-looking sales numbers that NVIDIA has, so that's going to change what that PE looks like. But if everything is all well in GPU land, some of these major LLMs and all this generative AI, they're going to need chips regardless. They don't need Blackwell, or they don't need the absolute best. There's going to be others that are going to be hanging around with some inventory at much cheaper prices. So I don't hate on AMD. Potentially a level to look at would be 170. Only because it's a nice key level. I think you want to sit there. We saw action on this name around 180 for a minute as well. So, I feel like there could be, like, look at 180. It was a pretty good magnet there on Friday. We didn't get too low until finally we broke here this morning. So, yeah, I prefer the AMD long if the market holds up, and definitely an Intel short. And I didn't even look at NVIDIA yet.
Yeah, no, I like those names. For a second, I thought the chat was dead because nothing was coming up. I'm like, where is everybody? I had to restart the chat.
You're in the wrong one, or what?
No, I think I just had to restart it. I think it was like bugged. It kind of got a little wasn't updating. So
you're with me on Intel, or what do you think?
Yeah, definitely with you on Intel. I'm looking for that continuation move in play with that kind of news. I like that 4150. Literally, I pulled up the chart and I looked at that and I was like, yeah, that's kind of a distinct kind of level. You can see that we had some R-vol as well in the pre-market session that then when during the day we made that bottom, and now we're trading kind of below that off of this news. So it will be interesting to see if we can even get back up there. But yeah, trading below that earnings reaction as well. Let's take a look at a little bit higher time frame on this one as well. You can see that it's got a little bit of room here, a little bit of air to the downside, at least until 40, and then a little bit maybe a little further down into this 39.38 as well. But I don't know. Let's see what it does. Let's see what the price action has in store for us today. I'll be waiting. I'll be a little patient off the open. If I see what I like, I'll definitely get involved. But yeah, I'll take what the market will give me. AMD as well, watching that, been fading off already for the past few days. We saw that little bit of an exhaustive move happen, that push into that 225 and that aggressive kind of sell-off. This was around the 24th. I think this was the day that SMCI had that crazy move, right? Was that the 24th? Yes, it was. And Intel, AMD kind of selling off since then as well. Actually, no, sorry, that was this one here, not this one. I apologize. March 24th. March 8th is what I'm talking about. March 8th, 2024. So we've been selling off since then and coming into some of these lows from before, the earnings reaction low as well. So it'll be interesting to see. We're still at 170s. What do I have down? I got 170, I got 172 and some change right here. We're just testing that level right now. So let's see what these chip names do. Chips with the dip today on some of these names.
Would it be like, okay, so I asked this to Brendan before, guacamole, salsa, or queso for your dip with those chips?
I think you've asked me this question before.
What was it?
I like the
Super Bowl talk.
Yeah, I like the guac. I like the salsa as well.
Okay.
A bit of mix.
I never remember who I'm talking about this with. I'm getting old, so you like the guac with the salsa mix?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I agree. You boys up there, I think Brendan's a guac guy. I'm going to say Sharif likes a little spicy in there. I'm going to say Sharif might be a salsa guy. Let's go find out.
100% accurate, Sean.
I actually had a salsa on the weekend that was really good, and it was not a homemade brand. I don't even remember what the name of it was, but it was really good. Anyway, let's talk about Tesla here. Yeah, downgrade this morning, as we mentioned, Rivian and Tesla catching some negativity from analysts. This was going back to last week. So Kathy Wood was in there buying both Thursday and Friday for Tesla. So, I mean, still one of the worst stocks of the year. It's hard to even say that. But a little more detail on this Shanghai wind down that we were touching on at the end of last week as well. Apparently it was supply chain. They blamed, anyways, lack of supply chain for this slowdown. Again, if you missed it, they cut some production in Shanghai for a couple of weeks.
It's not the first time we've heard of that. I think the European one was having the Berlin Gigafactory was having issues with supply because the parts couldn't come in through the Suez Canal. So not surprised there. But yeah, Mizuho analyst Vijay Rakesh going down hard on the electric vehicle industry today. He downgraded Rivian, Tesla, and NIO, basically citing issues with the electric vehicle market. That's a little bit different than what we saw from Oppenheimer, which maintained Tesla with a perform rating and maintaining the price target there. Also, Brendo, the Xiaomi SUV, the SU7, supposed to be starting at about $70,000 US, about 500,000 yuan. So we'll have to see if that affects Chinese sales for the Model Y.
We were just talking to Randy about some of these and the options that are now kind of floating in as time goes by here. But if you remember on Friday, this thing was down huge pre-market and just went straight up all day. So kind of setting up the same here, guys.
All right, so yeah, that Xiaomi. I mean, I was talking with Randy actually in the back there with a coffee, and the thing about it was, you know, I told him, what do you think about Lucid, you know, and not what do you think about it, but we talked about that $1 billion, and then we talked about where Rivian was and some of that, you know, rhetoric there about the R2 not coming until next year, and are people going to be pulling their reservations and buying something else in the meantime. So, you know, there's a lot of stuff happening right now in a lot of these different names. And Tesla, just again, I wrote it down. It's on the sticky note today. And I wrote it as a fade into 172. No, I don't think, I mean, if we can get up to there, that was the high in the afternoon there. So we'll fade if we can get up there. I wasn't sure about what this day is going to bring because I'm still a little bit on, off ease about what that whole Apple, Google, Meta stuff is, because I feel like the market should be down more than it is right now off that. So for Tesla, again, Xiaomi coming out with a new car, that's going to be a problem. All we need is one report today on Intel down 4%, AMD down 4%, on Chinese not allowing only their government to not use those chips. I just fear, and I don't think they're there for Tesla yet, the amount of employment and everything in that Shanghai plant and what Tesla does mean to China's economy as well, just like Apple, right? I feel like there's a lot of threats that get put into place, but I am legitimately worried a little bit about China, that economy over there, Obi, and what that means for sales of Teslas. Because if those numbers are lower, we've seen Li Auto producing cars, we've seen XPeng come in with a $14,000 car. They're talking about that. So if XPeng can get that, NIO has a different model with the battery switching. I just think there's a lot of competition over there in China, and not much the U.S. can do about it. So we can stamp tariffs on all this to not be able to bring the cars or make them less affordable or whatever into the United States and into Canada, but we can't do anything about what happens over there in China. So for me, unfortunately, I think until we get some little bit happier times over there, I think Tesla's a short, and I'm waiting for up into the 170s to do that. And the buy is down here. If we can get, I wrote down if we can get down into 162, that'd be fantastic. But I don't think we get there. Maybe you take a shot at 166 if you like the long. But again, I feel like this is a Monday. We sit on our hands a little bit here with Tesla. To me, the trade would be looking over here at a Lucid and just seeing if that can hold this $3 mark. That's where you could get a bounce back up. People, we talked about the short covering, then you can let it go once the shorts are covered. So we'll wait to see if that can happen here on Lucid too. So I don't know. I'm not in love with anything Tesla related today.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with you there. Bit of a in the middle of a range or middle of this chop right here as of right now. But yeah, looking a little left at 160, kind of standing out. Maybe this low right here, a bit of a gap. You had this consolidation post one of the splits, I guess, in and around this area as well. But yeah, interestingly, we have been kind of selling off of this larger downtrend. If you look at this since 2022. And yeah, a little bit of a sell-off, but today nothing really on my radar for that one there. It was, I guess, doing some Marvel on Friday. I wasn't here on Friday, but maybe some continuation off of previous days, high and low here, some strong action, and then reversion off the open. It would seem so. 171 being the end of day consolidation high as well as the day highs, and then day lows in and around that 166. To 165 half might be interesting, but again, I'm probably not going to have eyes on this ticker today. But for those of you who may be looking for that trade, good luck to y'all.
Just real quickly, so Fabian and Ramin position board not working. I am short right now Intel. So we're short Intel. Intel just came into $41. We went short there. We'll see. We're not going to do anything crazy, a couple hundred shares right now, but we are short right here, Intel, into what could be a good open for this name. Market trying to bounce back a little bit here. We're short Intel just right now at $40.95. We'll get that on the board in a minute.
All right, let's talk about tech here. On the back of what happened last week with Apple and the DOJ, the EU coming through this morning announcing, basically the same thing, fresh antitrust probe on not only Apple, but Meta and Google included in this. And it's the same thing, exactly the same thing that DOJ was talking about last week, that Apple has monopoly with their products and they don't allow versatility for, if somebody wanted to use an Apple Watch with an Android phone or AirPods with something else. So here we go again, this time on the EU side of things.
Yeah, so look, they have this new act. It's called the Digital Markets Act. It's the first time they're going to actually use the investigatory powers under it to investigate some of these big tech companies. So let's talk about what they're being investigated for. So Apple, three main things. They're preventing iOS users from knowing about cheaper alternatives. We saw that with Spotify a few weeks ago. That's not new to us. They're also making it a little bit harder to uninstall some already installed apps, as well as actively prompting users to change some of their apps that they're using into the default Apple ones. So that is the issue with Apple. With Google, it looks as if Google may be prioritizing its own services in search results ahead of others. That's much to the chagrin of the European Union. And Meta, they're looking to offer a subscription model without ads, and that is not they're not happy about that.
I'm laughing.
I'm trying not
insane.
to laugh either, Brendo,
Like,
but
Google's prioritizing their own search. Obviously,
I don't know what to say.
it's crazy.
Look, it's the same thing that happened to Apple Apple basically got punished for making the best phone in the world. Now Google's getting punished for using their own data. It is what it is. No, but that's literally what they said in their thing. It's like, your product was so good that you're forcing people never to leave. It's like, there was like the email that they were quoting was like, you said that if you make the ecosystem so good, then, people who buy an Apple Watch may have to buy a phone. It's just like, it's so stupid. Isn't that the whole point of it, Anyways, let's move on. Right now, Fisker, apparently, I guess Nissan or whoever it was, has officially terminated whatever potential deal. So that couple $100 that we threw at Fisker at 14 cents, whatever it was on Thursday there, looks like that's going to get dwindled away, and maybe we'll get out ASAP for the hit now, as Fisker started to do volume right now big time, as the large automaker that was rumored to have a deal or be kicking the tires on something with Fisker has definitely kicked the tires on Fisker. Okay, so for me, this is why it's exactly why Brendan we're ho-humming this story, because we don't really know, I don't know anyways, what this is going to do to the stock. It doesn't appear to be doing anything. Like, I thought that when I woke up and saw this headline or whatever, when I looked on my phone and I said, I was like, okay, good. The NASDAQ's going to be down 1%, 2%, 3% today. But no, it's holding forward here. And these are just reasons, again, for the European Union to come out and employ people that, that they employ, to pay the people that they employ, give them a job to do. And let's just keep on investigating. Look, you got to have watchdogs. You got to have eyes on these big corporations. I like Google. I think they've really performed well. That was a great bottom. That's also the 200-period moving average. We got back down into this 130. What a good buy that was. We wound up buying Apple at 169. That seemed to have been a mistake. They have a deal potential deal, rumor deal with Gemini and Apple kicking the tires there as well. We'll see if they can get something going. I like Google. If they can't get Gemini in there, which they will obviously have big announcements about how that's going to affect the Pixel environment, how that's going to affect Google Home and everything that's attached. But if they can also get something with the iOS, then I really think this is great. And I like Google here. Obviously, I talk about what kind of a percentage of my portfolio it is, the large one, and I would love nothing more than to take out this 155 right there. So I think Google's on a course with 155. And if today slows it down a little bit, so be it. We'll be buying dips. I just got to figure out where those dips are. And then, Apple is an Apple. It's been in trouble for a minute, man. We bought these dips down here, and we were talking about getting out at 180. It didn't quite get there, Obi. It got to 178. And then we got hit again last week on more stories. Now we'll wait to see if they can get out of the way. It seems like there was worry about AI. They kind of got that a little solved. And then there's worries about trust and competition. They can't seem to get that figured out either. So here comes Apple right into 170. I'd say buy that 170. We've been looking at holding it. If we can't hold it though, then I'd get the heck out of the way, because the next bottom's 168. So watch out for that. So far so good here. We don't have the board up, but maybe when I get out we will. So we are short right now. Let's put a bid. I'm actually bidding 85s. So if we can get 85 print, we'll take 10 cents early here on Intel, and we'll see what happens after that. But short Intel early.
Yeah, I like that Apple move. We had that last week, and Google as well. What I just noticed as you were talking about both Google and Apple there, Apple sold off on this day when they got that news, but Google, interestingly, strong action as well. Literally the next day there. So some interesting stuff. Apple can't really do that. It doesn't really recover as much. But looking left, It seems like that 170 is a little interesting. If we can kind of get below, we got a little bit more support in and around that 167 as well. So yeah, maybe potential for a continuation. I am more of an Android guy myself.
Yep.
I'll be honest, but I think the allegations have some potential merit. Like they're shutting out systems to competitors. Yes, their environment is very, very nice, but it's also very restricting and controlled. I think I was reading something about how when an iPhone user sends a video or a picture to an Android user, it's purposefully downgraded in quality. Whereas if an Apple user sends it to an Apple user,
message.
And then there's incentive. I think it's only WhatsApp, right? A lot of my friends that do have iPhones, I talk to them through WhatsApp or texting, right? There's not really other maybe Facebook messaging, but that's really rare. But mainly just WhatsApp. So I think it's kind of reasonable to be like, all right, well, why do you do that? It's a little unnecessary if you're doing that on purpose. But I have no idea. I have no knowledge of these things.
Because they're not actually doing what you're saying. They're just, iMessage is just another level. It's a different program. Mm-hmm. It's like the reason why WhatsApp works is because you're using WhatsApp on your Android, and your friends are also using WhatsApp.
Right, it's just through the app.
If you send it through Google Messenger,
right,
if they had such program, like if you send me a GChat message, it probably won't degrade as much from Android to Apple.
Really?
Because they're both using GChat. The problem is Apple doesn't let you download the iMessage program.
Right.
So there's merit to everything. It's just a matter of trying to get it all figured out. Can't we all just work together?
Yeah.
Can't we all just be friends at some point? All right, market's starting to move around. Let's go. We're really back here. So let's go talk about crypto quickly, and then we'll move on.
Crypto higher this morning. Just real quick on this Fisker note, guys. I was just reading through some of the other comments that were coming through, and it sounded like whoever it was, the quote-unquote major automotive maker, they were actually pretty close on a deal. And it said it came down to financing, and they just weren't able to produce the financing in time. So Fisker's going to zero. Crypto is higher, as we said. Boeing at the bottom there, if you missed it, there was a bunch of changes announced this morning. CEO's gone at the end of the year. Chairman's gone at the end of the year as well.
Yeah, MicroStrategy's up big, Brendo, 5%, almost 5% right now as Bitcoin starts working its way back into that $70,000 range. So we'll keep eyes on that. With respect to Boeing, tough look here. We already know that CEO Dave Calhoun is going to be resigning, but that's not the only type of bad headline for them in the news today. United Airlines also under investigation by the FAA, specifically with a 737 MAX incident and a 777 incident, Brenda.
So a little bit of a pop there. Not seeing anything new, but Boeing did move up and then right back down on that, it would appear, guys.
All right, so yeah, for me, we'll just go. I think Boeing here. This is on my watch list down here at 192. So I feel like I know we're on OB screen, but I like this little bit of a dip in for Boeing. So if we can get anything down into 192 and change, we will try to play off that level. So Ryanair sees continuing to work with Boeing. Okay, so some decent notes coming through. Look, as far as crypto is concerned, 66 and change. We can quickly go over this because I just look at IBIT and we don't actually trade crypto itself. So if I notice that crypto is actually moving around, then we'll go over into a IBIT trade. But for right now, I'm always looking to see, so because my eyes are going to be on crypto, which will be in the bottom right, what levels do we really need to be concerned with? So it just looks like if I look down and I see like that 66.7, that's right now. Basically a breakdown here, somewhere in and around 65, 66. That's a great little level to look at as well. So anything in and around 66,000 gets me looking at IBIT. So a little bit of a move down, and we'll find some support there with only 2 minutes to go. So that'll be the name that I trade, IBIT. I've been looking at it. I like it. It's been fun to trade, lots of volume, easy to get in and out of this name. So IBIT for me is a trade, and we've looked at it, and it's around this 36 area is something that we like to trade. So if IBIT can get down there, we'll do that. Coinbase, always a fun trade as well, but haven't really had a chance to look at this today. So, we'll be there, but I want to watch Google, Apple, Intel, Boeing, Disney, and the like.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's some names that maybe deserve a little bit more attention based off of how in play they are. Bitcoin, yes, it is it is in play, but in a sense. But I think with AMD and Intel news, with the Apple and Google news, I think we have some better places to look for opportunities. And I was reading what Compester X was saying. Yeah, unspoken things for sure, man. There's things are always a little bit more than meets the eye. I would definitely agree. And yeah, at the end of the day, the trade is the trade. Things go up, things go down. We try to take those opportunities. At least that's what I'm trying to do better. And I definitely agree with you there on that one, my friend.
Okay, here we go, man. We only have a couple seconds left and get ready to rock and roll. We're already in this Intel short. So let's see if that can print out coming down right now. So we'll hit the countdown. Apple's trying to get to 170 already. We'll have a look at that, Obi. As we get going with only 4 seconds to go, 3, 2, and 1. We are bidding Disney. We're looking at some Boeing opportunities as well. As there goes Intel. Intel just touched 83, so we'll put a bid down there, see if we can get some Intel out right now. So did we? No, we did not. We're waiting to get that out on Intel down here in the low 80s. Just quickly, though. I mean, if we have anything else, we'll find that. And here comes Apple. Apple's right now taking 170 as we speak.
Yeah, some strength there.
We want to short that, man.
What are you looking
Apple,
at?
what do you
Apple?
want to do?
No, I'm going to be patient for the first few minutes. Let's see what we do. I do have Intel and Nike on my main screen here. Here, let me just change this tape up for you guys. Intel. All right, so yeah, 41. We're looking for that, potentially that 41.5. Let's see how far we can get. Nike is pushing up in towards that 95 level. Let's continue to watch that one. I am also watching FedEx earnings day 2 as well. Let's see what that
here comes Intel
does as well. But yeah, I'm gonna stay patient for the first few minutes. Let's see what we got going on. 41.20 is coming in on Intel, so it is catching a little bit of a bid right off the open. Let's see what some of these other chip names are doing. Nvidia to the downside, catching a little bit of a sell. Intel is the only one. SMCI catching a pop. AMD also selling off as well into that 172.5. So let's be a little bit more patient. Let's wait for something on the tape to show up.
Man, did we nail that Disney, by the way, but unfortunately, it was so good that there was no dip buy opportunities at all for Disney. It's not that, we're not long the name, so we didn't nail it like that. But we talked about it, we liked it. Disney right now trying to make some moves up to 118, 119. Man, we getting pretty close now to the levels that we like here on Disney, so watch out for that name. All right, the other one here, obviously moving around for us, is Intel. That's going to the upside, so let's be careful. I am looking to go short Apple. Apple looks to break 170 here. It's big size. We'll see. I put down to only punch as low as 90s. So we'll see about that take right now, if that can go. We have VWAP up here at 170.60. If we take that, then we can get out. Wow, Disney is really, man, dude, Disney is motoring right now. Okay, here goes Intel, baby. It's the move that we all wanted to watch for, and bang, there it is, man. There, the money's coming in now. We reloaded that at 41. Let's take it out in the 70s there, Obi. Good trade downside for Intel. We believed in that one, and we nailed it. Good trade there for one trade that we have so far. That's Intel. Apple right there. Disney as well, my friend. That's up to 119. Oh, man. Oh, man. We got to get out some of that one as we wait for Intel and Disney to make some moves. But that Disney, I want to be at 120, man. That's going to be a good trade, but we don't get out of anything while we're on the show other than what we show you. So right now, Disney, nice move up to 119. That's going to be a good trade. Anything else moving around that you see?
Nothing too crazy. I do like that Nike. I did get a little involved in that Nike, just putting in my stop there. Let's see how well this kind of works. 95 pushing right as of right now. It is a bit of a level from last week. Just gonna dabble into this for now. Let's see how it kind of does. With that little bit of a feeler. Yeah, Intel coming back into that 41. I'm going to stay a little bit more patient on the Intel here, just to let it build some price action there, and then get involved a little bit later. I might have been a little too early on Nike, but that's perfectly fine. I just want to see how that kind of works out for now. Okay, so yeah, get punched out right away underneath that 95. I'll come back to it again. But yeah, I think I got to do a little bit better for fighting for price. if I like that 95, I think I should be posted a little bit closer to that 95 instead of punching into some strength going through that 95. But it is what it is. We reassess. We'll come back. Let's see what Nike does in and around that 95. Intel still holding that 41 as of right now. Something that did kind of blast off the open here I'm watching is ARM. ARM is moving decently as well. Some nice strength right off the open. AMD pushing that 175. Okay, so maybe Intel has some room to go. Let's again, I think the bellwether for a lot of these chips is going to be NVIDIA, and a lot of eyes definitely on NVIDIA. But let's see, some of them could definitely disconnect. But I'm going to stay a little patient here. Nike getting back above that 95. So let's see if we can get some consolidation, some continuation. Let's see what we got here on Nike above that 95.
Okay, we have a couple of thanks, Obi. We have a couple good a couple ideas on anyways. So we're just going to start Boeing. Boeing did fall in right into our levels, man. We talked about 192. So I'm actually bidding here at 192.21. So there it is. So now I was just going to give this to 80s. So there, the 50 period moving average is at 80. So if we break too much below that, then we will just be wrong on Boeing, obviously, and take an L on that one. But it's a level that we don't mind. Oh, shoot, here we go. So it looks like it's going to break through. I mean, I think we're at 75s or so on that one. So there goes Boeing. We'll have to, I mean, it's not out yet, but we're going to have to watch out for it coming out of the blotter right now. Intel does make another move. I'm still going to bid some more in the 80s. Watch out for Boeing. It just bounced off that level. We're still trying to get on that Apple front here and looking to go short on Apple. So if that comes in, that will be fine. Boeing trying to bounce. So this is an interesting name. So maybe it will bounce off that. It got right into that level for us, and then we did not get stopped out. So maybe we should take that into consideration and maybe get something out if it does pop in one more time. There it goes. So we just got out. It just broke that 80 level. So we'll slap a fail on it. We could have taken a little bit of profit out there, but we didn't, and we messed that one up right there for Boeing. So out on that, we took a shot. I'm fine with taking that, but it definitely does not work out there. Apple to the downside, or sorry, Boeing to the downside right there and continuing going. Lucid, we took a shot. So here we go. These are the levels that we wanted for Lucid. We talked about it coming down into $3. So yeah, up to 16, 17. Let's just keep taking it out. There it is. So you go a little bit of a fail on one and you get right back on that horse, Obi, and take it right back. Bang, right there. So out on Boeing. Nice trade now, 10 cents. We'll see if Lucid could get more. And then Intel still trying to go as well. SMCI calls very, very active as SMCI looking to take out 1,000 right now. What is AMD doing? 175. AMD's going up. Intel's going down. It looks like we might have chose the right one this time with that. And then we talked about Micron the other day as I was seeing people in the chat talk about that. Boom. Remember, we were like, why would you do that when you could go the other way with anything else? So there goes Apple to the downside as well. Man, Obi, I don't know if you're in anything, and I apologize for not knowing because I am in a slew right now. As come on, Apple, bang, that's a good one right there. Let's get to the downside on Apple. As we said, we're shorting that break of 170, and that's exactly what we did. So far, so good here today. But man, I'm a busy guy on this side. This guy's got Nike back up to 170 right now as Apple. So let's be careful with all of these trades. But so far, so good here, guys.
Yeah, I'm still watching that Intel. Intel chilling around that 41 level as of right now. So yeah, maybe a little bit more patience. I'll wait a few more minutes. What time is it? It has been it's only been 7 minutes off the open. So maybe that first 15-minute candle. Let's see what that kind of prints there. That 41 holding as of right now. But yeah, definitely Apple to the downside, Softy to the downside, Google to the downside as well. Amazon catching a little bit of a bid, and take a look at our friend NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the one that's catching a bid as well now, kind of falling back up that strength from Friday. So Friday, again, I wasn't here, but oh boy, that bounce off of that 910, that 900 level, quite interesting, holds view up all day. So let's see if some of that strength comes back in today on NVIDIA, and maybe does that drag Intel around as well? Who knows? But I am waiting to find out here with this 41 holding so well.
Are we going to Adara? Okay, I think it's probably about Fisker, but let's go to Adara.
Yeah, no, another smaller name here on watch, CYTO. This one up about 85%, trading higher after announcing a collaboration with this other group with regards to an mRNA vaccine. Worth noting here as well, they do have a really small float here, 1.56 million shares, CYTO, guys.
So I'll drop that Fisker news. It is halted right now. So Fisker now halted. And I just think it's probably news pending because where they're just going to announce, from what I can see here on Benzinga Pro, it's what we've already talked about. Fisker shares are trading lower after the company announced received notice that the large automaker with the company has been negotiating with potential transaction terminated. So, you know, as it goes, we'll wait for that. Okay, so Apple, again, you know, a decent trade here for Apple. Let's just see if it wants to continue that move to the downside, right? We've sort of talked about what our expectations were here. We broke through 170, so let's wait to see about that bottom. Because if this news is, I mean, they have the EU plus today, it's EU again, but it's a different wing, isn't it? It's the, today we are looking at, antitrust regulators, their investigation of the Digital Markets Act. So right there, we'll see, we'll continue to hold short this name and just wait to see how bad this news exactly is. And it doesn't seem to be good. So that's that. All right, so right here, Intel, we'll have to watch out for them to see if they can do something. Now Apple's starting to go down, still 17 cents, still looking to get some damage done on this name. And that, of course, is Apple downside. GameStop apparently pumping higher as well right now. We talked about some potential short float names. Maybe we'll have to go back on those. Lucid still at 12 cents in the money. We just took another piece out down there, so we waited for $3. That's working out good. My eyes are just going everywhere. I'm still trying to watch that Apple. We just got more shares short on Intel, and then I'm trying to watch Boeing because it might have based out here as well, down at 191. But that news, we got it wrong the first time. Let's not get married to it again. And there it comes right now. All right, so we'll bid some 87s here, then some 83s. Let's get lower here on Intel. We just bounced off 87. I think there it goes through 87. Let's get a little lower, 85s. We just reloaded at VWAP for Intel. Stay in the pocket with the names that you like.
Yeah, I do like that Intel. I was watching that 41. It is coming in quite nicely off of said VWAP there as well. I did get stopped out once again on that Nike. So it seems like that 95 maybe needs a little bit more time. It's definitely sellers coming in just above that 95 as of right now. But I'll stay a little bit more patient. I'll leave that alone and focus on a little bit of Intel as it attempts to get through that pre-market low right now. NQ. Pushing fresh lows there. Baby. There goes 40.77 on the bid. Some size at 76s as well. Let's see what we do with those guys right there. So let me get a little bit short through that pre-market low and see how well this kind of works out there. So a little bit further than I'd really like in terms of price, but we'll work with what we got here. Let me just throw in my stop there, Sean.
Okay, good. Good trade there. We're really starting to bank out now, man. The number one trade idea here on the sticky note today is Intel. And man, oh man, it's nice to see this one going down to days low right now for Intel after we just reloaded this one. So again, this is the kind of the stuff that I've really changed with what I'm trying to do is to try to focus as best as I can on these names, right? On the names, when I get filled on something and it's working for me, I want to stay with it. And I want to try to get more shares, to be honest with you, because when we're right, we got to be right. And we don't want to be right on like, oh, we guessed and we just put on this little trade. Like, no, we want to be right where we can actually make some loot. So here we go to the downside. Let's just wait to see if Intel can continue to go. We want to get more short Apple here at 170. We're waiting for that trade. So that would be something for sure. Yeah, XOM's going up. I understand that. Lucid right now, I mean, we can look at nat gas, or the energy space. 30s right now for Lucid. I mean, you guys want to talk about a money-making opportunity. How does Lucid sound right now? We talked about that in the pre-market. I mean, right there, that is an unlimited amount of shares that anybody could have had there on Lucid. And in fact, we'll just take it out at 325 and then potentially go long again if we take this 330. So that's a good trade there for Lucid. We'll empty out the clip there. Apple now getting to the day's low again. Let's go, man. We are spinning it today. It's been a good day so far. Nice trade there for Lucid. Intel's still trying to go. What else do we have on our board? Amazon, Affirm, I'm noticing right now. AFRM trying to go to the upside now as well. Yeah, there it is, up to $37, up 3% going oppo today. So we're going to have to wait to see about Affirm right now going the wrong way against this market. But yeah, man, these shorts, Obi, man, that's really what's going. We said that we like to trade when we can find the way. And right now, the way is short. And we talked about that early, man. We like the short. It's on the sticky note. What's up, A?
Still keeping an eye on Fisker. I'll let you guys know if I see anything there. But also DWAC, DWAC making some moves here, pretty volatile. It looks like this is still reacting to Friday's news that the shareholders of the company did approve the proposed merger with Trump's Truth Social and the Trump Media and Technology Group. So interesting look here. Keep an eye on DWAC. Lots of volume, guys.
nice shorts and everything like that. So it's nice to get that. Thank you, Obi. I appreciate all that. But then I was just like, I wish I was smarter to know that like this one, he's like, what, looking at the tape, I was like, no, Apple was really, Obi, just a pretty smooth 170 break. I'm mad we didn't get reloaded there. That's my bad. We'll take some more out. And then Intel, both you and I discussed this at 8:30, why we liked Intel. So, so far so good. It's always nice when things work out, my friend. And again, today it is doing that, as we do go 0 for 1 with our Boeing trade, but then we go, a monster good trade here for Lucid, great trade for Intel, great trade for Apple. So, we're definitely where we need to be here today.
Yeah, for sure. I'm watching Softy as well. Softy, strong selling to the downside, as well as Google. That 150 happens to break right off the open on Google. So let's take a quick look at that one right now. I'll show you guys right here, kind of retracing some of the action that we had on Friday. There, some strength from the pre-market as well. We broke Friday's day low as well, or intraday low, not really the day low, pre-market low, it being in and around, what is that, 45.72 as of right now. And some weakness there, some selling off happening. You can see the NQ kind of pushing fresh lows, similar with the ES potentially catching up there. Hasn't made a fresh low just yet, but attempting to take a look at that nasty little wick on that first 15-minute candle. That's kind of a continuation of what we've been doing going into the morning session there. Take a look at that Nike. Nike getting that sell-off for that 95 and some change. So I was definitely wrong on that idea, pushing in a little bit too aggressively as well, getting in above that 95. If I like that 95 price, maybe deal with that and transact with that a little bit closer there, punching in, maybe not in anticipation, but a little bit emotional, impulsive punches all the way at 95.30s, but that's perfectly fine. In terms of risk management, we kind of stopped out underneath that 95. That's where we're wrong, and I am glad I kind of follow that. For now, let's see what this Intel has in store. Let's see if that continuation move comes in, but getting a bit of a bounce here on the NQ with a fresh 15-minute candle. It is 9:46,
right?
And the second 15-minute candle has just begun, and Intel looking kind of juicy.
Yeah, okay. I was thinking the same thing. I was just going to say to you, we can't have winning trades unless you actually take them out. So Apple and Intel, so we just went to the upside a little bit more here on both of these names. So we're going to have to wait. Again, if we're going to get more short, we'll be very, very patient. We didn't get the reload on Intel, but we did get the reload on Apple. So now Apple's trying to go back upside. So I'm going to give this, we cashed out already, and this is what I was sort of trying to get at there, is you're right until you're not, and we could be wrong here on Apple. So you got to take the profit when you see the profit, and we took that, but we'll reload it. VWAP's here at 25. We'll give it to that, and then we'll give it up to 170.50 because we want to stay with this trade. It's just we got to make sure that we have the right prices on board, right? We don't just trade things, willy-nilly. So we'll wait for 170 and change. I'm not actually even up there as I say that, I guess because we got filled. So we're going to go to 170.23 or so, see if we get something in and around that VWAP. That's actually a little bit lower than that, so let's go a little bit better. And then we'll wait to see if we get that fill, and then we'll wait for 170.50 to be wrong. I like the short here. Look at this move up in the NASDAQ, so that's something to be considered in order to get more short, but again, be able to get out of the way if something happens. NVIDIA all the way down to 936, man. Shout out to Chef Joe. Shout out to everybody that's out there trading today, because NVIDIA, always a great tool to hit, right? Huge move off the open from 940 up to 950, basically, all the way back to 935, and now trying to take out those highs again. So if there's any name you're going to be long, I would say it's Micron, off of a great report last week. Great shoot up on Micron today. Look at it back to 114. That's where VWAP is. I think you want to hold it until you can get back below that level. That's Micron. And then the other name, of course, that we want to look to short would be AMD, because again, you have that same news. But you see what's happening to Intel. Intel's going back to the upside. So what was a good trade at one point could easily get soured, and we don't want to hold it past any of these pre-market levels. So 41.30, and we are gone on Intel, and we will admit that mistake. Well, it's not a mistake. We're up on it, but we will admit not getting out of all of it, and we're going to wait right now to see if we can get some more in and around 20, and then use 30 as our out. So we're going to be as patient as we can be with Intel, OB, trying to get better prices.
Yeah, same. I think I got to be a little patient here. If it stops me out, it stops me out. But I'm more than willing to get those better prices. We were talking about that 141, that 41 half, and we couldn't quite get up there. But yeah, you had some solid shorts on the on those pops into that VWAP area on Intel. And I like the way you kind of churned it out as well, kind of getting short at the highs and then buying back at the lows. Yeah, I gotta pay a little bit more attention to my left over here. Those are some nice entries. But yeah, again, didn't have too many tickers on my plan today. Let me just do a quick refresh of what I was looking at here. I got my trade plan. One of my main ones was just, I guess, Intel, AMD, and Nike, and also like we talked about that FedEx as well. So did interact with Nike. Nike didn't really work out the way I was looking for, but that 95 seems like it's a decent, or it's staying a little bit of a resistance. You can look left and look at the chart from last week right here on Nike. You can see that some strong selling, so it would seem as if that selling is still persistent in and around that 95 area as of right now. So maybe potential to switch, but I will be a little bit more patient, wait for some of the action to kind of come in. There we go. We get stopped out on that Intel push. All right, that's perfectly fine. We'll come back to it if and when it gets to that price that we liked. Maybe I should be just waiting for that 41.5 to see what we do there.
Yeah, so same thing here, kind of with Lucid, as we're just back to some of those highs again here, so something to look out for. Okay, here goes Apple. Where did we say we were going to get out at 50? So we got to make sure, because now the market's going here. It looks like that sell-off, and we talked about this, right, could potentially have been short-lived a little bit there, as we were very, very uncertain of what this EU regulator and all this new sort of talk here would be, because Apple's already been hit over the last little while. Now we're short at 10s. We're going to put a stop in at 170.50. If we break higher than that, then we're just going to get out. And then, just like I said, man, not be too happy with the way that this trade eventually worked out for us, but we're still here. So we'll still stay here and see if we can win. So Apple, we're still in that short at 170.50. We've got enough shares now to not really worry about this. If it goes down, great. If it doesn't, then yeah, we have our stop and it won't be very nice. Okay, so that's that. Intel does come back up. We just have a reload just now on this name. The shorts don't look to be right, as the market is trying to go back into VWAP right now and look for some of these sort of pre-market highs. So we've talked about some of these levels breaking. You don't want to be caught on the wrong side. There we go. Now we've got Intel loaded up. What's up, Adara?
This part of the show brought to you by VinFast. VinFast ignites a new era of electric mobility at the Bangkok International Motor Show 2024. With our full spectrum of electric vehicles making their Southeast Asia debut, we're steering Thailand into a sustainable future. Experience our range from the versatile VF3 to the luxurious VF9, all designed with Thai drivers in mind. Be part of our official launch in Thailand's vibrant market and witness the future of smart green transportation, March 27th to April 7th. VinFast, driving the future today.
Okay. Just a quick update. I'll throw it to Obi because you guys have heard me way too much. So we only got some out there. Intel, for some reason, just dropped into the early teens there, and we got some out 12s and 11s there. Sorry, 15s and 11s and 12s. So some out there as we get ready to rock and roll right now with Intel. So hopefully we can catch some of those bids. Apple's trying to work lower as well. So again, nice move up to VWAP on the futures. Let's see if we can fade some of these levels. We'll go to Adair, then back to Obi.
Yeah, keep an eye on Foot Locker here, guys. FL, this one did get that upgrade from Evercore ISI. I mentioned earlier, upgrade to outperform and a price target increase up about 10% now and pretty strong volume FL, guys.
All right, Foot Locker.
There's some strength on Intel. Oh boy, was that 95 a great place to sell on Nike. A little bit offside on that one, I was for sure. But yeah, beautiful kind of flush happening. A little bit of more of the same, right? more of the same. I do have to maybe consider keeping it a little bit more simple there. Sellers. What do we do when we come back in? Be a little patient to see what we do. Let it pop into the 95. Let me see if we can actually hold before getting involved. A little anticipatory on these entries here, but it seems like that selling coming right back in. So what's the next level here? Potentially in that 92 area. If that 95 can come back in, who knows? But we are selling quite aggressively, kind of a little bit of continuation on earnings day 2 on Nike. 91.27 on the ask here on Intel. So you know what? Like we said, I'm gonna wait for that level to come in. Be a little bit more patient. We're only about 20 pennies away from that 41.5. I'm not really seeing anything too crazy there. Maybe some size at that 41.30, but nothing too crazy. I want to see a few more, or maybe some size, maybe some reserve. Let's see some action going on. But that bounce on the ES and NQ, that was absolutely wild there, Sean. We are recovering. We've kind of backed through that opening price as well on the futures, and that aggressive buying coming right back in. So I am looking at, take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA really strong to the upside. We are breaking out of that 947 and change. What is that? 947.78 high from Friday, and a pre-market high of, 954.29. So we've broken both those prices as of right now. In NVIDIA raging to the upside there, and like I said, that could definitely have an effect on Intel and AMD, because we were looking at them for that in-play news to play off of. And take a look at that AMD as well, 172 and change. I was looking to get a little short here. Potentially below some of these levels. It never really gave you that opportunity. Intel a little bit more enticing, but grab the pre-market lows. And I think I kind of reconsidering this out here. If I see it lick grab those lows, that's information, and I can be using that information to kind of readjust that potential stop there when you do if I see that lick grab of pre-market lows, potential for making that range, I think maybe potentially, in my opinion, is increases in the short term. So we did kind of do that, and plus we got that tailwind as well. That's definitely going to do it for you. And with NVIDIA blasting to the upside, I think I'll be a little bit more patient to see how far Intel can really get here. AMD as well. AMD 177 coming in. So closing price last week was that in and around that 180, and we flushed off of that in the pre-market. We're getting a little bit of that gap to be filled. Low of previous day was at 75, so we're way past that. We're trading 177s on the AMD. So Intel, a little bit of a pullback, but like I said, I'm going to be a little bit more patient here to see what we do in and around these levels. Let some price action build up. Let's see some ranges. Let's see some trends potentially, but we will stay a little bit more patient.
Yeah, so we actually got stopped out of 75% of that trade with Intel. We'll see if, we could still be positive on this, obviously. But yeah, it did break that 30, and we wanted to get out as we were sitting there watching some of those levels come through on some of these other names. But there goes, I know you just talked about AMD, so I didn't actually write down a level for these guys, but it looks like the Intel level's held, and it looks like Apple is going to be just that stud that we wanted it to be. This one did not break, so it's a green day for us. But let's check in on Boeing. I'm not upset about Lucid. Boeing's breaking 190 right now, so again, that long at 192 we tried, and then we've lost 50 cents on that one almost immediately. We talked about, actually came back for us and actually put us in the money. But then here's the drop down on that one, still sick as well, is Boeing. So that's to the downside. And then ARM, a lot of people talking about ARM, man.
Yeah, ARM.
141 in change. That was actually you and I a couple times to discuss ARM. 150, I don't know. I don't think this is worth shorting at all right now. Any fade back into VWAP would be the thing for me. The NASDAQ's still down though, and still at these pre-market levels. I'm actually looking for a short until we take these out. So until we can basically get above 18.5, I still think I like the short. And we know some names that we want to get involved with. We just got to find them. And we just got to find the right opportunities for that. We were talking about fading Google earlier. Let's just see if that is the case again here today, if that's working for us. Not for us, but for anybody that's trying trying to fade Google, so that's, again, been the right name. Fading Apple and Google both have worked out, especially Apple, but this Google would have been beautiful at that 150 level. So maybe a pushback to VWAP here at 149 and change gets us that short. But if this is going to the downside, then let's just continue to watch out to see what Apple can do, as that's making a move all the way back up again. So yeah, pretty up and down morning here. It's actually, Obi, it's only 9:58. So there's lots of time left. Let's go over to the desk.
Just an update here for Fisker, still halted, but I'm seeing around 9:50, according to Reuters, Fisker saying that they did receive notice from that large automaker they were supposedly in communication with to receive funding from or for potential transaction, and the automaker has terminated negotiations because Fisker was unable to meet now because of this discussion, their closing condition with their financing commitment and term sheet. So now they're saying they're intending to engage in discussions regarding waiver of closing condition, and they're continuing to evaluate strategic alternatives. So basically, repetition is some of the same stuff that we were already hearing here for FSR with regards to their termination of their deal with that automaker, guys.
All right, thank you.
What else do you want? Oh, you're in nothing right now?
No, nothing right now.
Well, maybe if is there anything you're looking at, because
yeah, I'm still
like
watching
Nvidia's
this
at all-time
Intel
highs
here.
right now at 960.
Yeah, I'm watching Nvidia as well. I'm looking for that, looking for it to kind of start, maybe potentially start slowing down there, and Intel as well. Intel did get pretty close. We got to 41.34s, not quite that 41.5 just yet, but yeah, still being a little bit more patient here. Oh boy, that 95, it's coming in. It's coming in pretty strong there. What was that low on Nike? Let's look back at that low from previous day on Nike, 91.73. So quite a ways away from that low, and strong wick on that first 15-minute candle as well here, as you guys can see on this one. So bit of a double. I don't know about a double top, but like you can see these tops from previous day. We did reject that quite strong, in a strong way off of that wick on the first 15-minute candle. Second 15-minute strong selling to the downside. So let's see where this one will get to on Nike. But yeah, let us know in the chat what else you guys are trading. I know SMCI is going. I know Nvidia is going. Are you guys involved with those? AMD as well.
Yes,
I know
sir.
ARM is moving, and as
Thank
well
you, Randy.
as
we have happening now, and then we'll come back with Randy.
all right.
We just got some numbers here. 10 a.m. new home sales coming in. Actual 662,000, so slightly lower than the consensus and forecast here of 0.67, so about 675,000 here for both the consensus and the forecast. New home sales coming in also lower than expected, negative 0.3% versus the forecast of positive 3%. So a bit of a move down there for compared to the consensus here for new home sales month over month. The SPY itself still trading in a bit of a range, slightly down on the day. It's the SPY here, and lots of stocks making individual moves today as we enter this shortened trading week, including United Airlines, UAL. We also have Boeing on watch with regards to some management shakeups, but UAL down about 6% after Bloomberg reported that the FAA is considering some more oversight into United Airlines, including curbing some new routes amid some safety concerns. So big move to the downside for UAL. Also worth watching, GME falling back a little bit here, but GameStop still up about 8%, along with a lot of these other heavily shorted names. GameStop also has a catalyst in the form of earnings tomorrow after close. So keep an eye on all of these short float names, including GME, guys.
We're in another short flow name here, and hey, what's up, Randy? Randy's here as well, guys. We are in Rivian. I just want to check out what Rivian short flow was as we get printed again on, yeah, so Rivian's only 18% right now, so we'll take that short here on Rivian. Randy, we had a good little long on Lucid earlier. We bought that $3 dip. We sort of talked about that, and that was a good, seems to be anyways, a good play. You never know. We got out of that one real quick. But then the news of the day, Randy, I don't know, you tell me what you want to talk about, but it looks like Fisker, that major automotive company here, pulling away, not being able to get the finance to help out poor Fisker.
Yeah, we talked about this on Friday, and what have we seen this morning? We're seeing lots of consolidation. I mean, you know, Lucid getting saved with another $1 billion infusion, and
Yep.
Fisker. I mean, it's a tough
Apple
market,
going
folks.
down.
It's, you know, I think we knew this was coming.
Yeah.
There's lots of competition now. This wasn't where we were 5 years ago.
You're telling me I'm going to lose my $300 I put into this thing? That's
Well, I still have that
14,
ocean
15 cents.
reservation. Do you want to buy it?
Yeah. Can you pay me $300 to take it off of you so then you don't have to have a blemish on your account?
Well,
as if this guy actually got that? We thought there was potential there, right? I liked it. I liked the initial look of the Fisker. I don't think there's a problem with the look of the car.
No.
And I don't think there's a problem with any of the looks of any of these cars. It's just a matter of production,
Like
right?
we talked about on Friday, it's excellence in execution. There's still value to the platform. They
Right.
have customers, they have, parts and service still need to be a thing. If somebody doesn't step in and take this package, then, it is what it is. It's unfortunate. I thought it was a great product at the launch, but you've got to carry on.
I agree 100% with everything there. Randy, I'm going to have to get you in a couple minutes because right now Apple is starting to go to the downside, and that one is a banger right there on a reloaded position for us on Apple. So we stay the course here. We grab that Apple. Thank you, Randy, for all that, and thanks for the cup of Joe for sure. That's Randy, ladies and gentlemen. We saw him on Friday. Man, what a great job. I mean, just showing the diversity right there, making me look foolish on Friday. People think this is a hard job, and this guy just sits down there and basically takes my job away from me. So thanks, Randy, for that one. But we love Randy on the show. That is for damn sure. And we also love to spin some of this too, Obi. There it is. It is Apple, and down she goes. Probably like Jake Paul. I think Mike Tyson just hits that guy with one and bang. It's like the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys came out in that first quarter. They were like, yeah, baby, we're at home. We have the best record. We're the best. And then it was, 28-0 at halftime? Will that happen to Jake Paul, yes or no?
See, I don't really watch Jake Paul or boxing, but I did kind of hear about that, and I was like, yeah, okay.
Are you gonna be watching that?
The dude's probably gonna get clocked. But,
free on Netflix.
Really? I don't know. Maybe I'll throw
July
it on. We'll
24th.
Okay.
Maybe it's asking me in my ear when.
I think the event's definitely a lot of hype. That's kind of understandable, and a lot of people want to see that.
I like
Tyson
Jake
back
Paul.
in the ring.
I like Jake Paul. I mean, what he's done for boxing is, he's getting all these guys.
I honestly don't know.
You ever watch UFC?
No.
Okay,
not really.
he's paid these guys, he just knocks people out for fun. But the idea is that these guys are getting paid. And he's also started this huge female push for boxing as well. It's getting all these female boxers paid as well.
Okay.
So it's been a, whether or not, if you're you never want to see a Disney kid like Jake Paul beat up some of these heroes. But they're the ones signing the paperwork, and it's made a difference to some of these guys. So that's nice.
He's changing the industry, is what you're saying.
Yeah, what's his name? The guy from UFC. The guy was smoking. He just fought him. Diaz.
Okay.
He got his highest. So he was in UFC for
Nate Diaz.
Yeah,
I've heard
25 years or something like that. And he got his highest pay by far for fighting 5 minutes in the ring with Jake Paul.
Wow.
And he did really well too. Anyways, the idea is he's fighting kind of people out of their prime. I mean, Mike Tyson's 57 years old.
Come on.
But it's entertaining. At the end of the day, it's entertaining.
Exactly. At the end of the day, it's just entertainment.
People watch UFC
hype.
fighters literally just, beat the living crap out of each other until some guy can't even walk anymore. And then they're throwing money at that. But,
I have watched UFC clips without really knowing who the fighters are. I think I've had, in the past, I've had interest in Muay Thai and maybe some Muay Baran as well. But I
like UFC. I think UFC is great.
Yeah, no, I think I like mixed martial arts.
Dana White's
I'm more of I guess a doer, not really a watcher. But I like practicing Muay Thai every now and then. I'll do some shadow boxing here and there, just as a nice little warm up to keep the skills in check.
Attaboy, the skills, eh?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
No, I actually did Muay Thai for quite a while, and even when I was in school in the Caribbean, I had a buddy who actually brought his pads and gloves on the first semester, and I was like, holy, this guy is super serious. I got to bring my stuff next semester. And pretty much for a couple of years, we would hit the pads every day after classes and stuff. So some good practice. Got to keep that up. Got to keep the skills there. But nowhere near how clean I was in the past practicing every day, right? But I like Muay Thai.
In that factor a little bit,
Maybe a little bit. Yeah, you gotta roll with the punches. You gotta dodge. You gotta have a good base and positioning. Positioning kind of matters.
That's
right?
a very good point.
Combinations of different things. Yeah.
I was thinking more about the reps.
Oh yeah, of course.
You know, putting in those reps as well. 100%. But you're right, like getting into the right situations at the right time and not finding yourself choked out by said Nate Diaz, which I would be down on the mat in 2 seconds. Okay, so you know, what's been down on the mat today? Let's just stay with, you know, maybe Nate Diaz definitely probably could be a day trader with the amount of risk that he takes as well. But here we go, a nice little move down for Apple. We just took some out. It's not been super aggressive at all. Apple, I feel like it's just kind of doing its own thing. So, you know, we'll kind of stay away from it. You know, Intel came all the way back down, and we got the rest out pretty much down here at 41.11s and change. So that's going to be, it looks like for us, a decent trade here into that move. But we're now going to back away from it. It does still show me short it, but we do have infinitely small amount of shares because you're starting to break up. You're getting into that 41.50. Let's just leave it alone, I think, for now on Intel. If it gives it to us, then fine. But it's going to have to get up here. And try to close this gap a little bit more because the market is a little bit more aggressive, obviously, here than I had thought about today. So a nice little move upside. I would rather short some of these plays, but let's find a strong name right now because, Obi, I mean, the market's strong.
Oh, yeah.
Are there any longs that you may potentially be looking at right now?
I'm looking at...
We wrote down Disney. Actually, we can look at Disney. Go ahead. I'll look at Disney.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at Reddit. That 45 was quite nice on day one and day two. We happen to hold that as well today. Let me just pull that chart up here for you guys. Or DDT. And yeah, Reddit day 3 of IPO. You can see that. You can see how that 45 held that area held quite nice on the first day. I think there was like what, like 4,000 or 5,000 lots in and around there, if I remember correctly. Can't even print the 45. 45.05 is the low, and the next day make a little bit of a higher low. We do kind of violate that low in the pre-market a little bit. Take a look at that crazy RVOL, but again, I think because of this calculation, it's only taking this day. You can see that RVOL is not really here, so maybe that's incorrect. I have no idea. But in terms of support resistance, Reddit is blasting to the upside. 50, that 45 hold, oh boy, and that 50, 51 coming in right now. And let's see where we can go from this for this one. I do have it on watch. A little late to get that 45 as it comes in the pre-market and holds quite well and going into the open, breaking through both day 1 and day 2, kind of day 2 all-day consolidation, and day 1 mid to end of day consolidation highs in and around that 51, is it? Yeah, just that 51 on Reddit. So got that expanding volume coming in as well. Let's go down to a shorter time frame, see what this volume was up to. Yeah, look at that strong volume as you get that break through the 50. Definitely going to be watching this one. We got 100 lots at 52 as of right now. So Reddit potentially looking quite strong there. And yeah, SMCI, NVIDIA, AMD, Intel as well, all of them very, very strong if you guys pull up those charts. Spider slowly climbing as well, 520 coming in. What are the lows from Friday? 521. All right, we got those on watch. NVIDIA making fresh highs as well. Oh boy, you know another one that's making highs?
You tell me.
Amazon.
Oh boy.
Damn, hello.
All right, that makes a lot of sense.
Let me just pull that one up. Take a look at this beast right here.
Don't stop.
Okay, I wonder if it has anything to do with FedEx. FedEx had earnings last week. Absolutely not. FedEx kind of selling off. Maybe that's why. I have no idea, but Amazon
but you're not just a pretty
very, very strong off the open. Thanks, Sean. All right, so the high is 181.40. 181.40 is was it last week's high?
That's a great call.
Yeah, no, I think we talked about this last week with FedEx earnings coming up. Maybe we should be watching Amazon a little bit as well. And yeah, Amazon raging to the upside there. That 177, quite an interesting level as well, in and around that 177. And we've held that just the day before and today, making a higher low above that 177-ish area on Amazon, and we're pushing for some of these highs. Let's take a quick look at the weekly here. I do want to take a look at a higher time frame, and you can see how strong this ticker is. Now, I was talking to a couple people about this, about how we can potentially deal with this, what are some potential trades around this name. But Amazon looks pretty similar to what Meta did a few months ago, right? Look at that strong V-shaped recovery on the weekly where we break some of these highs that happened in August 21, right? October 21. So take a look at Amazon right here. little bit of an interesting pattern, if you want to call it, a bit of a double top as well, kind of strengthening that level here in and around that 188.65 being the high. So we are pushing slowly but steadily back towards those highs. Let's see how far we get. But as of right now, very, very strong with the rest of the market is Amazon. Oh boy, maybe a reversion trade on board, but this market's got to cool off. Look at that, pushing through that 18.5. Here's 41.5s on Intel. So, all right, so this is the level we were waiting for. This is the price we were waiting for. And let's see, we got a little bit of a stack there. You can see that stacked offer. Nothing too crazy, but we got 77s, 46s, just in and around that 41.5. So you had a stacked offer there. Not really big stacks, but just a little bit of a stack. Maybe didn't really happen at some other places, or maybe I wasn't observing, but I was wanting to look at 41.5, and there's a bit of a stack as of right now. So let's see if the market kind of pulls back. We get a little bit of tailwind on the pullback, but with Intel and some of these other chip names kind of raging to the upside, it was definitely chips with the dip off the open.
Yeah, we talked about that guac. Nice trade there, for
had
sure.
That guac.
Yeah, we've got some guac in our system right now as well, because we're starting to get juiced up guacamole style. That doesn't make any sense. With our trade here with Disney. So Disney's starting to go. We're only long here at 37s. We've basically just gotten out right around here, but here goes Disney. Nice move to the upside. So here we go. Disney's starting to climb up. We talked about wanting to find something that had some potential strength in the name, and we found Disney today. So pretty happy with that move. Let's just see how high it can fly from here. DIS trying to get going now again, back up to that upside. So we'll take some out. We're long at 37. Good trade right there. Apple still hovering around. Rivian came out immediately. Like, we bought some 85, 86s there and got out when it broke 80. So we'll take a 5 or 6 cent hit there on Rivian and just be wrong, obviously, on that play. We're still not doing anything with Intel. We don't have a big trade on for this. I was kind of just holding it to see if it could do something. Tesla, we did have that talk when Randy was up in here about Tesla for a minute. Since then, straight to the downside. We wrote down 173. It looks like 175 might have been the thing. I'm always looking for a top on NVIDIA. Because there's so much room if this ever fails. But again, there's so much room when it wins as well. I mean, this name was 950 break was huge. If you took that 950 break, it didn't even come close to going against you from what I can see. Straight up. Now, I don't know how much of that hit you would have had to take there, because it's straight up. Like, I don't know. You didn't want to short in front of that. But that candle right there on that 950 break is for 350 worth of a candle there. So nice push down, nice push up on NVIDIA on that move. So just be careful with that. I think there could be something there. Disney's still 22 cents. I am looking to maybe fade this, but look where the market is. We're still so up here on the NASDAQ. So, you know, potentially a little bit of a change here of pace. Look to short an AMD rather than NVIDIA if you think the turnaround is real. Here we go, man. 170 coming back in ASAP here, man. 170. Intel's climbing. We're almost getting to that 42 level. We're going to be shorting in and around 42 bucks on Intel no matter what happens, because I just don't think we go positive on Intel today. So here we go, man. AMD really super smoking right now.
Yeah, so I did get a little short there with that 41.5-ish area, but yeah, I think that if it can get up to that 42, I think it's definitely worth a look up there. Nike continuing that push to the downside here. We said that what was that low again? 91.73 from Friday as of right now, and continuation off of that initial strong 15-minute wick. We did continue very well, rejecting VWAP as well. Let's take a quick look at the 5-minute chart here. So you can see that we attempted to push that 95. VWAP comes in, and we break that pre-market low as well through that 94. So definitely some strong selling off of some of those Friday highs on Nike. And I'm patiently waiting for this Amazon as well, looking interesting here. Boom, 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 boom. very nice, strong trend. I'm sure if you could throw up a moving average on this one, it is quite tight to that price. Very aggressive bidding there. As of right now, let's take a quick look at what else is aggressively bidding here. We've got NVIDIA, of course. Not really Softy or Google and Softy not really showing or reflecting that kind of action there. I know I'm forgetting a couple of larger constituents as well, but I think some of these names that I'm watching right now, I think are just enough to keep my concentration on. Let me know what you guys are watching in the chat there. I know people are watching AMD, of course. Let us know. Okay, so Phony Baloney saying, Obi, please talk coin. All right, we can talk some coin right now.
Yeah, get over
Let me pull up some coin. We
shorted Intel again.
Oh, wow, damn. Look at that, Sean. Holy.
Crypto's at 69.
Damn.
Dude.
All right.
Oh
so
my God. We don't even get any. I had no idea.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I'm not really watching crypto today with AMD and Intel. And then, Bitcoin. Let's pull that up. I need more screens. No, I'm joking. Is it true? The more screens, the more profits? I've heard these.
Yes.
I've heard these rumors, but
yes. And on that note, I have all these screens to sell you immediately. They may be a little high price, but if you buy one from me, your profits will most likely increase. Yes.
Okay, so there's a positive correlation to
There's
screens
very much
versus
so,
P&L?
but you have to buy it from me.
Huh,
You have to buy the
okay.
screens from me.
All right.
Yes, and if you believe that, then that's all right. So we had a nice move up there for Disney. It got right back to 73. So a little bit of a takeout there. We're at 37, so that was 40 cents. And Disney right now isn't doing much. So you got to take advantage when it pops up. So watch out for that pop again there on Disney. We got a pop up on Intel. So we shorted it against 60 again. We saw the movement in the market. And I was just thinking look, if I'm just going to sit there and say we're going to look for an NVIDIA possible top, then let's just short Intel and see if that works. Because if the space pulls back, I would rather stop guessing about maybe Intel will be weak or NVIDIA will be weak on a pullback, which obviously it's leading everything. I still think NVIDIA, and again, we had talked about this with numerous guests on the show, and that is that NVIDIA has a magnet to it, and that's 1,000. So until you get up to 1,000, I don't know if it's worth shorting this name at all. Let's just stick with the names that we're more comfortable with, including Disney, Intel, and everything else. So there it goes. We'll take it out there at 56 on Disney. NVIDIA is still doing its thing. Intel hopefully will crack in, and we'll be able to take profit on that. Looks like our Boeing trade, Obi's held up okay off 190, but we're not in it. We were long at 192 and got out when it first broke. So that's a potential level there. I just want to look at the sticky note to make sure we're not missing anything. Tesla, Apple, Google was really super strong, so we sort of indicated that earlier. Was weak, but then it had this candle all the way back up to VWAP. We're still waiting for a 149 or so take on that. Apple's still only 20 cents in the pocket, not really doing a whole heck of a lot. We got to wait for that. And then someone just said to me, Lucid reload time. I mean, we've really done well to get out of there. I did not put another reload down here. If anything, maybe Coinbase needs to be looked at, man. That's a pretty nice move in crypto. Coinbase up 9% today and still going. Absolutely unbelievable move back to the upside for Coinbase. Maybe Adara, I don't know if there's news specifically about Coinbase. I don't think there is. So I would say this is just a monster crypto story as crypto now taking out 69. Crypto is real and it's fabulous, guys. Let's go back over to the desk.
I haven't seen anything specifically on Coinbase, but I will take a look when I get back to the desk. Right now, though, the IWM kind of consolidating within a range here after a nice pop-up. Up just under 1% on the day, so a nice look here for the Russell 2000. Some individual movers here to talk about as well, including Valco Energy. EGY is the ticker for this one. This one trading higher after announcing the finalization of some of its agreements in Equatorial Guinea, but also it looks like it's been running for the last couple days here, so nice look here for EGY. We also have a move up here in XTLB. This is XTL Biopharmaceuticals. This is another one that's been on watch for the last couple of days. On Wednesday, they announced that they acquired this company, Social Proxy, so good move as well here for XTLB on no particular news for today. And last but not least here, Ocugen. This one up about 20%. OCGN, right in the late afternoon on Friday, announcing that the Third Circuit Court of Appeals in Pennsylvania basically decided to dismiss some of the lawsuits against this company. So move up here, continuation play for OCGN, guys.
Right. Thank you, Adara. OCGN. Yeah. That's I think that's a biotech, right? OCGN?
Yeah. Oxygen therapy or something. So I don't know. I just said to Obi, like, what the heck just happened with Intel there?
I got stopped out.
Yeah, so did I.
What happened?
No, so did I, because what I meant was we were getting out at the mid 40s there, Obi, and then it ripped up. So we took a piece out, then we just got a piece back in, then we just got some more out at 57 again, but we're going to stop now because this name just continues to be really aggressive to the upside. One more penny higher, and we're going to get out of Intel. Again, remember, every time I have Intel, there it goes. Every time I have this name marked down as a #1 idea, it appears to not be the best idea in the book. So we'll wait for Intel again now and leave it alone for now. That coin trade is absolutely monstrous.
Wild, right?
This Disney trade is an absolute banger as well. We've been cooking up that one all day. So that's been a good trade as well. Let's look over at Meta to see what's going on. I'm going to check back on Apple as well because that's okay. Apple's not really doing anything. Again, all these names, and I'm really glad that on the sticky note, at least we talked about like being a little cautious on some of these names early. Like it would have been a good trade, but look what we did. Like as if we just bounced on 5 bills flat right there. Like so stupid. Like look at that trade there for Meta. 500. It went down to $500, then went up $7 straight from that level right now. I mean, is that worth a short then? Now that we're up here? I don't want to be, what time is it? It's only 10:30. We don't need to be counter trend yet. The market's up. We should probably be waiting for pullbacks on longs right now. So you mentioned Amazon was super strong. You're short it? Okay, so I'll change my tune on that one maybe.
Again, I don't know what I'm doing.
What are you thinking there?
Yeah, no, I think okay, so we've had some decent strength off the open. VWAP held. I'm looking for a potential reversion there. Let's see if we can come back into that 18.5 as well on the NQ. But again, I am also watching ARM and AI and SoundHound, Reddit kind of pulling back as well as of right now, but strong off the open. So got all of these on watch. NVIDIA taking a bit of a pullback after post-consolidation as well. So maybe that Intel short potentially coming in. Is that why you were saying, why did Intel just do that? Because of what NVIDIA has been doing? Yeah. So I think maybe I was thinking about putting my stop a little bit higher, but I'll be patient. Let's see whether or not we actually do take a little bit of a breather from this action. AMD pulling back as well off that 180. Let's see, SMCI not as much. Intel still holding and pushing right now. So again, a little bit more interest in that Intel AMD with that catalyst. But again, the chip leader is NVIDIA, and I think a lot of eyes on SMCI as well. Both tickers which are quite strong there. And that 51 has a little bit of a bid on Reddit. Let's see, 200 lots on the New York book there on Reddit. There was 203 lots I see at 51 as of right now, but Reddit quite strong and continuing to push up. I think what was it over here? So I was watching this, Sean, pushing into that 41.5. I did get short, and after I got short, I did observe as we were pushing this. There was a couple. It was 100 and some change of lots, kind of on the bid at an odd price. I think it was like in the 40s, and I was like, all right. I think it was 48. I was like, if that guy fills, if that guy gets taken out, I'm looking to add a little bit more onto this, but price never printed him, never got to him, and he kind of just like, the price just ran away from that bid on Intel. So I am kind of watching that, considering that. I'm glad I kind of stopped out where I did. Could I have been a little bit wider with the stop? Sure, that's perfectly fine, but we can always get back in. I do have to work on hitting out of a stock right away. That's not really working, and give it a defined level of like, okay, well, I want to be, or I am wrong past this point. Whether that's right or wrong, again, it's a work in progress. I'm still learning. I'm still trying to pick up different things. And trading is a journey, Sean.
Yeah, that's for sure. The only news that Adara has for us is that ARK is such a fail, honestly. Sold 55 million worth of coin on Friday. Good move right there. I only say that because we talked about some of that wealth destruction that ARK has given over the years. The way Brian Shannon had a note there, in the billions of dollars all these ETFs have lost since inception. But it doesn't mean that they didn't make, again, well known for the Tesla bull call of early days and crypto as well. So, there are some benefits right there, but there's Coinbase up 10% and continuously going. Oh, man. Obi. Well, I mean, I don't know what we want to do right now. So that's why I'm sort of like thinking about trades. I mean, that 180 was so good for AMD. And
Yeah, I'm watching. I think here's
but
the
it
thing.
doesn't do anything because
It can still consolidate. It can still show you that like sellers are in. Do you think like if we wait a little bit longer, maybe we won't get the top,
Right.
but we can get
Definitely.
a more confirmed action with a slightly lower price for that pullback? What do you?
yeah, I think you're right. I mean, at this point, we have to be.
we've been
Whatever
strong
that
right
choice
off
we
the
have.
open, right? So I'm like, for me, I'm just like,
yeah.
all right, like I've been stopped out a couple times here already on Intel, and AMD does look like a great short off that 180. I think I wasn't really
just
watching it, but
flopped
if
down.
sellers can kind of really show themselves that they're back in control, I do want to get involved with that one strong wick on the NQ as well.
I mean,
got
I know a name that I thought was going to work
wow,
too.
nice.
Yeah, Disney just dropped. Yeah,
Holy.
it's nice so far, but Disney just dropped in here, waiting to see about this 118 level. I don't want to lose it. Again, upgraded today. You know, nice move. Again, trading now counter trend because market's still hanging out, and we just dipped in for this one. So we have our stop on Disney. This trade's completely fine. I'm just more frustrated like that it just dropped there. We got out. We talked about it having a problem there. Well, we didn't get out. We were back in now, but we talked about having a problem up there, so we did hold. We hold a decent amount of it. Let's just see if it can work back. We're long at 26 now, so that should tell you all you need to know. We just got a 15 fill, so let's see if it gets back up. Looks like it wants to dip back one more time. Maybe the trade is just to load up Apple again. Back short as you're hovering around VWAP, but that necessarily hasn't been great. We could check out some of the bank stocks today. If there's any names out there, what's up to everybody in the chat? I feel like this, I mean, NVIDIA, okay, at least this is dropping in a little bit here, so there could be something about this, at least. So there goes Disney. Disney just tanked, so tanked. Just took down 118, so we'll slap a fill on the last reload there of Disney. Not much to do there other than wait for it. So now Disney, unfortunately, goes back down in. And the shorts that we have is not much, man. We just got Apple right now, and it's not doing anything. So I don't know. The market just got back up. That was a very nice wick high with nice volume there as well. So potentially making a top there. What you're waiting for now is a pullback into VWAP to possibly look for some of those good long opportunities. So that's probably the best trade now. And the best long opportunities today has been crypto, which you're going to go to in a minute with Adara. We could look for that pullback, or a pullback into 950 or so on NVIDIA would be a play as well. So that's VWAP down here at 950. So we'll look at that. But all right, let's go to Adara and try to find out what's up with crypto.
Yeah, first here we just got a number. Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index coming in at negative 14.4, so lower than the consensus of negative 8. Also worth noting here, Fed Cook set to start speaking right now at 10:30. So keep an eye on comments from Fed Cook. I will let you guys know if I hear anything. In terms of crypto, we did actually have an interesting note here coming over the weekend from Goldman Sachs, basically saying that their hedge fund clients are getting more interested and more active in their crypto options for both Bitcoin and Ethereum trading. So interesting note there. In addition to retail trading interest, hedge funds and institutional investors getting involved here as well. Bitcoin right now still hanging out above that 69,000 area right now, just barely holding on to 69,000. So we haven't reclaimed 70,000 quite yet, but definitely continuing on an upward trajectory. So nice look there for BTC recovering over the weekend. Bitcoin here up about 5% right now, falling just below the 69,000 level. Ethereum doing quite nicely as well, well above that 3,500 level. And a lot of these other cryptocurrencies pretty strong here too. BNB up 4.5%, Solana up almost 9%, and Cardano up about 2%. So good look here across the board. And we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV, capital letters. Use the link in the description to go to checkout.
It's higher here. I'm going to try to short Coinbase 280 against that 52-week high of 281. So we've already made a 52-week high today of 276.38 for Coinbase. It was already brand new 52-week high. I'm going to dare it to break that again. Dare it. Okay, we're going to try that right there. It looks like Lucid does make its move down, so that was a good one to get out of at least. Or at least we're right about that. They're not averaging in, and you know it's seen better days. Fisker, is Fisker even open yet? No. So Fisker's still halted. We'll wait to see on an open there. Maybe it does not open up. So you know, be ready for that. You can always be ready for the worst, and that might be what's happening for Fisker right now. And we'll wait to see what's going down with that. What else, guys? Honestly, Carvana. That was one that's $91 or something like that today. Wow! Like, talk about a break higher. You and I mentioned this with Michael Noss. We talked about Carvana,
Yep.
short float, taking it out, up 4% today. There goes CVNA. A really good trade if you got it early. GameStop was actually a mover early that we didn't look at, up to $14. Nice move again. Not necessarily a big, huge short float, but they report. So GameStop comes with a report later on this week. Let me just double check that. I believe that to be true. Post-market the 26th. Yeah, so tomorrow night we'll get a GameStop report coming through. So that, could be interesting. 22% short float as that's gotten increased as well there on GameStop. Check back in on SoFi. I want to look at DraftKings. DraftKings had a nice move recently due to, again, NCAA. I always think when those are the stories, it's the other way around. You want to go fade on those pops. But again, I really like the gambling space. SoFi 740, not really doing too much. We'll pass on that. Quick spot up on DraftKings. 47. I just need the chart to load here to see what we're looking at on DraftKings. So we talked about it on Friday. Whatever. To have been long at the beginning of last week when NCAA started was fantastic. And then, of course, a little bit of a pushback today. So no surprise that we're starting to possibly head to the downside here at DraftKings as some of those gambling, the love for that gets back through. All right, here we go. Can't talk too much when we have Coinbase on. We do now have Coinbase back on at 80. So we're now short Coinbase at 280 flat. We just bottomed out there. Let's put a bid at 278. Here it comes back in. You know what? We have enough shares just to take $1 if we can get it. We'll bid 279. There it is right there. How hard was that? That's $1 right there on Coinbase. We talked about that short at 280. We said we were going to do it, so we'll take $1 right there against that high of 281. So we're out $1. We only took out a third. Let's see if Coinbase falls down. I do not want to be that person betting against crypto. So we have our outs, man. If that goes anywhere through, then we're out. But we cannot not take $1 right there. As now we're printing even more than that. So now we're printing the bid, lower bid here. So nice trade so far on Coinbase to said downside. There it is. So finally, we got $1 on that one. Now, where do we go from here? We'll find out. What about a takedown here at 275? Let's see if we can put a bid. Coinbase 275 and change. See if we get that fill. See if we can make 4 and change. Here it is. That's $2 right now. It's a 1 and it's a $2 winner there for Coinbase as we pull it off of 280 there, Obi.
Yeah, I'm watching some of these names pull back, and I pulled up our friend Tesla there. I saw somebody in the chat kind of mentioning that, and recovering pretty much it's all of its action on the day. Strong open for that Tesla. We were talking about kind of not really having eyes on this name as it is, or as it was kind of in between a little bit of a level. But yeah, to look at that, we talked about that Friday kind of high and that low, and that bit of a shelf that on that high 171s, and look at that blast off through that 171. Oh boy, right into 175s. I like that level, and pushing right back down into that 170. So a little back through opening price potentially coming in. Where is that opening price, you may ask? It's at 168.79. So all right, so below VWAP right now. Let's see if pops into VWAP, stay a little heavy. Let's see if some of these look at this consolidation high had a strong reaction. Let's see if we get any reaction with that consolidation low, which happens to also confluence with that day low and opening price as of right now on Tesla in and around that 168 and some change. 168.70s ish is what I'm seeing right now. So couple tries there. Third time's a charm, I guess, on Intel. Is this my third time? Or yeah, it is my third time.
Finally falling?
And it's finally falling. Yeah, with that Nvidia kind of coming in. And something else I did notice there, Sean, was take a look at ARM. I did have ARM on watch. ARM kind of giving back a decent chunk, but look at that low right there, that 138. We are making a relatively higher low off of that 138. I was not watching the tape. I am not watching the tape on ARM, but this is looking like some interesting price action here. Look, it's doing some RVOL as well. Bit of a hold above some previous prices as well. Look at this. When was the last time we were printing these prices? It was on the 8th of March. So let's see whether or not we hold this 138. That initial morning move off of VWAP seems like it held quite well. Was not involved. Lots of trades on the board, it would seem. And here comes in Amazon. Where can I get a little bit bigger on this one? That's what I'm thinking right now. I have no idea. But I think this 180, what we do with this 180, let's try to see 180 half as well. Take a look at that NQ, still pushing, and we push right back off of that 18 half. So let's see where we go from there. Intel still kind of just chopping around this price area here. So I don't know if it's working just yet, but we did get a little bit of a pullback. I might be a little premature on that one. On Intel, as it is kind of still holding a bit of trend. Let me pull it up and show you guys right here. I do have it on some other charts. With some charting on it, but I'll show you guys on this chart over here. So right here, it's still within trend, right? Still within trend off the open. We had this little bit of a chop area here. What was this? 41 and some change to 4070s, and we've broken above that. Still didn't really get past these pre-market highs, but VWAP held from the highs. VWAP held from. Price held from above VWAP. So price held on top of VWAP, and we are trending to the upside right now on Intel. So I think, I don't know if the third time is a charm indeed, but we will find out. It is well within trend as of right now, so we could very well be wrong on this name, but let's see what the NQ and the ES are doing here. I know SPY kind of took a little bit of a pullback off that 521, couldn't really test. We did make a relatively lower, oh, hello, that's interesting. Okay, so let me pull up the SPY. Let's take a look at this together here. All right, so a little bit of a higher time frame. Let's pull up a 30.
Come on,
yeah, look at that.
Coinbase,
So
honestly.
over the past few days, we've just been making relatively higher, lower lows and lower highs here on the SPY off of this 524 high there. Interesting. So a little bit of a maybe potentially trend. It's only been there for 2 days. Let's see what we have. What we have in terms of action if and when we kind of get back towards these highs here. So let me just throw this in here. Just a quick line just to define a little bit of a trend. So how high can we go? 521.5 roughly. Let's see what we do in and around there. Let's see if the spider kind of follows that trend. If not, who knows? But yeah, I'm going to test that out right now. Amazon looking like it wants that VWAP. As of right now, that retest of that 180.35 might have been a nice place to get in. I was looking for that 180 half, but I'm going to let it consolidate a little bit there and maybe look for potential areas to push a little bit more into this trade here. I don't have enough, but something I guess I'm going to put some more focus on. I'll let you guys know right after we get back from Madeira.
I put more Intel.
A little bit of a mixed look here for the S&P 500 here on the sector watch. Lots of strength in energy minerals. A lot of oil prices going higher, and so we have a lot of these energy names pretty strong. Lots of weakness here in commercial services, though, pretty weak. Transportation weak across the board with the exception of Uber. And consumer services, interestingly, pretty mixed to weak, but Disney standing out here after that upgrade from Barclays and some positive sentiment ahead of its shareholder vote on April 3rd with the ongoing Nelson Peltz Trian debacle. So it'll be really interesting to see how that resolves. Nice move up for DIS. Finance pretty mixed, health technology pretty mixed as well here, producer manufacturing pretty mixed to flat, but of course we do have to talk about these tech sectors. NVIDIA, SMCI, both pretty strong here in electronic technology. SMCI getting an upgrade from, or a price initiation from JP Morgan, so nice look there as well. But of course it's worth noting some of the weakness in Meta, Google, and Apple after the European Commission decides to look into antitrust investigations for those companies. So definitely some big tech on watch to the downside here, guys.
Okay, Coinbase, just a really quick talk here about Coinbase because it's starting to get me upset. Yeah, so here we go. So Coinbase is trying to make this move, and it keeps on bouncing out 278. So I'm, have this trade on, and it's been a good trade. So I'm not upset with it. It's just, it keeps on bouncing at 278, and I don't want to give it up because crypto rate here at 69 is interesting to me because it's such a close to such a psychological level of 70 that maybe we get that. Okay, here we go. So all I need to do is talk about it. Okay, nice move down here in Coinbase. I'm bidding 276.50. You can see we've changed now our area of concern with where Coinbase is. we thought that we could get a little bit of a dump into 275, but for right now, we're just going to hold forward here and see if this is the trade for us down at, 277. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, let's just put something on the bid. Hopefully we get run over there. We're now bidding in the 22 area, so we're right there on NASDAQ. Hopefully we'll get that fill, and then there it is. So did we just get it? Yes, we did. So there, let's face slap it up, Obi. That's $3. We'll take 270 right there and just hope that it can get a little bit better for us. AMD, so now, okay, so we're short AMD, but I'm not going to be short past like this 180.30. That's already that wick high. I just want to be short this to see. Okay, so here we go. Let's take a little bit of profit. We're short exactly at 50. It just went into the 20s. Let's bid here at 32. Oh, no. And then, like I said, what I'm trying to do here is take a little bit of profit on this kind of a scalp. We are short with you on Intel. Again, Intel numerous times the charm. Let's see if it can stay there. There's a bid there. There we go. So we'll face slap it out as we take some profit now. We're starting to really get going here, man. This is going to be a good hopefully afternoon and day for us. As Coinbase, we've already taken $1, then $3 on that. So that's going to be a good win for us. And then now we'll just have to wait to see if AMD can give it to us. So again, 180.30 is the stopping spot. We're just trying to get in and out of a little bit here as the NASDAQ tries to figure out what it wants to do. And then NVIDIA, I would still like a shot to see at 950. So that's a VWAP trade there. But if NVIDIA gets down to 950, then, man, this AMD trade should be cooking at that point. So hopefully we can get back into there and we'll have a decision to make when they all come back into VWAP. But for me, if we can get a 78 fill, or even here, man, 179 flat would be good. 178.60 would be great. So try not to count the chickens before they hatch here. But if AMD gets a pull down, I really like it to give it up. So Apple's not giving it up. Oh, and on that note, we took another piece out on Apple when it just dipped down in there. Now we have 10% left. So Apple went down into 170 again. Look at it starting to moon now a bit. So we're going to have to get out of Apple if it goes too much higher than this because we only have a little piece left and we're not holding this past 170.50. So let's just hold out for Apple. If it can come back into 40s, 35s, then we'll take that short. But for right now, brand new position, and it's starting to cook a little bit here with AMD and Intel. So those are the two new ones. And then Coinbase, good out for us there at 277 and change. So far, so good as we get ready to talk about what's for lunch when you're done there, Obi.
Yeah, I'm watching this Intel here, kind of bidding right back up. So yeah, it is holding trend as of right now. I do kind of want to respect that a little bit here. Reddit pulling back as well, just a tad bit back towards its VWAP. Where is VWAP? I have it at 49.38 on the 15-minute chart there on Reddit. So let's see what we do in and around that $50 area. I did miss out on that 45 bid. It would seem that that's a nice place to potentially get involved, or it has been over the past few days, and should have been watching it in the pre-market. But yeah, it's market taking a little bit of a slowdown here. You can see pretty long extended bars, and then rips right back up to the upside, and then we start printing a little bit more muted bars in and around on top of this 18.5. So let's see where we go from there. A little bit of a pullback there on the ES as well. So I'm watching a few tickers. Let me know what you guys are watching. NVIDIA taking a little bit of a curl, making that I think in my opinion it's technically broken that morning trend right now. Let's see if we can catch a bit of a bid in and around VWAP. And if this market kind of pushes right back through that 18.5, I think we'll have the right kind of tailwind to see that potentially come into fruition there. But I'm patiently waiting. I'll try to take what the market will give me. And going back to what I was saying earlier, I'm going to be trying to work a little. I know I was working on this a little bit with a lot more focus earlier, but I'm going to go back to kind of being focused on consistency, putting the right reps in, and really kind of cleaning up my playbook, because I thought I was being specific, but nowhere specific enough, it would seem. And I do have to kind of revamp that system a little bit here, but. Amazon could have definitely taken that breakdown a little bit earlier on that ad. I think I did add it quite a little aggressively, but that's fine. We'll see how that kind of works out. I'm patiently waiting for some of these other names to kind of come in. Intel still holding, ARM still holding that 138 level. Let's see what we do with that. Do we push lows, and do we get back through the opening price there on ARM? What do we do with that? But that strong open quite nice. And here comes in NVIDIA to the downside. Hello, am I going to get that
Hello
on Amazon? I have
that.
no idea, but if the market can pull back into that 18.5, maybe we'll have something on our hands here.
All right, man, we got a 50-cent winner right now. Let's ring the cash register a little bit. Let's not get too excited, though. We don't know where we're going to get out here on AMD. We just take a 20 fill. We are waiting for that flat bid right now at 179. So, yeah, good little call there out for that. And, wow, I mean, we'll try again at 281, but I'm not trying just against that high of 282. But right now, I mean, Coinbase just came all the way back up. So we're playing with house money, but it doesn't feel that way when it's doing these kind of moves. There it is right there. There's 50 cents, man. So let's go. Let's fire them off one more time again here today as there goes AMD. So another win for us there today. Apple, big trade for us, obviously off the jump. Apple just right now. Boeing was a slip up, but we got in and out. We followed our rules. Coinbase, I mean, we're slapping that one today. That's a good one, man. We'll slap out Coinbase. Disney, we took it, then we did it. That'll be a flatter stock. Intel will actually be down on because of our last little trade there, but we're not. Intel's been fine. We'll wait for it. Lucid right now, good trade. We're up on that one, and then Rivian, we got out of the way real quick on Rivian. Wow. I mean, Sean, just stop believing in EV names other than Tesla, honestly. I mean, there's no freaking point as all these names continue to get destroyed all over the place right now. And I mean, Rivian is just, unfortunately for all of us, another one of those examples there if anybody's invested in it. I bought some of this at 11 1/4. Might just get out. And then the one that we're going to have to hope for a pink sheet resolution maybe is Fisker. We saw, was it Workhorse or Ride went down there to no avail, but everyone's waiting for one thing, and that's for lunch. All right. So Fisker might be waiting for a nice meatball sandwich somewhere below a 0, but we'll see if they get down to the pink sheets. You eat beef or no?
Yeah.
You eat beef. So today might be good for you because it is not a chicken dinner winner.
Okay.
It's not an Apple, it's not a Coinbase, it's not an AMD. These aren't chicken dinner winners today. But what we have to look at today, Obi, is, yeah, man, it's beef. We've got beef, so what's beef? Me and you don't have any beef. It's always good not to have beef. Today, let's just look at...
No, I asked, is it a beef thing?
Is it a beef thing?
Have you heard that?
No.
You've never heard that?
No.
Okay, never mind.
Damn,
might be a
Daniel.
little, okay, all right. It's Toronto slang, I guess. It's a little bit of Toronto slang.
Is it?
Yeah.
They keep saying, okay, boomer, but I'm Gen X. We've already talked about that. I mean, boomer is super, super old. Maybe that would be like Neil and Sharif style, but I'm Gen X. Okay, so no, what's that from? What's a beef ting?
No, it's just like no. It's just like there's no beef. Like it's like, just a slang way of saying exactly. Oh, is that some beef? Is there beef going on?
No beef for me here yet today, unless you're having it with chili.
All right,
with
I like beef chili,
garlic bread. So a little bit of chili there. So it's a beef ting today with some chili. As we're going back to the downside right now, we just shorted some more AMD. So we will find out what is up with that right now. Come on, AMD. We just shorted 170. Let's go to the desk.
Got stopped out on Int.
Bit of a move down here on the daily candle for the DXY, and this follows a really strong last couple of weeks here for the DXY, actually having 6 out of the last 7 days to the upside other than this candle today. So this would be 6 of 8 days positive if we do close red today. We did get some economic data earlier today as well. USA new home sales for February coming slightly lower than expected, and the Chicago Fed national activity for February slightly higher than expected here. So or slightly higher than the previous year. So interesting mixed picture there economically. We also had some comments coming in from Fed's Cook, which are also of a bit of a mixed nature here, saying that we want to make sure basically that we're not over we're not being too hawkish, but also, if we're too dovish, there could be some issues as well. So interesting mixed sentiment, basically saying there are risks to easing the policy too much too soon, but also risks to easing it too late. So not saying too much here, but we will keep an eye out if there's any other Fed comments coming from Fed's Cook. We also have we have Fed speak throughout the week as well, so we will keep an eye on what these Fed speakers have to say as we head into the rest of this shortened week, guys.
All right, thank you, Adara.
All right.
A little stopped out on the Intel. It would seem that it is holding trend. I do have to respect that. And I also have to respect my 3-strike rule I am fighting the trend. So it's a little bit of a fail-safe system that I've kind of put into place. Sometimes I follow it, sometimes I don't. I do have to get better at kind of that discipline of following it. But you know what? Just got to take it off the screen. I'm clearly fighting trend. The idea is not working. The trend is to the upside, and NVIDIA is above VWAP. We're holding previous kind of micro consolidation that we had in that 955 area as of right now. And let's see what we're doing. That 18.5. Look at that bounce. Okay, well, a little bit of information there. Maybe, potentially, I have no idea, but we are kind of wicking, wick lowing. How much time is left on this 15-minute candle? 7 minutes, it would seem. So, all right, we're about halfway there on that candle to print. So let's see what we do with this 18.5 on the NQ. What do we got on the ES here? ES kind of just in there.
All right. Well,
as of right now, let's see if we can get that VWAP on Amazon. I have no idea, but it would seem that again, I got to work on this a little bit more. It's adding on to this. I think this might be a little aggressive. I know that. Playing the breakdown is a decent reason to add, but I think I'll also like to develop the skill of getting short on the pops and getting involved as well, because I was asking for too much. I'm looking for 180 halves. I'm like, all right, if it can come up to 180 halves, I'll add more, but it doesn't do that. But I do take that breakdown. What is that on 88s? Okay, so I had 83s, so not too bad there. Let's see if we can get that initial cover off of. Into that VWAP right here, as it comes in just a few more pennies away from that VWAP as of right now. So I gotta patiently watch this tape here to see what we do in and around this 179.5 on the Amazon, as the NQ kind of pulls right back into that 16, into that 18.5.
That was a run.
So okay, so that was pretty wild there. What are you looking at, Sean?
Yeah, that was
ARM coming back into that 138 as well.
Yeah, so we got stopped out of AMD until this happened, and now we're short again. I mean, now we got 70 cents in the money, so all is good, what's beef is when, forget about it. I would say when you need two gats to go to sleep, but I don't know if you know those lines. What's beef when you need your enemies to start your Jeep? Okay. There's some Biggie Smalls reference.
Okay.
There's actually a song called "What's Beef."
Okay. All right. I haven't heard a lot of his music, but I know definitely iconic artist for sure.
Iconic individual right there. Okay, so AMD, yeah, it was tough up there. I mean, there's the tick out, man. We got stopped out at 181, but we put it back on because you know what I did? I went right over to NVIDIA, and honestly, this wasn't doing what I thought. Like when I got stopped out of AMD, I was like, okay, what's NVIDIA doing? And when I saw like NVIDIA pushing lower, I just punched right back in and figured that it was some sort of a liquidity grab there on AMD, because I don't know. I'm not seeing any specific news regarding anything other than negativity regarding AMD and Intel. But again, nicely done to the upside. You can't hold me
down.
Good.
Yes.
Okay. All right. We've got to.
I forget.
Okay. All good. All right.
Sorry.
So, all right. No, it's all good. It's all good. It's fine. All right. So, yeah, that's what we're doing right now. So let's watch out right now. No, I will not, Chef Joe. That was funny. Okay. Shutting out to the podcast. Thank you, Chef Joe, for listening to that. We talked about Cardi B. Things like that. You know who Cardi B is?
I know who she is.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm not asking. You don't need to know the lyrics or anything like that. All right. So there it is, man. All right. Thank you so much, Kyle Burdett, right now for the super chat. Thank you so much, Kyle, for that super chat. All right. So we just have a very, very small piece left of Apple. We've sort of talked about this and what we're looking at right now. Apple, small piece. We will get a little bit bigger if we can get up into that 170.50. I still like to fade that. I think this AMD trade could be a real good trade. I'm going to try to hold this. Maybe that was the top up there as NVIDIA losing steam. That's my only thing. If NVIDIA loses steam, then we have a pretty good trade with a very, very defined out. So I really like this trade for AMD because we have that out and we have such potential I don't want to say weakness because there's no way NVIDIA is weak, but a breakdown level at 950 if we can get there for NVIDIA. But hey, that's why we're covering. We're out of exactly half of AMD. So let's wait to see if that one can sing for us. Coinbase is only that $1 in the money. Anything else? I mean, Meta, there's lots of other names.
There's a potential spoofy man on.
You have a spoofy man?
There's a potential spoofy man. Someone just, I think, popped up with 100 and change or 200 lots on the bid. I think it was at 58, 57 on Amazon here. So I'm kind of watching that, see what we do in and around there. I did have the initial cover around the 50s, but if we're going to kind of bid up after seeing that.
Oh, did I just get filled there?
You know what? I'll just do that. I'll cancel that one. I'll take it. I was like 10 cents below, but asking for, still holding on to a piece there. But let's see if it kind of fills. I'm not gonna ask for too much there. Like I said, I got to work on a little bit more focus on consistency and just taking what the market will give me. If it's gonna kind of slow down 10 pennies away from my price, I'm not gonna get too cheeky with it. I'll cover what I wanted to and hold a little bit of the rest there. Let's see what we do with VWAP here on Amazon. And let me just quickly kind of around that.
That's great.
How do you feel about? Okay. Wow, I would have probably gone filled, but that's fine. How do you feel about moving stops? Like when do you think stops should be? Holy, there goes in Intel to 90. Sorry.
Yeah, we got out of that
42. You were looking for the short at 42. There's 168 lots sitting on that 42. Let me just pull it up right here so we can potentially see where is that guy. I did see him just a second ago. But all right, cool. But yeah, that 42 coming in on Intel. But yeah, how do you feel about moving stops?
Right.
When do you think that should happen? When do you think that should be totally avoided?
Great. Yeah, great question. So yeah, awesome. So what I think you have to move your stop is, so it just depends on, so good question. It depends on what you're using as your stop. So when you're talking about moving your stop, I feel like you want to stay with it. If you're going to be shorting AMD against 181, then you want to keep it there. Mm-hmm. But like if I was long right now and looking for a stop, I'd want to use keep checking back in on your 50-period moving averages, because right now the 50-period moving average is right at 179.50. So that coincides with a support level and an area of possible reload or interest right there at the 50-period. So I always like to check back in on how the stock is breathing, what some of the levels look like, because even just right now with Apple, you see we got stopped out there. So look where the 200 period is. We could have re-looked at this. So if we had reloaded into this trade right now, which we had already identified that we did not, we'll put our, Apple's my number one stock. We'll put that in our pocket and we'll deal. Well, Coinbase is my number one stock, but we'll put Apple in our pocket and deal with it. We did not want it if it broke this 170.50. So right now, if I had reloaded this short, we probably would have used the 200 period as our out. So I always think you just want to check back in on your stock to see how it's moving and see if there's any other levels of interest that maybe had come up. Because honestly, Obi, I didn't even realize the 200 period was here, because when we looked at it before, we were all the way up here. So now we got to watch out for that. Mm-hmm. Just hearing there's announcement. Cisco's announcing new devices. That doesn't seem to be doing anything for Cisco right now. And there goes AMD. So unfortunately, we have to slap a fail on our last reload there of AMD. We were in the money. We just got out just to show you how crazy this stock is and why I'm fine with this. That's a 32 out right there on AMD that we got 4 minutes ago before blasting up and getting us out $1 higher than that. So a little bit of a reload there at O's. That's an O's reload, 181 flat. Out on the break of 2022, so we will slip that up and lose on AMD. It's been something real for AMD today, as we thought it was short on some of that news, but that does not appear to be the case at all. I didn't even realize it's 11:01, Obi. So you're back at 2.
Yes, sir. And so are you.
And so am I, apparently. Yeah. So we're back right there. We are short Coinbase right now. Watch out for that 282 high break. We break that, we're gone. Crypto's rocking. Crypto's almost, I'm happy. Here it goes, it's going to break out. The fact that crypto's at 70 is pretty good. Watch out for Coinbase. There it goes. See you later. One last L there on Coinbase before we go over. Obi, end of the show.
Yeah, it's been a great morning, and tune in with Sharif and Nadera with How to Trade. I'll let you know what it's about in a couple seconds. Take care, guys.
Ciao.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome Head of Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That right there is Akil Ladera, and I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream, but we already have a couple of great early birds in the chat. They go by the name of Fat Figure. Yes, I see you, sir. You are number one. But in a respectable number two comes in Sharif's mom in the chat there, numero dos. We also got Darwin. We got Success is Inevitable. I do love that name, by the way. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls. Charon. We got Tanner Braun. Callum Mitchell Miller, thank you very much for joining us today. And we got the Sofa Monster. I see you, sir. We got Big Kyle Burdett, my man. Shout out to you. I hope you had a great weekend. I don't have my stream deck open for whatever reason, so I can't hit the bangs. There we go. Now we got him. All right. Now we got Eddie R. We got D-Loaf. We got Trading PE. We got Sixto. We got Nice Skin. Aft is there as well. Trader Drew. Bbot 5000. Jamar T. Zamelik. What's up, Zamelik? Bora Hout. We got Andrew Chow. Bob Dub. Fox. Elon, Rock Doc, Isaac Roberts, and the Gauntlet. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning. How are you this fine, shortened week, Monday?
I've been required to take many coffees in today because I just don't have the energy. I don't know what's going on,
One of
but
those days.
Maybe Monday. That's probably it. How it goes with you? What do you got on tap there? I see a whole bunch of lines coming up again.
We already took an L, but you know what? That means literally all we can go is up. I am still in the sim today. I'm gonna try to have some convos and get out of this during this week, as I've said. So we're gonna have to see how this goes. I want to see how my Monday goes, because I've noticed my Mondays are usually my weakest day. Maybe it's just getting back into the swing of things, if you will. But yeah, Nvidia. We tried to take this. I'm proud of my risk management for this, though. I want to preface it with that. Got short to 960 because I liked that we had this kind of earlier area of support. It looks like it could have been resistance. I watched. We had a little bit of a battle there. I get involved, and they're like, nah, we're going to give up the battle, give up the ghost to use a Sharifism to the upside. I was planning on giving this $1.50 because it's NVIDIA. You can give it a little wiggle room. Into this earlier area where we had some chop and churn. We held that, and we went above it, and I said, I'm out. So I'm okay with the risk management. We took a pretty small position. Not great, but not too shabby either. I'm not going to be too hard on it. Also, thank you so much to UV the Great, hip-hop recording artist. Thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Not seeing any message here, just the chat. So thank you very much for your support. Happy to see everybody up here on this Monday. Hopefully, it should be a good one.
Yes, ma'am. And we are talking about a good lesson topic this week, guys. We are talking about breakout trades. Last week, we talked all about pullback trades and all the variants thereof. We're going to be talking about breakout trades, and you guessed it, all the variants thereof as well. Today, we're going to start off with my favorite, support and resistance breakouts. Kind of builds on the support and resistance pullback topic we talked about last week. So let's get right to it, baby. So do you ever feel stuck in traffic only to burst free onto a clear highway? Kind of a loaded question. That's similar to how support and resistance breakouts work in the trading world. Let's talk a little bit about that. So understanding support and resistance. Let's just explain what that is real quick for the noobs out there and who don't know exactly what we are talking about. So imagine a tug of war between buyers, which are, colloquially called bulls, and sellers, which are called bears in the trading world. Support is a price level where buyers tend to step in, pushing the price back up. Resistance, conversely, is where sellers see an opportunity to take profits and they drive the price back down. So support, usually you see it on the lower end of the chart, and resistance, top end of the chart there, okay? So these levels create what we call price zones on a chart. And here is a great example. Thank you for adding that in, Adara. So on the top left, you see the resistance and support zones. If you have the middle line over here is kind of your break even. We bounce off it multiple times only to reject off the resistance area. Same thing there for support. You're on the lower end of the zone and then you're rejecting off the resistance. And what this shows is that the tendency for a previous area of resistance to act as support and a previous area of support to act as resistance once it is broken on a closing basis. And so you'll see over here on the bottom right, corner, this is actual price action. These are bar charts. Oh, what are these? Sorry. Yeah, and then you'll be able to see the resistance of the top end of 500 there, and then about 460 to the downside, bouncing off each successive touch. So how do you spot these breakouts, right? Because that's what we want to do. We want to know about them so that we can trade them. So a breakout occurs when the price decisively moves through either a support or resistance level. A bullish breakout, though, by definition, is when the price closes above a key resistance level, which is indicating that the buyers are winning that tug of war with sellers, and it also potentially indicates that the price could be looking at a future move to the high side. Conversely, a bearish breakout sees the price close below support. Notice how I keep saying the word close here with emphasis, right? We're not looking for a quick wick above that level and then a retracement south, or a quick wick below that level and a retracement north. We are looking for the price to close. Now, if you're trading on a 5-minute chart, it'll be a 5-minute close. If you're trading on a daily chart, it'll be a daily close. That's what you're looking for there. So spotting the breakouts, we look for bullish closing prints above support. For bearish, we're looking for closing prints below resistance, okay? And this is another perfect example of a bullish breakout there. You have multiple touches at the $65 level on the daily chart, and then you get the decided break there. It looks like in July of whatever year, you break up, you get rid of that, you clear that 65, you make your way up to 71. Lo and behold, though, you make it back down to 65 and you seem to find support there. That comes back to that phenomenon we talked about earlier about resistance acting as support and vice versa, okay? Always look for that in the chart. If you're able to ID a clear level of support and resistance, know in the future it may act as the opposite at one point in time. And here is an example of a bearish breakout. You have an upper trend line. Each successive retracement holds onto that trend line, but then you give up the ghost. This looks like the NQ, I'm assuming. Yeah, this is definitely the NQ. And then you get a decisive break here. It looks like in mid to early May. And then funny enough, again, you come back and test that level, that resistance line, and you reject. So this is a little tidbit for you guys. For those who draw resistance lines on your chart, extend them as far over as you can, especially the ones that show up on the daily, the 4-hour, the weekly. You'll be surprised how many times they come into play again. So they may not look like they're in play now because the price action has gotten so away from them. But if it does come back, you'd be surprised how it acts as support and resistance. I'm talking about previously relevant trend lines that you have drawn on your chart. Extend them all the way if you're able to. I know my program automatically extends the trend line for me in the angle that I've drawn it. So I don't know if yours does that or not. If it does, take note of that and use it. All right, so making your move, cautiously that is. So breakouts can be powerful signals, but there's a catch. False breakouts can happen, and we talked a little bit about that last week. Price might flirt with a level, but then reverse. Here's how to be a little skeptical. First, volume confirmation, right? You want to look for the breakout to be accompanied with above average volume. That could be above average for the name of it, for the actual name that you're trading, or could be above average given how much that name has done lately in terms of volume. So you're looking for a surge in trading volume alongside the breakout. High volume suggests more conviction behind the price move. But you're also looking for candle confirmation. That week we did on candlestick patterns will definitely help you in that regard. Shout out to Frank Jones. Frank Jones and I were talking this morning in the chat. He wants us to do another week on candlestick patterns. We might take him up on that offer soon. Shout out to you, Frank. So look for candle confirmation. Watch for a daily or weekly candle closing clearly above that resistance line for my bulls or that support line for my bears. So what you're looking for is more confirmation on the wider time frame. Are you seeing that with a close on the daily or weekly? If you are, then it makes your position a little bit more, I don't want to say more likely, but it makes it a little bit more tenable. So keep that in mind. There's an example here Again, thanks to Adara, you were consolidating, I don't know for how many months, from like, say, mid-March all the way into early August, late July there. Then you break through with the viciousness, as Adara likes to say. And look at that, on above average volume. Look at that green candle on the volume bar down here. That stands out from all the others. So the breakout happened on above average volume. And you don't need to go into the 5-year. What's a 5-year volume average for this name? No, look around. Is there a volume bar that coincides with the breakout that stands above all the rest? If there is, you're good to go. You don't have to look at all the nitty gritty, right? This is a perfect example on AMD. Wow, AMD used to be in the 70s. I do actually remember that. So how do you enter and exit these trades? What is the technique? So once you've confirmed the breakout, so you've defined your support and resistance levels, you know that support level, that resistance level was valid because it got so many touches on the daily or 4-hour, weekly, or whatever you're looking at it. So now how do you get in? So once you've confirmed the breakout, here are some entry and exit strategies. So your entry. Some traders might enter right after the breakout. So if it breaks 200 on Apple, I'm punching in. I'm not actually going to do that. I'm just saying. Some others don't want to have that. Let me take it on the breakout strategy. What they want is that break of 200 on Apple to happen, and they want it to come back and test 200 on Apple, because they want to know that that is going to be a good level of support. So some traders will say, no, I'll take that breakout right at 200. Some others will say, no, let that 200 come back in once it's maybe gone to 210 or so, and then I want that 200 to hold up, and then I'll take it long. Obviously, there is good and bad to both strategies. The good with the first one is you get a better price. The bad, obviously, is that it could be a fake out. The good with the second strategy is obviously you're waiting for that 200 level to prove itself. The bad is you get a worse price. You're not going to get right at that 200. You're going to get 203 or whatever. So that is one technique for your entry. Okay. Your stop loss, though, very important as well. How do you protect yourself and risk manage? So always place a stop loss order to limit potential losses. For breakouts, consider placing it below the support level for the bullish trade or above the resistance level for that bearish trade, okay? And then your profit target. Taking profits equally as important as getting into a trade. Otherwise, what is the point of the trade? Look for potential resistance levels for the bullish breakout. So above 200, we know it's a blue sky setup on Apple. It's never been above 200, so it's going to be tough to do there. But for example, if you broke above 300, say on Caterpillar, and then you came back and you broke below 300, well, you know you have like where I think the latest price Caterpillar got to is like 360 something. You know you have that 360 something area. So if you took that long, say 320 on Caterpillar, you know that 360 something level is going to be that area of resistance. So for your long trades, if not a blue sky setup, look for that next key level of resistance to take profit. If it's a short trade, look for that lower area of support to take profit there, or maybe hold a piece for the dream. Don't take the entire thing out at that level. Okay? And remember, breakouts are signals. They are not guarantees, right? Always do your research, manage your risk, and never invest more than you can afford to lose. And here's a little bit bonus tip. Other technical indicators along support and resistance for a more comprehensive trading strategy, like we talked about, that divergence trade, whether you're using RSI or MACD, can help add that next level to your trade so you can have that more confirmatory signal. Thank you for adding those in, Adara. Wow, AMD's on the way up.
AM
182. Jeez.
It's a nice look for AMD. Also, Scuba Scoots, I really like this name, saying Tilray picking up volume is a breakout possible. So why not take a look here for Scuba Scoots? So, yeah, I'm not, let me see here. Is this on the, I don't know if you're meaning like the daily or I'll go look at the intraday here just in case. Yeah, so we're in sort of a range here below VWAP. We are down in the day. What's interesting to me too, we talked about support and resistance and how support can become resistance and vice versa. This was earlier support in the pre, clearly becoming resistance here at 225. I'm not seeing a ton of picking up volume. I'm seeing like a couple, errant volume candles here. But yeah, I think honestly, we'll kind of have to wait and see what we do. I think we're trying to right now curl above that 225. But yeah, I would say like, I think honestly this one could go either direction. And I say that because we are still down in the day, right? So we do have this attempt to curl above 225. We have had some positive news here on these cannabis-related names with regards to the partial legalization in Germany coming last week. So I think, I think it could be a break to the upside, but I'm not seeing a ton of volume to support that. I see what you mean, though. There are a couple stronger candles coming in. But yeah, I would say with this one, you don't want to diagnose a breakout before it comes to fruition, right? So I would say with Tilray, wait and see, but I would be very cognizant of what we do at this 225 level. But yeah, thank you for delivering that message there, Sharif. What are you looking at today?
I am looking right now at Amazon. It was really strong earlier. It was going up, like not even up and to the right, just straight up there off the bell. It made its way up to 181 minus 1 penny. So technically the high a day on AMZN is 180.99. We have a nice retracement into 179.50 as we can see there, which is right at the volume weighted average price. We just made it back up to that's incorrect. Where is that level there? 179.65. So I'm looking to see here, is this a dead cat bounce off VWAP on Amazon? Because it was awfully strong. Now it's only, well, I don't want to say it's only 0.43. It is the second strongest Mag 7 name on the day. Second strongest Mag 7 name on the day, second only to NVDA, which is up 1.86. Netflix is up as well, 0.08%. So Amazon, the strongest of the bunch, I want to say here, except obviously for NVIDIA. So I want to see what it does at the volume weighted average price. Does it hold at these levels or not? We'll look maybe to get long on AMZ and maybe for another 181 test. The market made close to a daily high there. I think the IB high, where was the IB high there at 8:30? No. So the after the bell high was 18,541. We just got back up into 18,541 on the future, on the NQ June contract. So I'm trying to keep tabs here, see what the future is up to, so we could try to weasel one of these Mag 7 name trades. But I'll pack my patience. We'll see what we get here. Now, let's talk about some of these small cap gappers because we haven't talked about any. There's a couple going here. Ooh. So Grow Generations is the one that I was looking at. GRWG having itself a day, 15.25%. We traded CGC very effectively on Friday. So weed continuing to be strong here. This one is holding the 10-period EMA awfully well. I'm talking about GRWG. All the retracements subsequent to about say 10:15 have bounced off the 10-period moving average and none have closed below. So that is something to take note of here. But there are times where the range per candle gets a little wide for this name, about 10 pennies or so. So keep that in mind when you are placing your stop. MNY has now broken below the volume weighted average price. So that's no longer tradable for me. We'll keep eyes on that, see if it becomes tradable again. XTLB, same thing. This one was up nicely on the day. I think it went 80 some odd percent, got up to $5 minus 1 penny, 4.99 HOD. But this one, like its other siblings, broke down below the volume weighted average price, so it's not tradable for me. And guys, when you see this a lot, when you open up, when you have 4 or 5 different small cap gappers on your charts or your scanner, and the majority of them are breaking down and trading below VWAP, you kind of get the idea of where we are here in kind of the swing of things for these small cap gappers. Remember how Holo started a whole bunch that were printing above triple digits, 100 plus? I feel like that's kind of come and gone, and the ones that are strong earlier are not really keeping their strength after the bell. They're all breaking down below the volume weighted average price. So we'll keep eyes on it. We'll see if we get anything there. RDDT, Reddit, continuing to be strong here, above 50 bucks a Dara. Did a nice little dip there into 48.5. This one would have bamboozled you, because if you were looking to take the VWAP dip, you got bamboozled, because this one broke down almost $1 below VWAP. And then if you were looking for that not pre-market, but that early area range at that $48, looking to take that dip trade into there, you didn't get it, because it dipped only into 48.75. So this one, I would not have known how to trade this one. All my levels would not have triggered on Reddit. So I bet you anything, if I had traded this, I would have been red on it. We'll see. Maybe we can figure out a different trade. Breaking through $51 now. HOD 52.25. So this one looking to possibly take that high day, a bit of a double top there on the 5 on Reddit. And then I just discovered this one today. Coinbase, so strong. What a monster Coinbase is. But you don't have to trade the $300 name or whatever it's at right now. CONL. So remember that NVDL trade that we had on the NVIDIA derivative? Well, Coinbase now has its own derivative, baby. Can't just be outdone by NVIDIA like that. CONL, nice move up today. Closed out at $72 Friday. On its way to 87 today. 86.80 is HOD. It also has been holding that 10 EMA like a dang glove. So we'll have to see if this one can break down. It's trying to hold above 85 at the moment. Great day for CONL, up 18.1%. That is the Coinbase derivative. CYTO, another small cap gapper that showed up on my name, and another one that's breaking down below the volume weighted average price, untradeable for me unless you're looking to go short here. 350 or thereabouts, 349 HOD on CYTO, but that doesn't really matter. Now we're breaking down about a buck lower at 259, well below the volume weighted average price. So all these small cap gappers looking to give back the ghost here, or give up the ghost, I should say. We'll see if we can weasel any trades on any of these names. I'll keep tabs on some other names as well, like Boeing and some of these names that caught upgrades and downgrades today, like Rivian, Lucid, and the like.
Yeah, there's been so many names to talk about, so thank you for going over those. And also, yeah, I totally agree with what you had to say about the small caps there. I am not really a small cap trader myself, but you know, when I do the small cap recap, you notice trends, right? Like, and as Sharif alluded to, there was an era, or not even alluded to, you just stated, there was an era where we had these 100% small cap runners running all day, running for days on end. Now it's a lot of these little smaller moves that kind of give up, as you said, give up the ghost in the early afternoon or even by the time the bell rings. So I think that's certainly really worth noting as well, and I think certainly something to keep an eye on if you are a small cap trader. And it's something I've also been more cognizant of since sitting here at this desk, the way that these small caps kind of have trends and ebbs and flows. So just an interesting note there. The position board seems to be down, but I have been in some trades I want to chat about. This Microsoft was a bit of a mixed performance for me. The initial plan was to go long here because I like this little rangy area. Long 424.40, take it out 424.70-ish, just shy of 425 and continue to reload. That didn't end up happening, but that's okay. You wait, you live, you learn. Tried it again here when we got to VWAP. I only got part filled, so the move, I didn't get as many shares out as obviously as I wanted because I didn't have as many shares in to begin with. That's okay, though. We did take about 20 pennies on that move in the sim, so I'm not going to, we're going to dance in the dime club. And then again, I took this long off VWAP. I am recognizing, though, that I think the time in this long is getting really short-lived. We continue to reject off this 9 EMA. I have a pretty small position. I'm getting out if we break below 424.10 because that area has been pretty rock solid. We haven't really sunk below. That being said, though, the profit taking is going to be just above 423.30. Initial plan was 423.40, so we took out these shares earlier, but I do not think Microsoft has that much more to give me. I think Microsoft is getting a little bit stingy here, so I might have to be a little bit, play hardball with Microsoft here and be like, nah, got to get out early. So that's the look on M to the S to the F to the T. Also, NVIDIA. I mentioned earlier, NVIDIA got me down a little bit, punched me in the face, and I was like, you know what, NVIDIA? No. This trade looks really cool when you have it on the chart. But so I got involved here. I guess this was a doji candle. I got involved in the bottom of this wick because that was the area I went short earlier. We held it up pretty well. Took it actually at the top of the candle, so I was pretty proud of how this turned out. Got about $1 here on N to the V to the D to the A. Now we're breaking down. I don't have much of a rate on this. It looks a little bit compressed, so I'm gonna have to wait and see what happens. Last trade to go over here. Yeah, I've been trading a lot apparently this morning. Only 25 minutes in, so lots of stuff happening. The SPY here. Shout out to Kyle Burdett mentioning this range on the SPY. I wanted to take a little more on this. We did accidentally, shockingly, I fat fingered. I know this plot twist of the century. I did have a fat finger trade, so I wanted to take it up until like 40s, which I don't even know if we would have gotten, but I was interested in this kind of 40s area. We fat fingered out, took about 5 pennies, and then I wanted to get back in, but we weren't at 70s, but I wasn't able to get filled, so that's okay. C'est la vie. You move on, you live, you learn, and hopefully you get out of Microsoft before Microsoft does a little bit of face lap action. How are you doing over here? I'm in Apple, looking for a VWAP dip. Kind of ranging between the volume weighted average price and the 50 period on the day. My line in the sand is going to be the break of 170. So this one will have to hold above that 170 area for me to stay involved with it.
There we go. Just gotta put the stop in. There we go. All right. I promised I'd look at OCGN, so let's go ahead and do that. So OcuGen also showed up on my scanner today, so let's have a look at that. So OcuGen, by the way, about a half a $500 million market cap, so it's not really a small cap gapper. It also has quite a large float, about a quarter of a billion shares, about 250 million shares there for OCGN. I don't know what the catalyst is. There it is. Okay. So OcuGen are trading higher. The stock is trading higher, potentially on upward momentum after the Third Circuit Court of Appeals last week upheld the decision of the Eastern District of Pennsylvania to dismiss with prejudice the consolidated securities class action suit against OcuGen. With prejudice means that they're going to get costs against the person who's suing them. So that's pretty good. They could recoup their legal fees there, which is interesting. It also could mean that there was bad faith in the lawsuit, so you do it just to hurt them, not because you actually have a legal cause. So that's interesting to watch. They'll get more money there if that holds up. OCGN, though, holding up nicely at these levels, I got to say. Look at this, up and to the right, but the range per candle is a little wide, especially for a $1 or $2.02 name. And what I mean by that is if you're trying to look at an average range per candle of 5 or 6 pennies, you have these outliers here that are about 10 or 15. So you're going to have to account for those if you're going to place your stop somewhere strategic. Otherwise, you just may find yourself getting triggered. It's also breaking through these indicators. With wicks, not on a closing basis. Specifically, what I'm talking about is the volume weighted average price. It's held VWAP quite nicely since essentially the open, but you do have these aggressive wicks that do break through the volume weighted average price of the downside. And so if your stop is there, closing print or not, you're gonna get wicked out. So right now it's trying to do that dance above $2. I would look for a defend of $2, and if not, the defend would be at 195 or 196. That's where VWAP is. I put my my out 1 or 2 pennies below the volume weighted average price. Again, I'd have to give it some room below VWAP because it has wicked through VWAP. So if you're looking defending 2, first of all, look to see if it holds 2, because it's been fighting with 2 now for how long? About half an hour or so, actually longer than that. It's broken above 2 and then retraced down. So it's going on an hour now of a fight with $2. So that's a bit of a tougher look. Number 2, if it does break below the $2 area, keep your eye at 196, 195. That's where VWAP is. I'll keep eyes on OCGN. Definitely presents us with possible trading opportunities today. Grow Generation, though, just touched the volume weighted average price. Or no, sorry, correction. Just touched the 20 period and then shot right back up, forming this hammer candle. That is the first time we've actually touched a 20 period at any point since the open. So that's interesting, and especially how it just got bought up that aggressively. So like that trade that we had on CGC where we waited for that retracement into the 20 period despite the fact that it had been holding the 10 period the entire morning. Is this going to be the first type of trade? Because it's doing the same thing, right? It held the 10 period all morning, and this is the first touch at the 20, right? Now, we're not talking about much distance here between the 20 and the 10. We're talking about 3 pennies. So we'll keep eyes on Grow Generation. Weed's been strong lately. It's an election year, so this could be very interesting to see what we get with Weed. All right, let's go back to AAPL. We were nicely about, say it again? MSOS is moving, says the Chilean Nightmare. So let's have a look at MSOS. Yeah, I mean, it's up, but right now it's a little consolidated. Fabian trading below the VWAP at 950, but good call. We'll keep eyes on MSOS. Definitely all of Weed has been in play since last week, so we'll keep eyes on that. Eyes on Apple right now. We're long 18s. Bit of a consolidative area in front of VWAP here, looking for a curl up maybe into the $0.50.
I like those little shorts earlier, though, when Apple did.
Oh, yeah, they're decent. They were not big, but it was a bit of a fight there with Apple. It did nothing, though. Yeah. It was hanging out at 170 or thereabouts all morning.
Yeah, I mean, Apple, I don't want to, start clowning on Apple this early, but it could be the dead one.
It is.
A little bit.
It's all
like a little
good.
pop. But yeah, for your sake, I hope it is not the dead one. I hope you say to Apple, no. But yeah, so good luck on that. Right now, we're about to maybe get filled in Stressla, and I already am kind of like, what are you doing with your life, Adara? I want that 90 EMA bounce. I like this whole idea of these higher highs, higher lows. This is a bit of consolidative top, though, in retrospect. I'm honestly going to be watching what we do in the 80s here. I'm keeping this extremely tight risk-reward wise because I'm aware of the relative potential risk on this. I'm going to take some profit at 35s because I know we can get that on Tesla. So we're going to do 33s because it's me. Then we're going to save a piece for the dream in VWAP. But much like always in Tesla, we sleep with one eye open and these dreams are short-lived. So we're going to have to see what happens here on T to the S to the L to the A. Also, Microsoft might win a prize for being the most bamboozling stock I've been involved with today. And I've not been involved in that many today, mind you, so maybe I'm being a bit too hard on Microsoft. But look at this. I said I was going to get out here at 30s because we were really having a hard time here. I get out at 25s because I was like, we're not going to make 30s. We did like 5 cents on this. Then Microsoft's like, jokes. Trying to break now above 425. So congrats to you, Microsoft. Congrats in all seriousness to anyone long Microsoft. We're all here for you. Good luck on that. This is just, I'm going to stay away from this because I think if I get involved now, it's going to be a revenge trade or it's going to be me trying to be like, getting the moves that Microsoft didn't give earlier. And just because we have that pop, who knows if this pop's going to stay.
I just want to show people something here on the tape. Come to my screen quickly, please. So, okay, see these trades on Apple that are coming in just 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. That is an algo, and it is searching for liquidity. By putting out those orders for one share, it's looking to see where someone could be standing in front of it. It's testing out liquidity. When you see that, this is an algo that often runs on Apple. See how it's all coming in one share. Again, this is a liquidity tester algo. You don't know really what the intentions of it are, whether it's looking to do something, nefarious, maybe looking to push you up and then bring you back down. But I want to point out that to everybody, when it comes in just a one share like that, see how all the greens are coming in 1, 1, 1? Yeah, that's an interesting algo. I just wanted to point that out there.
Yeah, no, thank you for putting that and going over that. Yeah, I think it's interesting. I would like to learn a little bit more about how the algos move, so it's something I want to keep an eye on. So thank you for bringing that up. Tesla, we did get a beat winner. The beat is damp here on Tesla. Thank you. Yeah, we got. I was really happy. This ended up kind of being bottom wick on the 3-minute candle, so I was actually pleasantly surprised by that because that is not something that happens very often for me. But we got involved here in the 9 EMA. We ended up getting some out at that 170, 133. And now this might seem arbitrary, but I like my previous areas of resistance. Look at this pop we got earlier around the same area. So that was why I was interested in taking out some profit here. I want to take out the rest before VWAP because I do not trust Tesla. As I've said, you sleep with your eye open. You can really get thrown around here in the Roadster and the Cybertruck, what have you. And, I don't want to end up staying in this trade and then being, asking myself, Model Y. Why did we stay when you could have just taken everything out, right? So we are holding this 170, 130 very interestingly. I thought this was going to be more of like an Adara support resistance level, but it looks like it might just be an actual support resistance level that Tesla is interested in. So, do your thing, 21, Tesla. But, if we can make it to VWAP, I would be pleased as punch. If not, I might add a little bit if we come back and retest that 171. But yeah, just hanging out in this trade, trying to chill, be chill as a villain. Also, Sebastian earlier was mentioning ESPR, saying that we would like this ticker and the message. And I see what you mean. This is a heart disease focused company. Asperion Therapeutics. This one, the FDA had approved its broad labels for Nexletol and Nexlizet to prevent heart attacks and cardiovascular procedures, regardless of statin use. So interesting look there. The stock, though, was a little bit, I think, harder. And the biggest thing I see is look at this resistance at 274. This is a big area of support earlier on this one. And I would even argue a pseudo flat bottom break. Maybe we were up on the day, but look at this. We have these slightly higher lows, slightly higher lower highs, and then this flat bottom here. We break below. We come back and we curl up and we do this kind of stutter step to the upside, but then we hit 274 again, and Asperion's like, nah, we fall back below. Now we're not even having this beautiful dance along the 9 EMA that we were having earlier. So if you're involved in this, one thing I would say to look for, and again, not advice, just my take on the chart, is we talked about this last week, how support and resistance can flip. So if you're looking along an indicator like the VWAP and the 9 EMA and you're holding it as a support area, watch if it flips to resistance. That could be a sign of a potential change in sentiment. So that's something I would keep my eye on. on. Also, the float for this does not suggest a massive squeeze or anything, and I say that because shares, the pretty decent amount of shares here, 168 million shares, 10% of that is going to be short. So just keep an eye on that. I want to take a look at that for Sebastian. But yeah, I think the message of that is really good, of course. Heart disease related focus, so some really nice look there. But yeah, the stock itself, I don't have a great read on beyond that 274 rejection. Nice volume though, about 14 million, and we always love a small cap stock with a positive message and nice volume. Also, we're out of the Cybertruck, so we can breathe a little bit more easily, which is always fun. Also, I like this Apple VWAP hold. I don't want to copy your style in terms of trades, but I do. You're right, this is kind of rangy. I heard you mention range earlier, and my ears perked up. Every time someone says range around me, I'm like, but this is interesting.
I mean, the bottom could drop off. We know there's a negative catalyst to it on the day.
It's also
the
Apple.
European Union is broke. They're looking for anybody who can take money. They can take money from, I mean, it's funny. It's a little bit, they've never run a company in their lives, but they're willing to tell you how to run yours. No. This is not how you do it. Let us tell you how to do it. We know what we're doing. So that's kind of how I feel about that. Let's leave Apple alone. Let's talk about ZURA. So this one just shown up here on my scanner. A bit of a retracement now, but it's still doing well on the day. About 5 million shares, a $2.69 name. Couple of topping tail candles though on the 5-minute look. So it looks as if that move into 3 has been met with a lot of selling, and now that's precipitated a bit of a down move into that $0.75 area. The shorts were having a time here with ZURA at $3. These are some aggressive topping tail candles hanging out at the 10-period EMA right now. I'll have to wait for this to come into a key level of support. I'm talking about 250 or break above $3 for me to get involved with this name. At the moment, it's kind of in no man's land, so not going to take a trade on it, but I want to mention it because it's a small cap gapper and it's moving. So the deets, $117 million market cap, and the float, not huge, not small, about 20.2 million share float. So a bit on the smaller end there, and that could precipitate some decent moves. Now, I got to tell you, this one sold off aggressively on Friday. It doesn't have a definable pre-market high that we could take, but that's okay. That's just one of many other rules. The other rule is it has to be above the volume weighted average price, which right now is trading at $2, which is at $2.82. We came back. It looks as if to break above that low or the high that we had on Friday, $2.89 there in the pre, and we're rejecting off that level, so it seems as if that's acting as a bit of a resistance level at the moment. So we'll keep eyes on that. We'll see what's up with these names. Let's see what else is popping off here. OCGN still above the volume weighted average price, so we'll see if we can get anything on that. Apple, still doing nothing here, about 5 pennies or 10 pennies in the money. Kyle Burdett, AMD short 182. Shout out to you, Kyle. Big Kyle Burdett taking that bad boy short 182.59 HOD on AMD. We're going to wish Kyle good luck. Mr. Long Shorts, daily looks awful on Zura in my opinion. Yeah, I completely agree with you. And usually the daily does look quite bad on these small cap gappers. That's why we trade them intraday and we don't hold them for a while. Let's have a look at what he's talking about here because I didn't even look at the daily. I know this stock though. I mean, I've heard its name. So it's a former runner. That's all we can really, that's all we really need to look at the daily for. Know that it is a former mover. And by former runner, I'm talking about, it's up big on the day and then, gives up everything, which is fine, right? If that's what it's going to be. That's what it's going to be. As long as we know who it is and we can trade it that way, right? So we don't hold it for a swing. We use tight stops, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, it's been rejecting off the 50 period every day from the south side, so it's not a good look daily, but we'll see if it presents us opportunity for an intraday look. Man, Reddit continues to go here. I think there's obviously resistance on Reddit at 5150. All the closing prints have been closing south of 5150. You got a couple of wicks through that took you to 52.25. But look at all the closing prints, all south of 51.5. Bit of an unusual area to have resistance, but that's fine. We don't choose the area. We just trade it. The only other confluence area that I can see with this 5150 takes us back, I think, to opening day and at around 145 or 2. we had a bit of a resistance top there. On Friday, we had resistance at 51. So that's interesting. So we'll keep eyes on Reddit. It looks great today to trade. I gotta be honest with you, 10.75%. Nothing to sneeze at there.
Yeah, this yeah, certainly lots of this Reddit. It was a crazy move, and I think it's interesting too. And I like that you say that. You know, we don't choose where the stocks have support and resistance levels, and I think that's why it's interesting. Sometimes stocks will take, you know, a really arbitrary level and glom onto it. So Tesla, a good example here. I was saying I chose that level for the first part of my position to leave on Tesla, that 171.33, which is such an arbitrary level, but I liked it because we did have this area here that we kind of popped into earlier and then rejected from. However, you can't really see it on the 3-minute here, but we did kind of, you know, take a little bit of a pause at this level. We had a little bit of jogging in place. So for whatever reason, you know, sometimes these levels can actually be of more significance than they seem like they're being. That, you know, that in mind, I want to see what Tesla does here at VWAP. I think this could be interesting. Shall we reverse? Shall we continue to go long? Either way, I think I might hop back into this vehicle. So shout out to Joanna Brewster saying that she did well on this long here printing. So congrats to you. I also did hop back into the SPY because I spied a little bit of rejection there at that 570.60 area. I'm going to watch if we break above 520.80s. I am outie. I cannot be here anymore. I don't love my point of entry on this. This is one thing I've been saying maybe ad nauseum the last couple weeks. The biggest thing I'm working on is my directions and my point of entries. So if I could get better at that, that's all. Of course, the biggest hurdle I think I'd like to climb over. Not saying that that's the only hurdle. There are lots of hurdles I'm still trying to climb over. But to me, the whole waiting to get it on the back end, as Neil says, that's one of the biggest ones for me. And then with that as mind as well, because I feel like my entry points aren't as good, then I'll leave the trade too early. So it's about getting that timing just right. Right now, though, I don't really have a reason to leave this. We have not made a higher high. If we stay involved, which we hope we do, no hopium, just we hope the chart will allow us to stay here. And if so, we're going to try to aim for 520.40s. Shout out again to Kyle Burdett for like pointing out the nice little range on this one, because the SPY has been very choppy, and that's the kind of stuff that I like to trade. So let's see, we might get chopped out here of the SPY, but right now we are still here. How is the bite of the apple?
Yeah,
there?
we just took a beak wetter there at 30, so pleased. We'll see, Adair, if it can make it up into that 50 penny area. Ideally, though, it makes it back up into 2/3 of a dollar, maybe even 3/4, and I'll be even more pleased there. Dan the Man Emmons, SMCI up 9.7%. Dan, I think this is the first time that you've ever tagged me with anything other than the futures trade. Shout out to you, Dan. Yes, Dan, I see it, baby. I see it. Back above $1,000. We're trading at 1,066. Let's bring it. So I've done a couple of things here, Dara, and these side charts now, you see these tabs at the bottom over here?
Oh!
So look at this. Now we can have a full semis, all the semis. We got all the smoke
I like
in one
this.
area.
You don't want it anymore, now you have it.
I have small dreams, Adara. Very small dreams, and this right here is.
I'm happy for you.
I'm
you
kidding.
achieved what you wanted to do. There
Right?
you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
No, seriously though, let's talk a little bit this. Micron is an absolute rocket. Oh my goodness, this chart. Look at this thing, bro. We were at $109. Obi's looking at it and laughing on the screen over there. Yeah, bro, this is ridiculous. We were at $109 to open up the morning or thereabouts. We just broke through 121 like it doesn't even matter. I mean, Jensen did this company a favor when he put that huge H100 GPU on his kitchen table, looking like he was going to cut that bad boy up, like he was about to butcher that thing. But no, he wasn't. He was showing you what the next trade was, as Obi likes to say. No, in all seriousness, though, Micron, an absolute rocket. I don't know personally how to trade this. It's not coming into any levels that I could have said, been like, okay, good. This is a nice dip trade right here on Micron. Let me get long. It's been, giving you a couple of micro pullbacks and these 3-minute red candle. 3 5-minute red candles over here, kind of an example of that. Maybe it's really holding that 10-period EMA, that's the green line. Any dips into the 10 EMA have all been bought up on the day. So good look. Right now, though, it's putting in one hell of an inverse hammer candle. That is ugly. If we get a closing print below that, that'll be an interesting possible short there. But even if I see one candle on here, and even if it's on the 5-minute, I don't think I'd want to stand in front of this monster without a tight stop, so we'll see. Trying to do the dance right now and maintain that price action above 121, but Micron awfully strong on the day. We'll keep eyes on that. Obviously, ARM as well was strong. There's some other names, SMCI, which was what Dan was mentioning. Let's look at Super Microcomputer. SMCI did also get an upgrade today, right?
They did.
They did.
Got
they
an
did.
upgrade with an 1150 price target.
Thank you, Adair. 1150 price target today from, I forget who it was anyway. The point is, they're up big. Another, not even up and to the right, more like an elevator rather than an escalator, kind of started its day at 972. Now we're $100 higher at 1,072. So SMCI, really good name now. Obviously, with respect to a day trade, it is a bit harder to trade because it's awfully spready. So we'll keep eyes on that. We'll keep mentioning it to you guys. Apple trade so far so good. We just broke through 40, so about whatever, 20 some odd pennies in the money. Looking for that maybe 50 move. And if we really get lucky, Adara, we'll get that 70 move. Let's see what people are talking about over here. Hugo, can you please take a look at GDHG, possible runner? Let me just have a look at what that looked. GDHG. Golden Haven Group Holdings. All right, the 1.85 million shares on the day. It's up 11.5%. It's a 50 penny name. I got to tell you, I'm probably going to stay away from this just because of the amount of volume and the chart pattern. Yeah, so I'm going to stay away from this. I don't typically trade anything less than $1 anyway. And if I do, it's usually around 85 pennies because that's when it shows up on my scanner. I'm going to have to respectfully decline to look at this, Hugo, but thank you for pointing that out. Here comes the $0.50 on Apple. Please this dang punch that we got this trade. Now it's about whether we take it out here at 50 pennies or we look to the higher lows and we start gunning for that higher high. Do we get greedy here, Adara, or do we take it out here? I'm not putting you on the spot. That's just kind of what I'm asking myself.
Yeah, no.
Right? So we got higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, and you got a couple of higher highs. You're not getting aggressive higher highs. You know it's a negative catalyst. You know it's been slow the entire morning. So I'm just going to let this one go, and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
Adam Duluth, best hold that Apple to 171.09. I like the way you think, Adam. I'm not going to lie. I like the way you think. I'm going to hold this one, see where it goes. If whatever happens, happens. Odyssey Fights, options on MU. I personally don't have options on MU, and I'm not that good of an options trader, if at all. So maybe you'll have to wait till the big kahunas come on to ask them about that, because I gotta tell you, I put it on my thing to do for this year. Remember,
yeah, I remember your
resolutions, and I still haven't done it. But hey, still a lot more time left.
The year is young.
Yeah.
You still have 9 months. So yeah, no, honestly, don't beat yourself up. We always more time here as well. So
we have Danielle Shea too. So anybody who wants her to ask about the Micron option, she's going to be on with Sean today.
Yes, yeah. Also, yeah, like I honestly like listening to Danielle Shea while she talks with Sean, and then also in the afternoon show is honestly really invaluable. Like I'll always kind of note like what direction she thinks things will go on earnings.
Yeah.
And oftentimes 100% correct. Like I know Oracle, she called upside because she was like, oh, they've had a couple misses, and then yeah, Oracle beats and kills it on earnings. So nice look there. Definitely a lot of insight and valuable knowledge. So definitely check her out. Also, I remember once, Sharif, you said that you didn't like being short some of these NQ names and long, or short some of these Mag 7s and long the NQ or vice versa. I'm feeling that after taking a SPY short and taking a Mega Tech name long. We had the SPY short, honestly, you know, like I'm trying to learn, as long as you have a game plan, you execute it appropriately, you can't be too upset about the L. So we got out of 520.80s. C'est la vie, where's the next trade? I'm actually currently in the next trade, which is Tesla. Now, this Tesla is taking a while to get cooking here, but I liked this area here. Same area I liked earlier, albeit at kind of a worse price point. This 170, 139 probably should have kept for 179.30s, or 171.30, sorry, but woulda, coulda, shoulda, potato, tomato, what have you. I'm took this a little bit more size, going to take it out again right at VWAP. So always looking for these ranges and these opportunities to play them. That being said, too, this SPY, I got out because we got above that 520.80, but we can't really hold above 520.80. So if I can get back into that short with a better price basis, why not? We're going to see, though, here, Tesla just trying to hang on here to the wheels of the Cybertruck. Also, this Microsoft. Kind of a nice little stutter step to the upside with the bottom being this 9 EMA. I tried to get back involved in this around 420.50s. Not a revenge trade because I know I mentioned earlier I was a little bit angry at Microsoft. Not a revenge trade, just a planned long. But alas, things did not go according to plan. We're not able to get back as low as I wanted us to. So we're going to have to see what happens there. Potato, potato. Mostly just keeping an eye. Babysitting Tesla, as Tesla often requires. That little bit of TLC. But NVIDIA, too, I'm keeping an eye on. Speaking of very difficult bamboozling Mag 7 names, I like this area here. I don't really know what we're doing below this 9 EMA, but we are doing something. This 958 area had some kind of a chokehold on this stock. So I would even consider going 958 a short to 957, but I haven't looked at the book long enough to make any calls on this. I've mentioned this as well. One of the biggest things I like to do with NVIDIA is stare at the book so long my eyes bleed, and then you have a decision because you know how it's moving, you know what levels it's clinging on to. So that's really my call here. Also, Tesla dipping. I might have to get out of Tesla. But yeah, to answer your question that I just saw here, Hans Beer, should we dare to short NVIDIA? I mean, again, just my take. I think NVIDIA does look like it's trying to curl off a little bit here, fall off, what have you, at the 958 area. I would be scalping it, so we're going to have to see what happens. I think that time might have come and gone, but also maybe coming and going is my Tesla long. So if we recover here at this 170-120, I will stay in. If not, we will be hopping out of the Cybertruck with a viciousness and not in a fun way. How are you doing?
Good. Out of Apple
Nice.
at 170 and 2/3. For now, it's top wick, but that's probably going to get broken soon because it looks like Apple is putting in higher lows. And if we can break above that 170 and 3/4, it will be higher highs. But if it goes down from here on in, I won't feel bad because then I'll feel like I've gotten top wick. So long 170.18 took everything out 170.63 on AAPL. Now we look to the next trade. And I'm liking Reddit. Let me explain why I'm liking Reddit at these levels and what has to happen for me to get in. So let's go into RDDT here, up almost 11%. So now we have this aggressive retracement off what we can say is a general vicinity VWAP hold. I know it was not a strict VWAP hold. I know the close was below VWAP. I know it wicked below VWAP. It only looks like it bounced out VWAP. That's not what I'm trying to get to. What I'm trying to look at here is that 5150 break and take, okay? Yes, I want to start using that line, break and take.
Break and take.
Yeah. Why I say break and take, Adara, is because you need to break that level and then you need to take the level on a closing basis. And we kept talking about that 5150 being a level of resistance here on the closing prints. It acted up again. Now, if this one can make its way up above that $0.50 level and start showing me 51 3/4, 52, well then there's a good chance we're going to want all the smoke. Right? We're going to want that 5150 break and take hold, and then we'll look to get long there. It's already strong on the day. We know that there are eyes on it because it just IPO'd last week. It was a very well received IPO by all accounts, especially when you compare it to some of the IPOs we had at the tail end of last year. I'm talking about ARM, I'm talking about Instacart, Klaviyo, Birkenstock. ARM obviously is a monster, but that more is a secular trend with chips than specifically, because it's an IPO. This one, though, is being received really well because it's the first one that we get for social media IPO since 2019, since Pinterest, this and the other. So we'll keep eyes on this one. I definitely want a 51.5 break and take, and then we'll look to get long. So in fact, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and put an alert because I may not have eyes on it, and I don't want it like last minute. I'm going to put it at 39. So breaks up into that 51.39. I want to have at least a little bit of a heads up, and we'll look to get long on Reddit. MNY making me look bad. We were smack talking MNY for being, I'm a here now, I'm not here later. Small cap gapper. Money Hero, apparently, is the name of this company. I do like the name, though, Money Hero. I want to be a money hero.
Right? And this stock is trying to be a money hero for some of these small cap gapper traders.
Right?
So, yeah, I like that.
MNY, Adara, it has about a $78 million market cap, and the float, it's very small. It's 9.3 million shares. It just broke above $2 and took VWAP like nobody's business, Ram, and it got up into that $2.50 area. You like how I talk to the chart like I'm explaining it to Ram. She has no idea what I'm talking about.
Right? No,
she
I
doesn't
love
care what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's just for me to get her to know that I want her to look at the
She's like,
chart.
"Look at this level,
It's been working
Ram."
quite well, actually,
yeah, no,
right?
It's pretty good. Pretty seamless.
Shout out to the Ram. Yeah, no, for real though. It broke above the volume weighted average price. It broke above $2. It's been having trouble. Let's be real about it. Look at all these topping tail candles. The first one here, tops in at 2, you reject. You come all the way down, break 170, come to 169. Then all of a sudden you're at $2.09. So this one, very wicky, very rangy. A bit tougher to trade. I'm kind of guessing that there's probably some people that have been stopped out on this thing just based upon the range per candle. So I'll look to get in, but it's got to show me what I need. And right now we're getting declining volume, even though we're popping a little bit here on this 1150 volume bar that almost at 500,000 shares. So we'll keep eyes on MNY. I think MNY could be an interesting trade. One thing we haven't talked about is crypto. Have you been seeing these crypto names lately? Oh my days. Okay. Let's have a look at our friend MARA because we got BPI behind us, so we could get BPI to opine quickly here on MARA. And you had a decent start here tomorrow. You got up to 22.52, but it has been consecutively lower highs and lower lows. It's been a downward channel. Let's be real about it. Look at this downward channel on MARA here since the bell rang there. So maybe some sort of range trade to be had on this downward move here on Mara. I say range trade and Adara looks over. I love it, right?
It's Pavlovian response.
It's a bit of a downward channel. That's kind of how I see it on Mara at the moment. So let's put in the ticker and keep eyes on this name because while crypto is definitely still in play here, and yeah, so BPI, what's your look on Mara today, my man? He says it's all muckery. He's not feeling it today. Fair? Is it fair? I like how you had to do Leafs Nation there, eh? Look at this guy. Look at this guy. What happened yesterday, Patty? I turned on the losing to Carolina? Whew. Back-to-backs, yeah. Okay, Patty. But
they played the best player in the world.
They played the best player in the world, and they smashed him because they played Edmonton, right? Yeah. Because what's his name? Yeah, Connor McDavid, thank you. All right, so it looks like as if I look bad on Apple here, and I kind of suspected I'd look a little bit bad on Apple, Adair, because now we broke through that 2/3 high, and looks like we're making a local high here. Looks like we're on our way to 171. I should have listened to Arsenal Adam. It's my mistake I didn't listen to Arsenal Adam. He told me what level was at. I got excited, I took it out. Shout out to Arsenal Adam.
But you did still get, you had some peak winners, you had some profits. You are still a money hero because I know you wanted to be a money hero. I would say you are still a money hero in my book. In all seriousness.
MNY is the only money hero, Adair. We just play for seconds here.
Yeah. I mean, anyone else who's a money hero will always be the money sidekick to MNY, the true money hero. Yeah, sorry for that. I just thought I wanted to do that.
All good.
Took this SPY short, and we took about less pennies than I wanted to, about 5 to 6 pennies. The initial plan was to go for 520.65 because I noticed we are having some higher lows. We weren't able to get that, but my point of entry on this was better. So we're learning and we're growing trade by trade. And with that in mind, I really want to answer this question from David Stadler. How do you mention your quantity? How do you manage your quantity on a second try? Thanks. Yeah, thank you for asking. I think my thing is too, and this has really helped me, is trying not to think about it as my second try in the stock. And I say that because I think if I go into a name, let's say I go into a name and I had a winning trade on it, and then I decide, I'm going to take more shares with it because we did well the first time. That doesn't always work, right? Because each setup is going to be different. So I try to look at my quantity regardless of how I've done in the stock that day, just based on how confident I feel in the trade. So I'm gonna go to Tesla on this. Both of these, Tesla, I usually don't take too many shares. I've been pretty upfront about that. I have smaller share sizes. But with that in mind, I will take different quantities depending on my level of confidence in the trade. So this Tesla trade, I really did like this 90 MA hold. So I took a decent amount of shares here, and I took the same amount the second time because I still liked the same kind of idea, the hold of the 90 MA, and especially the second long entering at this level that we got some of the shares out the first time, right? So resistance and support, having this little dance. But I think maybe a clearer example would be NVIDIA. I took less shares on this first trade, A, because it was my first trade of the day, and B, because it was NVIDIA. So I did want to be very cognizant of the bamboozlement that NVIDIA will always have. Case in point, this massive move to the downside here off that 956 fail. Shout out to Greg Moore for calling this short. I wanted to get involved, but by the time I kind of was considering entering this. We'd already fallen below, but shout out to you, Greg Moore. Hopefully you're printing on that and killing it. But yeah, back to this question of quantity. The second time though, I took more shares, not because I was trying to redeem myself, not because it was a revenge move, but because I liked the setup better. I noticed that we had this kind of waffling between that 960 and 961. So the area that I tried to take short and the area I tried to get out on, or get stopped out on, mind you, I wanted to use that as my motivation to go long here and get out there. So I hope that makes sense. I like to use my quantity, to make a long story short, less as, in relation to my past trades and more in relation to my confidence in the trade. Because I think when you try to use quantity because, you had a certain trade go badly, so you want to take less shares, or you had a trade go well, so you want to take more shares, that's what I find kind of messes me up a little bit. So I hope that answers your question. I think it was a really good question. Adam DeLu said, is that on a 3-minute? Tesla looking good, like Kyle Burdett said. Yeah, I think Tesla's interesting. I like this chop and turn around VWAP. I want to look at this tape a little bit longer, but I do think I like this whole area that we kind of had this chop and turn earlier, just around 172. Now we're failing 172. So I think either way, there could be some opportunities here on T to the S to the L to the A. I'm going to have to keep my eye out, though. Also, another time we get out of a SPY short and it continues to go lower. But you know what? That's not my problem. I'm out of the trade. Where's the next trade? I noticed too, Kyle Burdett was speaking about this, and I've noticed this as well. The massive amount of buying we have at 520.40. So I might even switch this up and go long 520.40. Might have missed that opportunity, but we're going to have to see what we see when we see it. I don't know what that means, but that's what we just said. So how are you doing over here? What are your next opportunities you're looking for?
I'm still looking at Reddit, believe it or not. Not going to take the same trade that we talked about, that 51.5 breakout. Well, not yet anyway, because it's making its way back down. So we know for certain now, given that we've had trouble at this 51.5 level for 2 different days, that 51.5 is a real deal level on RDDT. What we choose to do with that information, an entirely different story. We can keep it in for today if we get a breakout or a rejection again at that level to look to get short, or we can save that for a different day when we come back into 51.5 if we reject it entirely today to look again for that level. So I'm leaving my my notification for that 51.5 approach just where it is, and I'm not going to cancel it. But the trade on Reddit could take a different form. It doesn't have to be a 51.5 break and take. It could be a VWAP dip. We know that generally we bounced off VWAP last time, so we're getting this double top looking, shape. We don't know exactly if it's going to be a double top. Especially, I would say we will not know until it comes back into at least 49.75 or thereabouts. That's where VWAP is hanging out. So for confirmation that the shape we're looking at is actually a double top, we need to break that middle part of the M, right? And this is the area that I'm talking about here. We have to give up the ghost at this level, right? That's kind of like, if you want to compare it to something, it's the neckline on the head and shoulders. So we know where the left shoulder ends, where the right shoulder ends, and we look for that break of the neckline before we get short on the head and shoulders or get long on the inverse head and shoulders. This is kind of that same area here, the middle part of the V on the double top. We'll wait to see, number one, does it make its way down into the volume weighted average price? If it does, great. But what I was looking at here, I'm like, okay, well, what's making you think it's going to get to VWAP? Last time, the closing prints bounced off the 20 period. Sure, we got a wick below the 20 period, but the closing prints all jived. The closing prints all jived with that 20 period. And we're doing the same thing again right here. We're at the 20 period and we're having trouble breaking. So I'm not saying we're going to stop off here on our descent at the 20 period, but it is something to be cognizant about. If we do get support at the 20 period, then this could be a long. We may not necessarily make it down into the volume weighted average price and break 50, right? Especially in light of the fact that VWAP is south of 50 and 50s could be an important level here to trade. So not making any decisions, but I definitely want something on Reddit if I can get it, whether long or short. We'll have to wait and see. I think this is probably still a pay for shorts. Katina Man, you didn't try to take it is. Thank you. The Katina Man confirmed. It's like a set and a half. So we're talking negligible amounts here on RDDT. Yeah, if I can take 100, thank you, Katina Man. I appreciate that. Ram wants 100 shares short too. Get Ram 100.
Yeah.
Right? No, I'm kidding. We have to get them in blocks of 100, guys. The minimum we can get is 100. That's why I asked for 100. Not like I'm looking at punching short 100. I can use anything less than 100 here. Just wanted to make that point.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
That's good for me to learn too.
Yeah.
Because that wasn't something I knew that you
'cause
bought them, and I wasn't sure.
On
how.
TMS, you don't have to get them. On SIM, when I say TMS, that means SIM, guys, right? And when our SIM, you don't have to pay for the shorts. If there are shorts available, you'll get it. It'll just automatically let you do it. But in the real deal, you got to get a manager like the Katina man, like the Neil, like the Brendo, like Brenkels, the guy that was on with. It's a quarter of 1 cent, the Katina
better.
man says.
There you go.
I'll take it, baby. 25 cents it cost me. What's up, Ram Ram? Allegedly, says Ram Ram, Bitcoin broke 70K. And it did, Ram Ram. HOD on BTC is $70,032 to be exact. Not trading there right now, but it did break it at exactly, I'll tell you when, 11:55. So right before the noon hour there, BTC breaking through 70,000. Look, guys, I don't have any Bitcoin. I'm not invested in any Bitcoin derivative, but I truly believe this thing hits 100,000 by the end of the year. And yeah, make of that what you will. So what are you looking at over there?
Yeah, I'm looking. I wish I had a better answer for you. We tried that SPY long, didn't work out. My point of entry here was bad. Talk about getting out bottom wick. Bit of a humbling out here. We're basically more or less flat on the day. We've had some nice trades. We've had some meh trades. And I think really just trying to make more profit on the good trades and take less L's on the bad trades.
Thanks, Sean.
So that's what's going to be my focus today. Thank you so much. Kevy82 asking, can you have a look at GME? I can, and I will. We have earnings tomorrow night for GameStop, so I suspect that will be a very lively night for the market recap show. Definitely check that out. Ooh, sorry for this is a nice look on GME. What do we do at 14.55? That's the question on everybody's mind, or at least the question on mine and maybe also Kevy, who asked me about this. But yeah, this is interesting. We had this curl to the downside. Slightly, we had this really nice kind of downward chop here. Stutter step to the downside. We come back up. We pop into VWAP. Fall back to the downside, but we make a higher low. Bless you. And we continue to curl to the upside. So will we have a double top? Will we continue to see a pop? Apparently, I'm rhyming now, but yeah, I think 11% to the upside, certainly, a nice look for GME. Yeah, the only read on this is I think I like this higher low. I like this nice recovery we had at the bottom here, 1380. And if you got long here, you are like, a cool 75 cents in the money. So congrats to you. Nice look there. We'll have to see if the game stops, though, at 14.55 for GameStop. Let's look at the daily chart. Yeah, this is interesting. We're trying to pop back up here. I like this earlier area of resistance, this 1460, 1455. I think breaking above that would be nice. I also think, though, this 1520 area would be more interesting to me. Look at this pop here in this massive top and tail candle, and also look at this top and turn we had at this area earlier. I like that 1520 area. I think that's something I would be looking at as we head into earnings tomorrow. So, yeah, also shout out to that Dumb Money movie. That was a really good movie, and it taught me a lot about that whole scandal. So, or not scandal, but that whole situation. So, if anyone's not really familiar with what happened there, really interesting film. Paul Dano kills it, and I think it really tells the story very well of what occurred here with the GME short squeeze. A lot of these short float names, though, having a nice look. Let's take a look at CVNA. The NOS boss, as we call him, Michael Noss, was talking about this one earlier. Oh, maybe this is like a short look, actually, for me right now. What am I saying? He was looking at it from a daily chart, but I do like on the intraday, look at these kind of stutter steps to the downside here in Carvana and these little lower lows. I don't mind this. Volume is a little less than 2 million, and this is just one I pulled up kind of arbitrarily, just in a short float basis, but I think this is an interesting look. I can't believe we're already 1 hour into how to trade, so it'll be interesting. I would look into make some more trades. Let's see how this occurs. SPY continuing to range without me. I need to work on my timing there, but yeah, like lots of stuff to be keeping our peepers on.
I just want to update everybody on the Katina Man's trades, please. IBIT short, looking for that 70,000 rejection on BTC. Shout out to the Katina Man taking IBIT short. Also taking Intel short. We know what the headline today was with respect to Intel, AMD, and some of these other American chip makers. It looks like as if they will be blacked out of the Chinese market when it comes to Chinese government computers and servers. They didn't say anything specifically about the Chinese market as a whole, but you never know. This tit-for-tat exchange between East and West could continue here. So, don't rule anything out is what I'd say. So shout out to the Katina man taking those bad boys short. I wanted to mention one quick thing here before we start with the lesson. Again, is it is now 10 afternoon. This look here. So I saw you take Tesla earlier, and we all saw what Tesla did right off the bell. It was the elevator, it wasn't the escalator, right? And then we saw the big V-shaped retracement down. But in that same way now, we're starting to see this U-shaped pattern, or roundy bottom, as Big Kyle Burdett likes to call them, or rounded bottoms as the more appropriately termed name, as the NOS boss likes to say. And it found support right at that 170 area. So I love when you have that, I don't want to call it predictable, because Tesla is almost anything but predictable. But on this day, 170 came into play, and we didn't get much of a break. In fact, I think we held up at that 169.5 for the wicks, but the closing prints all near 170. In addition to 170, it was also the pivot point, so there was nice confluence between pivots and the $10 level there. And all I see is TSLA now knocking on the door of 172.5, looking to take that level. It's at 172.25 now, above the volume weighted average price, above the close on Friday, which was 170 mid-80s or so, okay? HOD on TSLA, a cool 175.24. That is owing to that big, huge move. It looks like somebody was adding there. Probably Aunt Kathy. No, I have no idea. You think so?
I think I remember seeing that she did, actually.
Did she add on?
In all seriousness, I know we
real,
joke about Aunt Kathy, but I'm pretty sure that Aunt Kathy was making some additions. I know she got rid of some Coinbase, about $55.5 million worth. But Tesla, let my Benzinga load. Shout out, as always, to Benzinga. But I believe I remember seeing this morning that Kathy did add a little bit of Tesla to the ARC ETFs there.
That's cool.
If this loads, I will put it in the chat. But I'm about 90% sure I saw something like that this morning.
Thank you for that, Adair. Before I continue, sorry, I want to shout out Michelle Hebert, one of the OGs there in the chat, been with us for a very long time. Thanks for joining us again, Michelle. Always love having you around. And he is yelling about GME. He loves his GME and AMC. For as long as I've known Michelle, he likes Bitcoin, he likes GameStop, and he likes AMC or some category of those stocks. And he could not be more accurate on GameStop today. We're knocking on the door of $15. We just got up into 14 2/3. Very strong day today for GME. We closed out Friday in the low 13s. I believe it was around 13.10 or so. We're well above that. We are at day's highs as I speak right now. And Michelle was saying that there's a nice volume candle that just weaseled its way in. As you can see here, obviously the opening print volume, typically the highest of the day, and then, that's rivaled by the closing print volume. In the middle, usually we have a bit of a chasm between the high volume at 9:30 and the high volume at 4 o'clock. Well, we're picking up a little bit here. So now we're starting to do about 140,000 shares per 5-minute candle. And we just printed a new high, 1467 on GME. Keep your eye on this one, 1467 HOD right now on GME. We'll look to possibly trade this and some others once we get back done with the lesson. Let's load that up now. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Again, we're talking about breakout trades all week, guys. So we talked about pullback trades all week. Now we're talking about breakout trades. So today we're going to talk about support and resistance breakouts, which is one of my faves, especially on the daily, because it seems to have a very high hit rate. So have you ever felt stuck in traffic only to burst free on the clear highway? I can tell you, living off the 401, which is the biggest highway in Canada, I feel that a lot. Right, because then you're in traffic, and then you get onto the 401, and then you get to see what your car can really do, kind of thing, right? So that's similar to how support and resistance breakouts work in the trading world. So let's see exactly how we take care of that. So understanding support and resistance. So just for all the noobs out there, or if you're newer traders, support and resistance is essentially a tug of war between buyers and sellers. Buyers are the bulls, sellers are the bears. Support is a price level where buyers tend to step in and add more or get in initially, pushing the price back up. Conversely, resistance is where sellers see an opportunity to take profits, or the bears to short, driving the prices back down. These type of zones create these price action moves create zones on a price chart, and that's what we're going to talk about today. So just to put it, very clearly in a line chart format, you can see here initially we were ranging from, say, price A to price B, with a price A, the lower end of the blue line being support, the red being resistance. Funny how that changes, though. Once you're able to take resistance, it then seems to act as a support level. There is a reason for that. We're not going to get into that right now, but there is actually a reason. It's not just a phenomenon. There is mathematical reason why that's happening. The bottom right chart over here is exactly that chart reflected in real life, with 460 as that level of support and 560 as that level of resistance. I'm not sure exactly what chart that is, but that's really not important for these purposes. So keep eye on that. Now, spotting these breakouts. How do you find them before they actually happen? So a breakout occurs when the price decisively moves through either support or a resistance level. What we call a bullish breakout is when the price closes above resistance, right? We're looking for a closing print above resistance, indicating buyers are winning that tug of war with sellers and potentially signaling a continuation of that price increase, okay? Conversely, a bearish breakout is when the price closes below support, suggesting that sellers are gaining control, and it also could hint that the price could decrease from here on in, okay? So keep that in mind. We're looking for closing prints. Now, like we've always been saying, all the technical analysis stuff is fractal. What's up, Katina, man? Yeah, keep that. He's like, yeah, keep that in mind, baby. No, but seriously, all these technical analysis tidbits we're giving you are all fractal, which means that they work on whatever time frame you're observing them on. But keep in mind that the lower down on the time frame you go, so if you go down from a 4-hour to a 15-minute, that's going to increase its failure rate. And the lower you go, the higher the failure rate goes, okay? That's just want to put that out there so you can use it on whatever time frame you want. But yeah, let me just move it. It's the phone. You want it?
I think it's the binder.
It might be the binder. Actually, there's metal in the binder, so that could be a... Do you want me to remove the binder? Nah. I like to pretend that I write my journal in it, but I actually don't. What'd you say, Ram Ram? Ram Ram's like, what if I'm a metal robot? Right? Could be interfering with me. Thanks, Ram Ram.
I like that logic. That's obviously the answer. That's what's happening. Yeah.
What if I have some titanium in me because I've done some surgery? My cousin has titanium in his ankles, and hey, you got the knee. I remember. Yeah, the Katina man told me about that. I already knew about that. Shout out to the. You don't beep. You don't beep through. Yeah, there's no titanium that beeps through the metal detectors. Okay. Not yet. Not yet, he says. No, but seriously, guys, we're talking about time frames being fractal. So if you're going to use these, obviously keep in mind the lower down the time frame you go, the higher the failure rate, okay? So here's an example of a bullish breakout. This is a great look on whatever chart, but you can clearly see here, there is resistance for whatever reason at 65. Every time you make it into 65, there seems to be that wall of sellers. That is that until July came around, they say sell in May and go away. Well, if you did that, you wouldn't have been able to get long here on this July 65 breakout, whatever this name is. I have no idea. But then it makes it up to 71, retraces a little bit. Lo and behold, it finds 65 as that level of support. How many times are we going to say this? Chart your support and resistance levels because you don't know when they're going to come into play again. Oftentimes, resistance does become support and vice versa. So, making your move, albeit cautiously. Let's talk a little bit about this. So breakouts can be powerful signals, but there's a catch. False breakouts, they talk about these false breakouts are horrible. Price might flirt with a level, then reverse. So here's how to be a little bit skeptical so we don't get bamboozled by the false breakouts. Look for volume confirmation with the breakout. Look for surge in trading volume alongside the breakout. High volume with the breakout can suggest more conviction behind the price move. So you see what Michelle just told us right now with respect to GME. He's like GME volume, right? I'm not saying what he said with respect to volume is accurate, but he's looking at the volume to confirm with the breakout level. So keep your eye on volume when you are looking for a breakout trade through resistance. Also, look for candle confirmation. Are we getting a daily close above that key resistance? For even more confirmation, and the way that Michael Moss usually charts, the weekly. Are we getting a weekly close above that level? If we are, that is an even bigger check mark that you can put beside its name, and that level will likely act as a level of support. So keep your eye on that. Look for candle confirmation to go with the volume that you're looking for on the breakout. All right, and this is another excellent example that Adara added. You have a very clear horizontal trend range here on our friend AMD. You have 50 to the downside, 57 for whatever reason to the top side. That was until, from say mid-March, that is until mid to late July. Then you break through, as she says, with the viciousness. But look at these volume candles down here. So you don't need to look at AMD's volume chart or volume on the last 5 years to know that this was an outlying day. Compare it to all the other days that are right in front of you. This is obviously outlying volume, no question about it. So look for volume as another confirmatory indicator for the breakout. So how do we enter and exit these trades? So once you've confirmed that there is in fact a breakout, here are some entry and exit strategies. So getting long. Some traders enter right after the breakout. So the example I used earlier was that 200 break on Apple. We know Apple hasn't broken 200. So what's the move here if Apple breaks 200? Are you getting long right at the break of 200? Some people would do that. Sure, they'll wait for that 200 to break and they'll punch long, or they'll have a resting order the other side 200. Some others will do a different strategy. They'll wait for a pullback, right? So they want Apple to clear 200 by some distance, maybe 205, 206, and then come back in and test 200, which we know was resistance. Now we want it as support. So they'll look to get long on that support. Now, it may not be right at 200. They want to watch to make sure 200 holds. So maybe they're getting at 202, 203. The point is there's a pro and a con for both strategy. The pro, for the initial one, getting long on the break of 200, you get a great price. The con, it might be a fake out. You might get bamboozled. With respect to waiting for the pullback, you obviously, the good thing here is you're waiting to prove that 200 is a level of support. So that's the good. The bad is you don't get a good of a price. So keep that those two pieces in mind and figure out which way you want to go, because you got to choose one or the other. Stop loss. Always place a stop loss order to limit potential losses. For breakouts that are bullish, you're placing it below support. For a short, for a bearish trade, you're placing it above resistance. So you need to ID those key areas of support and resistance and place your stop above or below them, depending on whether you're going long or short. The same thing goes for your profit targets. If you're going long, say on a 180 hold on Apple, you may want to wet your beak into 200. We know for a fact 200's been a resistance level on Apple going back forever, right? So you could save a piece for the dream. If you're holding 100 shares, take out 90, let 10 run, whatever proportions you want to leave it. But look to take out the majority of the position. My suggestion to you would be look to take the majority of the position out in front of that key area of resistance. Same thing goes with 165 on Apple. We know 165 on Apple has been a support level as of late. So if you're going short at 200, you may want to look to cover the majority of your shorts in front of 165. So you have to ID key areas of support and resistance so you know, number one, where to place your stops and where to place your beak wetters, your profit takers, okay? Works both ways. And remember, breakouts are signals. They're not guarantees, right? Always do your research, manage your risk, and don't invest more money than you can lose. I still have friends that message me saying, should I get a second mortgage on my place to buy NVIDIA? No, I'm not kidding. I'm being serious.
That's scary.
Josh, I swear to God, I'm not even kidding. My answer is always the same. If you're going to borrow the money, then you can't afford to lose it. Only invest the money you can afford to lose. Hope that helps.
That's like a very sobering reminder. And I just had my eyeballs like bugging out on my head just because that is, I know you mentioned it before, but it's kind of shocking every time because, you know, I understand there's a lot of potential, like, you know, thrill of winning in the market, but also when you lose, that's going to hit you just as hard as the wins will hit you, if not harder. Right? Like emotionally, it'll hit you harder. So I think that's a very sobering reminder, and thank you for bringing that up.
If that's money you're borrowing and you're losing
and then you
that
have to
money,
pay it back.
So you not only are you getting rinsed on the trade, but then you got to pay the money that you borrowed that you got rinsed on. Ram says she knows a lot of people who did that, and by a lot she means 5. So look, Ram, I mean, I'm not saying nobody had ever made money borrowing and trading. They probably have. There's probably quite a few people, but what are the proportions? I have no idea, right? So.
Yeah, that's a lot. Also, Kanye East chiming in here and saying, I have a saying that I like. The money you need is cursed. Yeah, that's an interesting.
Oh,
interesting.
Very interesting.
That's deep. It definitely sticks with you. And then one thing as well I want to say too is, speaking of cursed, I have to talk about NVIDIA. And honestly, I won in this trade, but I can't really be proud of this trade because this was somehow saved. I was saved by a fat finger. Literally, I don't know how to describe it. So I'll just try to, I think the 1 minute might be clearer to explain this because, oh my gosh. So we got short here. I didn't mind the short. I got short at this 951 because this was an area that we had a little bit of chop and turn earlier. I watched a couple times. We couldn't hold it. Cool. We go short. We give it about $1. Then I start scalping it out as we get kind of into this 950 area, right? So we ended up getting out filled. I think we ended up getting everything out. It was all good. Then it turns out I actually still had an order ready. We ended up getting filled long 950. And I at first still think I'm in the short. I'm like, oh my gosh, Adara, what is happening to your life? Then I turn around, I look at the side, and it's like, oh, I'm up. So this was shocking. I immediately punched out. This is what you're supposed to do when you have these, when you have the fat finger moments, immediately punch out. So I did. Happy I'm out of the trade. But yeah, I just want to talk about this because I have to say I'm happy that this worked out. And the planned trade still did go well. So I can't be too pressed about it. But it is kind of sobering when you have a winner and it's literally purely a fat finger move. So I just wanted to be really upfront and honest about that. But we still have these 2 earlier shorts that were valid. We had this earlier long that was valid. So I'm trying to be, you know, a nice even mix of not too hard on myself because we did have some W's. And also recognizing the fat-fingeredness of that last long. And I don't know if that's a word, but we tried. Also, this 951 hold in NVIDIA is interesting. I think there could be, you know, $1 scalp opportunities. That was the area I initially went short and then accidentally went long, but it is holding very well here. That was also the area identified as previous resistance that could turn into support. So I do like this 951 long. I tried to go back into this 950 70s. We did not get filled, alas, because that could have been, you know, $1 plus winner, but that's okay. You focus on the next trade. You don't focus on the trade you just had. So I'm going to be ignoring what happening to NVIDIA because that was, you know, it was a whole situation. It was a quagmire.
That's exactly what I've been saying.
Also, shout out to Hog Rider earlier mentioning Meta. Meta had this massive move up here. We had this, you know, little pause here at 504 right below VWAP. Not ironically, but just also happened to be that area we had some chop and churn earlier. We pushed to the upside off the 9 EMA and we had this nice pump. However, then we paused here at this earlier top at 506.70 and then we have this topping tail candle. So this seems like a little bit of a resistance area, a pièce de résistance for our pal Meta. So this could be interesting. I don't like trading Meta, and I've said this, getting the old man finger out here, because I really dislike the book and the spread on this name. And honestly, I found it to the degree where you could have an area you like, you get in, then you get out because, you know, the spread, it gets bamboozling or whatnot, and then the second you get out, it ends up being a valid trade. I find I lack the timing and the, you know, the proficiency to trade Meta effectively. And if I really like a setup, mind you, I will take it. I don't let it scare me, but it's one that if I'm like, you know, like if I feel pretty good about a setup, I'm not going to take Meta. I will only take Meta if I'm like, this is my setup. You know what I mean? So this is not this is my setup moment for me for Meta. I'd like to see what we do with the 9 EMA, but that topping tail candle has me a skosh worried indeed. Also, Tesla still driving to the upside in its Cybertruck, taking these 9 EMA opportunities. I would consider going long here, but what kind of gives me pause is look at this. We had this green candle, then we were followed right away by this red candle. This could be, I don't want to say bearish engulfing because it's not engulfing, but there's certainly a little bit of bearish sentiment. The bears are growling here at the bulls. Roar! We don't want to go any further up. So at kind of a random level too, right? Not not necessarily. We are at this earlier area of chop and churn, that 172.60. So I want to be very cognizant and see what we do here. That 171.30 to 171.60 was a fun area for me to play. Let's see if the 172.30 to 172.60 has the same kind of juice. How are you doing?
Yeah, Reddit's coming into my level, so I put a breakout trade. We'll see. I mean, I would have definitely liked to have it around 50 because it held 50 really well, and we were talking about it then. Well, it's all good. Yeah, I see it, Adam. Apple, HOD. A lot of people yelling about AAPL. 170.82 new high of day on Apple. Keep eyes on that as it's put in higher highs and higher lows with a bit of a flat top at that, let's just say 170.75 general area. Angelina, Sharif, I have a question. How can I know in volume the difference on quantity from 2 days or 1 day before and compare the difference with the actual day I'm looking at to know the difference? Okay, so here's what I'll say to you, Angelina, is you can do a number of things. One, the easiest way is to load up a chart, right? Let's have a look at Apple. And so what you can see is on the bottom of my chart, so this is the 15-minute look on AAPL, okay? And so what I want to show you is how you can compare a couple of days together. So look at the bottom over here. These are all the volume candles, and then you can see the quantity. So this volume candle over here on Friday was the closing print. That is the 4 p.m. close. And so we have a lot of volume initially at 9:30 and a lot of volume at 4 o'clock. Why? Because you have market on open orders, MOOs, and then market on close orders, MOCs, MOCs, okay? And a lot of institutions, they want to get long, they want to get short right at the open, right at the close. So what you're going to see is huge amounts of volumes initially and then finally. And then in the middle, we usually have a bit of a volume drought. That's not to say that that middle volume area is not important. No, it is very important, especially if you're looking for breakout trades, because we know the extremities of the day at 9:30 and 4 are almost always going to be the higher. And we have in the middle is going to be a little bit lower, but they're not all created equal. What the middle part is on Wednesday could be absolutely different on Thursday. We could have way higher volume on Thursday. So that's what we need to look at. Case in point. Look at this over here. This is Thursday's price action when we got that Department of Justice headline that they're going to take Apple to court. And we had huge big down move. Now look at the volume midday, not on the extremities, Angelina, okay? Not the 9:30 and the 4. Look at the volume midday. Now compare that to the Friday volume. The midday volume on Apple on Thursday was well higher than the midday volume on Apple on Friday. And so you could just do an easy cursory review of the volume on the actual chart. Now you could dig a little bit deeper and you could do a more thorough volume analysis by paying for some other software that will show you volume on the day, volume by the hour, et cetera, et cetera. But I would say to you, you don't need to do all that. You can just do it like I've just shown you here, right? Look at the volume using the volume bars on whatever time frame you want, the 15, the half, the hourly, whatever you want to intake. So that's how I would say to do it there, okay? And if you're looking for that, like what I was talking about, the breakout confirmed by above average volume, you can do it on this way as well, because you'll look at the 5-minute look, you'll look at what the breakout candle is, compare that to all the other candles that it's printed that day, aside obviously from that IB high, the initial balance open, right? Because that's always going to be higher, almost always, right? So we'll keep eyes on that. Now, I've set up a breakout trade for RDDT through the break of the HOD. So if we get break of HOD here on RDDT, looks like I am going to get long. Again, I'm kind of disappointed in myself for not having taken this at 50. It was a $10 level. It's a $50 level. You know, I could have given it a couple of shekels below VWAP. Anyway, whatever. We'll see. Maybe we can get a second trade here on RDDT. What I have to tell you is I see a higher low. So that's why I feel a little bit, you know, not too bad about getting in this trade midday and having missed my level at 50, because we see progressively higher lows. So the bulls, at least for now, are in control, or so it seems. So we'll look to re-up on that trade. Adara.
Yeah, I think the bulls are still in control a little bit there on the RDDT. But you're right, that's a really interesting top level that we keep kind of coming up.
A little bit, right?
Yeah.
I secured shorts. The Katina man got me shorts for Reddit. So if it goes the other way, I mean, I wouldn't be so inclined to want to stand in front of a monster that's up 12%. But if the short is there, the short is there.
Right, and I see what you mean too, because there's a clear level too off which is short. It's not like just arbitrarily throwing.
No.
Things. So yeah, no, nice look there. I was just curious. I wanted to,
fair.
talk about that one. But yeah, I need to stop staring at NVIDIA. That's just a statement. But yeah, no, someone earlier too in the chat, I believe it was the boring man saying, if there's enough fat fingers, maybe that's not the problem. And that is something I want to work on. I will say, over the last couple of weeks, I have been less fat fingery. For lack of a better term, we've been doing it less. So I'm pretty proud of that. Today was a little bit rough. We had that fat finger out of the SPY too early, and then we had this whole NVIDIA scenario, which only turned out positively in pure luck, which is never what you want to hear when you're trading or say when you're trading. So just wanted to be upfront about that. But yeah, I have to say, as a whole, I have been having less fat fingers. So I do want to be proud of that in general, but just today, that was not the case. Also, that NVIDIA 951 pop was massive. I'm kind of upset I wasn't punching in for all of the staring I've been doing at the stock, so that's definitely an L on my part. Shout out to KC in the chat earlier saying, yeah, NVIDIA could get this pop here up into VWAP and then go above VWAP, be aware of the lunchtime buyers. I think that's a very accurate statement, and I think could be really interesting. Caputi, electronic music producer, thought on BA. Yeah, I can totally take a look at that. Let's see which direction we're flying. What's the flight pattern here on Boeing? I drew lines on it earlier, so clearly I do have some thoughts on it. My thoughts on it are, we had this massive, actually I saw another area I like. So we had this pseudo double top on this, this is the wrong direction. I want my horizontal line. That's cool. We had this pseudo double top. We touched this area twice here, more or less, around that, just shy of 197. And the first time we get there, we had this topping tail candle. Certainly an interesting look. So we fall to the downside. We kind of end up consolidating here just around 190s, a little bit of chop and churn. We fall lower. We make a new low at 189.50. Then we start curling back up and we start riding this 90 MA to the upside. So I think this could be an interesting look. I also like, too, that we have a little bit of a bounce here. I didn't draw it very well, but around this 190, 160 area, which is also where we had a little bit of a trouble getting above, and it's also coincides with VWAP. So confluence in nation here on Boeing. I think it's, lots of confluence, lots of areas continuing to kind of flow together. I think in terms of potential profit takers or areas we might pause on our rally. Beyond, I want to see what we do at VWAP. I want to see us make a higher high here at 192.20-esque. Then I want to see what we do at 193.75. That might be a skosh ambitious. However, I keep drawing these lines in the wrong direction. I say that because I do like that we had this earlier kind of, stutter step here, this chop and turn at pre-market. Coincidentally, this is right when the news came out that Dave Calhoun was going to be stepping down as CEO. So this was the first kind of prints we started getting when we had the catalyst. So I think if we can get there and eclipse that, I think that could be a nice little level for BA. Let's see how far it continues to fly. Tesla, still really strong. I definitely missed that range play. I think I was worried we were kind of curling down at that 172.30, which is why I didn't get involved. If you see that little red candle here. Now Tesla's like, yeah, I'm going to keep pushing to the upside. So keep cyber trucking on is Tesla. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. I'm a little upset that I missed that. I love Sharif coming back here and laughing. It always makes me feel nice. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, this NVIDIA 951 long, very upset at myself for missing that, being a little bit too skittish. As Sean says, a scared trader is an efficient trader, and I'm trying to be a little bit less scared. Also, check out the podcast with Sean and Brendan over the weekend. This was a really good one. They're always great, getting better every weekend. You'll get to see lots of fun little caveats and side conversations as well between Sean and Brendan. So always funny and always very insightful is the Weekend Podcast.
I like it. I happen to agree very much. GME, let's keep eyes on this one. Let's not let it off the hook here, not like we've taken a trade on. Bringing in the side chart real quick. GameStop having itself a day, and we didn't even look to see what the catalyst was. At least
earnings tomorrow night.
Thank you. Okay, Q4 results coming in tomorrow night. Eek. Another, I don't know how to feel about this. What do you guys think about this? Do you guys think that this company can make a resurgence? Or, is this going to be, are they condemned? Because everything is going to be online now, right? What I'm seeing is you don't even have to download a game anymore. What I'm hearing is the future is you're streaming games in the way that you're streaming movies. So you're playing a game and you don't even have to download it onto your actual system. So if that's the case, then we're leaving this company by two. Not only are we not buying DVDs or hard copies of the games, we're not even downloading the games anymore. We're streaming playing the games. So I don't know how I feel about this company unless they can change something fundamentally. Let's talk about the technicals though. So coming into the 10-period moving average, Ram, and the thing is though, this has a high of 1458, okay? So we know for a fact that this was a level of resistance. Whether you're looking at the closing prints of the wicks, we know that this was a resistance level. Now, we've cleared it, not by some distance, but by say 30 pennies or so. Now, when we come back to it, are we gonna hold up here in the way that we saw with that AMD example in the lesson, where we held support or we held resistance, then used previous resistance as support? That's what I want to find out here. So there is a bit of confluence almost between the 10 period and this crest over here. So I want to see if we hold up at this level, whether we start curling back up and then getting it on the back end, as my friend Neil likes to say. We'll see if this one presents us with that opportunity. Yeah, so that is the one we'll keep eye on there. GME. What was this? Easy Trader says, I get my PS5 games online. Easy Trader, you may not even have to do that anymore, man. From what I'm reading and for what I'm seeing on television is that you just may be able to stream the game without downloading it entirely. So, you know, that's what I'm trying to say to you. This might be like 2 steps ahead of what GME is already doing. The boring man, GME will report their first profit after some time after hours. Okay. So I didn't know that you knew that what they were going to report, but that's cool. If they report a profit, all the power to them, man. I'm not hoping that they do poorly. I just telling you exactly how I feel that market is going. Now let's get back to Reddit. We'll see if GME holds up at these levels and starts curling. I'll let you guys know. But Reddit, I've got eyes on RDDT Ram because this one is coming right back into that 51.5 level. I've already put my breakout resting order there. If it breaks out through that level, we're going to get long. It's put in 4 consecutively higher lows. So if you want to take that initial bottom right there at 46, that's your first low. Then at 48.80, that's your second low. And then at 50, that's your third. And now we just put in a 4th trough over here at 50.60. $50.60. Who keeps texting me, bro? You're going to go on silent. That's it. Now you're on do not disturb. 50.60, and if we break that, sorry, 50.50, if we break that level, I'll get triggered long. So we'll keep eyes on this one to see what is going on. Let's look at the big, the Mag 7 names, because we've been kind of neglecting, by we, I mean me, some of these Mag 7 names on the day. And there's probably a good reason for that. I want to say, for the exception of Tesla, they're all quite consolidative. Well, Apple's also putting in higher lows. So let's not disrespect the dead one on the day, right? Keeps putting in higher lows, 160.45 LOD on AAPL, and 170.82 is the high, but we've been having a lot of touches at that HOD on AAPL, so we'll see if we can break through and get somewhere maybe into that 172 range. We'll keep eyes on that wall. We'll have to break 171 first. But Tesla is recovering here, guys. 173 just went on Tesla. The high of days, 175.25. We just broke through with the viciousness, as Adara likes to say there. Look at that. And that was a bamboozling candle. It broke down quite nicely below like the 4 or 5 candles preceding it, held 172, and now we're at 173. So the bamboozlement is going to remain, I guess, the status quo on Tesla until something changes. Anyway, making an attempt right now to take, let's just say, resistance level 1 here on pivots. But that's all the way at 174.50. We'll have to see how Tesla does, but looks the most bullish right now, chart pattern-wise, not percentage-wise, chart pattern-wise. And it is percentage-wise now the number 1. Okay, so just NVIDIA breaking down into that 950 area, and that's helped break it down below 1% on the day. So now Tesla is the winner in Mag 7 world, up 1.25, owing to this nice curl back. So yeah, we'll keep eyes on TSLA. Maybe it presents us. Now we're long RDDT. So here comes the madness. We broke 51.46, so let's see if we can get that continuation there.
Yeah, I mean, let's hope that Reddit will kill it. Reddit and forget it. I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good pun here, and I can't. But in all seriousness, nice look there on RDDT. Yeah, no, I think
Josh liked that.
Oh yeah, I didn't hear that. Oh, nice, happy to hear it. Hopefully your trading is going well there, Josh. But yeah, Nvidia, I liked these. I've just been trying to be scalp city over here in Nvidia. I like this 9 EMA. Took 50 pennies off it. Kept a piece for the dream. But we know in Nvidia, we do not sleep for long. We have one eye open at all times. So my eye is open. I initially was going to save a piece for the dream at 952. 953, that feels a little bit optimistic. So I'm being very cognizant of that. I'm watching what we do at 951.50s. If we bounce, maybe we add. If we reject, we get out. So we'll see here, just trying to keep things super tight and condensed and not letting things fly too far away from the sun here at NVIDIA. This was a very labor-intensive analogy, but basically, long story short, we have to babysit this name. I talk about this a lot. NVIDIA and Tesla, if I'm involved in these, there's nary a moment they are not on my chart, because I like to look not just at the chart, but how the book is moving. That's really what matters to me for some of these names, and especially if I trade my ETFs as well. I would actually say I kind of trade ETFs and these mega caps fairly similarly, although I will look at the book almost exclusively when it comes to the ETFs. That would be the main difference, and just use the charts as key levels. But same with NVIDIA and Tesla. If we see a book move a different way, if we see a certain glomming onto or intense rejection of a certain level, that's when I know you have to get in or out, right? So we're gonna have to see here. I'm gonna stop talking. We got out of NVIDIA, so I am out NVIDIA, and I am pleased as punch. We broke above 953, so I guess that dream I had could have come to fruition, but you know what? That's okay. You get what you get, and you don't get upset. Also, the dead one actually kind of stutter stepping to the upside here a little bit. Let's see what we do here, though, at this 171 area, because that was where we had a little bit of a bottom earlier. And when I say bottom, this isn't like massive, right? This is just kind of where we opened at. So I do think what we do here at Apple could be key, but I'm not taking a bite out of the apple just yet. I want to see what we do at 171. I want to see if this 9 EMA stutter step to the upside continues. But shout out to Sharif for taking some profit earlier on Apple. He was Tim cooking in that trade. So shout out to you. I'm looking for some other opportunities here. Tesla continuing to move up. Amazon, let's look at Amazon. I don't look at Amazon very much, although I think we might have some Amazon reads later, and maybe in an hour.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see on
that.
because Obi's always very insightful with his
Bitcoin
Amazon
above 70,000.
Oh,
yep.
Bitcoin above 70,000.
It's holding above 70 now.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, I want to go take a look at Coin tomorrow then after that, but one thing I want to say really quickly with regards to Amazon, I like this VWAP support and then trying to come back above it, right? VWAP could be a support and resistance area. It happens to right now be around that 179.50, so kind of an arbitrary level, but certainly kind of an interesting look here for AMZN, though I am not the Amazonian, so take my read on this with a grain of salt. It looks like also we had a pseudo flat bottom break earlier. We're still up on the day, so not a perfect flat bottom break, mind you, but look at this topping tail candle we have at 180.80, lower highs, bit of a flat bottom here at VWAP, then we swoop to the downside. So if we can't hold this VWAP, I might take this short, but like I said, I have this weird knack specifically with Amazon, there'll be a pattern and I get involved and then the pattern completely reverses, I get out and then it goes back to what it did. So that seems a little bit paranoid, but Amazon brings that out in me. So we'll have to see what we do. I do like this VWAP projection though. Coinbase. That I said that and then just punched it so dramatically. But yeah, Coinbase, interesting look here with this new Bitcoin, not all-time high, sorry, above 70,000. So nice look there. Initially, we did have these higher highs here, and now we're kind of seeing lower low, lower high. I don't have a huge read on this. It is one of those ones that very much behaves at the whim of Mother Bitcoin. So I don't want to make any calls either way. The spread though, 16 pennies. So for a coin, that's actually not a bad spread at all.
Nope.
I do like we're doing something with this 9 EMA. I'm not quite sure what it is, so I'm gonna take my hands off deck here until I see something I like. My main look though is going to be continuing playing this consolidation range in Nvidia. You say consolidation, I say thumbs up. So I like that Nvidia look. But you have a
Should we show them CONL as well? Because I know a lot of people like Nvidia, they may not be about that $300 life, right?
Yeah, that's
it's a little expensive, but very similar charts. True?
Really similar charts, yeah, much
Can
like
I show you a
NVIDIA.
trick? Hit page down on your keyboard. No, the button, page down. Right there.
Oh, I'm blind.
Like that?
Thank you.
Okay, so go into this tab over here. Look at this. So this will help you change the one that you had before. No, you had to hit page down. The button.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh,
There you go.
we
So it goes right into coins. So you
Thank
can
you.
flip between the two. So you can have two up on there. You can switch.
I like that.
I couldn't get excited.
So I'm like
Right?
very
Yeah.
technologically not the best.
There's, I gotta tell you, P Pro 8, there's a lot of tips and tricks and
cool.
stuff like that, shortcut keys. I just wanted to show you that real quick. Yeah. All right, let's see what we're at here on RDDT. We're about 10 pennies out of the money. We're printing 35s. It's not breaking down, but it's not breaking through that level with the viciousness, as Adira likes to say. And definitely not with that oomph of volume like we've been talking about in the lesson today. So I'm kind of a little bit disappointed in myself in taking the breakout trade rather than the dip trade. I like to pretend that I'm a dip trader. And so, you know, when I pretend that I'm a breakout trader, it often results in not so good results. But we'll see. Maybe we can get something here. I'm keeping my eye on that 52.5 level. If you can make it above 51.50 and hold above there, we are getting everything we need to see here, except the actual move. The higher lows, the consolidation at the top, the up big on the day. So we'll see if we can get this and print on this trade. While I tell you about that, let me tell you about this. 171, excuse me, coming in here on AAPL. So we were calling this one the dead one on the day, but now it is recovering, and it's not going to go green or anything. It's down 0.8%. Owing to multiple negative catalysts. Let's talk about the United States suing them. Now, the European Union wants a piece of the action. So this one, you know, all things considered, not so bad. I mean, the Katina man already mentioned it today. He's like, Apple's already been beat down. You know, how much more can it really be beat down? What can we factor into the price that could really hurt this more? By the way, I didn't mention that they announced today, and by they I mean Apple, are going to launch the Vision Pro in China, I believe, by the end of the year.
Yeah, they said by the end of 2024.
Yeah, okay, so that's still a long ways away. We'll have to see how much demand there is there, and we know that there is already trouble on that side of the world. So we'll keep eyes on that. Reddit still near the highs, but not breaking down. Now, I didn't tell you guys, sorry, my out on Reddit. So if this one doesn't go my way, the lower low over here, that break of $50.60, that's my line in the sand. Right, so it's not going to be below 51 because the market doesn't care about my out. The market cares about price action that's already printed. So 51.60, that's going to be a new trough. And if it breaks below, sorry, 50.60, 50.60, that'll be a new trough. If it breaks that level, I'm out. So we'll see. Kevy 82. When did you last look at DWAC? Like 10 minutes ago. I know that they're gonna de-SPAC and they're gonna trade under a new ticker. And I think that's like in a couple weeks.
Yeah, I think.
Weeks? Say it again. What's that? DWAC. It's tomorrow. DJT. Wow, it's tomorrow. DJT. So that's going to be.
Oh, I think I know what those initials are.
Yeah, Donald J. Trump.
Yeah,
yeah. Donald John Trump.
I thought it was going to be Truth Social and not.
That's how.
Yeah, I'm going to pull it up. Thank you so much.
Yeah, pull that up. I can't believe it's DJT, bro. That's
I'm not seeing it coming up yet. Right now, I'm seeing something called Daichi Jiu-Jitsu DJTGF. That's the one thing I'm seeing right now. So I don't know if it's. Oh, sorry, DWAC. Sorry, my bad. Thank you, Sean. Sorry, I'm like leaning in way too hard here. Yeah, I'm looking through the story. Oh yeah, merger.
Bring it down so everyone can look with you.
Oh, yes, I'll pull it down. Thank you very much to Ben Zinga, our sponsor. Check our link out there.
Yes.
To take advantage of that because it's an incredible platform, and I use this all the time. You know, Sharif's always saying as well, you know, Dara always has her Ben Zinga open. That is very true. Let me see here. Yeah, DJT. So this was approved on Friday. First announced 2021. Let me try to see here. But yeah, so DJT is going to be the ticker at NASDAQ DJT. So,
okay.
Oh, zoom, I like that.
Ram's done all the work there. She zoomed up a storm.
Killing it. Thank you very much there. According to a SPAC expert here, saying that apparently just shy of 5,000 shares of DWAC were redeemed at the merger vote, and they were cashed out at net value. So little updates here. Yeah, thank you so much to Sean for telling me about that because I didn't know they already had the ticker out there. So DJT, the place to be maybe tomorrow, but we'll have to wait and see where as DWAC gets de-SPAC.
I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm a little upset it's not going to be DWAC anymore. Man, there's a lot of nostalgia to go with this name. If anybody's ever watched this show, I mean, I don't have the clip right now, but there was a really interesting clip of a lot of the traders. I'm looking at you, Katina Man. You know I'm looking at you. And the Katina Man has it. He can find it. It was one of the most exciting times I've seen on this show, and I was a viewer at the time. I wasn't on the floor yet. It was that, I don't know, $100 winner for the Katina Man. What was it, bro? Yeah, it was something ridiculous like that. Anyway, so I'm kind of... Yeah, it's just nuts. Kept going up and up and up. Anybody who knows, who's been watching a long time, knows exactly what I'm talking about. So yeah, a lot of nostalgia is going to go away with that DWAC ticker has gone away. It's been a SPAC for a while, Adair. I think a couple of years now. So
it's been a while.
Yeah. It was right after the election, this, that, and the other. Anyway, all right. So Reddit, there we go, baby, through the top. Let's wet our beak here on some profits on RDDT. If it can cross 80s, the spread is a little wide on it, so we may not get the spread. There we go. Nice fill on RDDT. Let this one go. Now we're gonna look now to that 52.20-ish area. So first and foremost, we got to get through 52. Okay. That's a whole dollar level, this, that, and the other. And then if we can get through 52, let's keep tabs on that double top that we put in earlier. Let me move that out of your way. This is the double top to which I'm referring. I think we topped out here at 25 pennies, right? So the initial one was at 20 pennies, the second one at 25, but for all intents and purposes, it is 52.25. Someone thought in the chat before, like years ago, that I said intensive purposes. I'm like, no. I thought that you found that
I think that's one that people often miss here. Like, I feel like that's not the first
intents and
time.
purposes, yeah. Yeah, well, I don't think it's that hard, but yeah.
I know what you mean, yeah.
What'd you say, Ram? Intents and purposes? Intensive purposes. They're like completely different meanings. Yeah, she's still like, come on, Ram. Come on, bro.
I love that laugh. That was a great
Ram has
laugh.
like a sick giggle. Anyway, we're on our way, hopefully, to 52 Adara. If we do, I'll wet my beak.
Yeah, no, that's a great look there. Congrats there to Sharif on Reddit. No sweat it for you in Reddit, let me say that. Also, actually not that much sweat for me in Amazon either, which is shocking. I have mentioned my bizarre relationship with Amazon. I don't know why, I'm trying not to have beefs with stocks, but I remember my first day at the time, the midday, someone was asking, what are your biggest trading superstitions? At the time, I had said small cap halts, cough, cough, AXLA. But now I think my answer actually has to be Amazon. I do think, though, however, I got in because I do like these lower highs, lower lows. I like that VWAP projection at the time. I got involved a little bit early here, just shy of VWAP, and then I added some when I noticed that 179.59 rejection. If we decisively break up into 179.65s and then into 179.70, I will be out. I am not the Amazonian. You will hear from him in about an hour because Opie definitely has a much better understanding of this name than I do. But that being said, I think, I like this general trend to the downside. I'm going to be taking some profits out when we get to that previous low of 179.29. I already have the beak water ready. All the ducks have to do is just bob at the water. So hopefully we will be able to get some stuff out of here at Amazon. And when I say hopefully, I don't mean hopium. We do have a general downward trend. I just mean we'll have to wait and see what the stock does. Patient will be important. Oof.
All right, so we're going to have, there's going to be some interesting possible volatility here, Ram. If I can show this headline, former President Donald J. Trump will be having a news conference at 40 Wall Street. I don't know where that is. Is that at Trump Towers? At 1 p.m. So that is in 3 minutes from now. The reason I tell you this is because it could have effects on DWAC. We know that there's going to be a de-SPACing, this, that, and the other. We just finished talking about it. So 1 p.m. Trump presser. Make sure you've got DWAC loaded up if you want some of the smoke. Anyway, we'll see exactly what we get on this DWAC headline. I'm sitting here at 52 on RDDT. Let's see if we can get printed. I'm seeing 94s now on the ask. We'll have to cross. The spread is opening up. It's 15 pennies now, so it's a little bit wider as we approach that whole dollar level. Not surprised by that. As we approach that area of resistance, the areas of illiquidity tend to open up a bit. We'll see, what we get there. There we go. Now we get the fill. Bang through 52 on RDDT. I was just going to read what Adam and Dan, the man Emmons, wrote there. Thanks very much for that, Katina Man. Because Dan is like, The 2-year note auction in 2 minutes. Totally forgot. There's an auction. Let's talk a little bit about that. I think Dan put that in the chat earlier. I'll load up my economic calendar here. Arsenal Adam, Apple hit 171.09. Dude, I should have listened to you. I'll just be the first to admit it. You know, Paper Hands is kind of my middle name around here, and I should have let that one run. It was putting in higher lows and higher highs. That's my mistake. So, kind of deal with that. Let's talk about this economic calendar, though. So, we already had Fed Governors Cook speak. So, we have 3 different auctions today. We had 2 already. That took place at 11:30. We had the 3-month and the 6-month. That's done. Now we get the 2-year note. Now, anybody who's known anything about the 2-year has known it for its inversion with the 10, with the 30. So the 2-year has been quite elevated as of late, and that's owing to that higher than expected inflation print we got in January and February. I think it's eased off somewhat ever since Papa took the mic last week and dropped hot lines. It's been retracing a little bit. Let me just see. Yeah, so we topped out last week just in front of 4.7, 4.7%. We got this morning to a low of 4.538. Right now, we're essentially at 4.6, 4.597 on the 2-year. That's what the 2-year futures is currently trading at, 4.597, up 1% on the day. We'll find out exactly what happens here. But we got to load up DWAC, baby, because President Trump, former President Trump, is gonna be doing a news conference at 1 o'clock. Ram, if I can show the chart. Right now, we're doing the dance with $45. HOD on DWAC, though, was 47. So I expect some volatility to come in. We'll have to wait and see whether or not this ends up panning out to be what it is. But DWAC's been having a good couple of weeks. Has been moving for a couple of weeks, right?
It's been a nice little while here. Yep. DWAC's been having these nice moves to the upside. So yeah, I mean, I can't believe DWAC is going to de-SPAC. To me, that's wild.
Straight
and
up.
That ticker is, that's an interesting ticker for sure.
Wow, also, Reddit. Sorry to interrupt you. No. Reddit just flew up to $53, bro. I just got out at 52. There goes Reddit into 53. Now it's up 15%. We took the whole thing out there in front of 52. That was a mistake. How many times am I going to learn to leave a piece for the dream? Anyway, 53 top there, Adara, as this thing really flew through that 52.25. We were talking about 52.25 being the double top over here and to encounter resistance there. What resistance, dude? We didn't even hold up there. It was one big green candle to the top of there.
I mean, it did look like a resistance level, right?
It did.
You had to react to what you saw. The beak was still wet. Yep. You know, the beak still got some dips there, so nice trade, I would say, regardless. Also,
thank you.
So I actually looked up, this is a very nice building. This is 40 Wall Street. I like the architecture of this building. I like the funky little roof, but you were right about it being a Trump building.
It is a Trump building. Yeah, I figured. He's probably going to do it out of his own place.
It makes sense, right? Self-promo. But yeah, I think this is a cool building. I just wanted to show the building.
Well, when you put the ticker as DJT, you're going to self-promote.
Makes sense, yeah. Also, Amazon actually not making me regret all my life choices in a shocking twist of fate.
Okay.
This honestly goes to show, you can't have beef with tickers. And that feels very self-explanatory, and maybe not something I have to announce. But I have to say, I'm pretty proud I got involved in this. I started this position right around VWAP, and I have to admit, initially it looked kind of dicey, but I said, Adara, you're going to take it out if it goes to 179.65 and breaks above viciously. We never got that viciousness. We held nicely at that 179.59 and rejected, so I added a little bit there. And like I said, we'll be getting some out if we get to 179.29. This isn't a win yet. We're basically flat on the position, so je ne sais pas what's going to happen next, but I will be keeping my eye on it. And I'm honestly, sometimes you just have to be proud. You took a trade and you took a risk. And, we talk about saving pieces for the dreams. Sometimes trades are just motivated by you have a look, you don't know how it's going to go, but you have to trust yourself. So pretty happy with that. I sound a little bit like a motivational speech there, but always a little bit happy when you're able to go outside your comfort zone just a little bit. So happy there with A to the M to the Z to the N. SPY actually still pretty shorty. Shout out to Kyle Burdett telling me about the short opportunities continuing to unveil themselves or reveal themselves here in the SPY. I need to be keeping a better eye on this one. I think with the SPY, though, my timing has just been very bad. And I don't mean that like unobjectively. Objectively, the timing has just been bad, no two ways about it. So I get in, then I get out because we break below, and then it holds. So I just need to be a lot more careful. That being said, I'm not going to completely cast away the idea of a SPY short. It's still on my side chart, but I'm not going to get involved until I have something I really, really like on it. Also, Tesla. Tesla dipping a little bit here. When I say a little bit, we have a nice fat candle here trying to break below that 173. We had all that consolidation at that 173 top. And then Tesla says, I don't know. Now we're below the 9 EMA, which is a huge area of support earlier. So we're going to have to see what happens there. Really quickly as well, I want to address this. Michelle Hebert, super chat. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Michelle, GME on the daily is rousing around 1550. Previous February to March to February 2022 lows. First profitable year expected on earnings, but lower revenues on store closing. You know your GME stuff there, and shout out to you. Thank you so much for the super chat, Michelle Hebert. Yeah, we did have that higher high. I was talking about earlier that 1455 maybe being a top, and GME is like, what are you talking about? Continues to move to the upside, so nice look. Let's look at the daily chart for that 1550 area that is being mentioned. Let's take a look. Yeah, I see what you mean. This is like definitely, we oscillated around this area earlier, and I think that could certainly be an area that we could kind of get above. I think 16 as well. We had that kind of dip into 16. So I think, yeah, let me see. Let me zoom in a little bit more for that 1550 lows. I'm trying to find this on the chart. But yeah, this is, oh, here we go. February, March 2022. Yeah, there's certainly like a bit of a downward move here, but we have been consolidating there at that bottom for a little bit. And I think, you know, really the only way here for us to go is up, as cliched as that sound. And honestly, it's not true. If we do dip below, I think that 12 is a little bit of a bottom. Look at that massive push up we had November 29th. So I would be definitely cognizant of what we do at 12 should we fall. But if we go up, yeah, that 1550, I mentioned this earlier as well. I think that 1550 kind of interesting. So thank you for pointing out that level, Michelle Hebert. And thank you very much for your super chat. And if you're in GME, hope you're printing. But yeah, I can't believe 1 p.m. We have the lesson to start soon, but we also have other things to deal with, including the DWAC situation and you know, all these markets. So we're going to wait and see what happens here first.
Yeah, Trump is speaking now. Right now, the topic of discussion is that hush money for Stormy Daniels. It's nothing to do with DWAC, so we're not going to cover that. But if the you know, the focus of the presser ends up being on Digital World Acquisitions or the new ticker DJT, as of tomorrow, we'll bring that to you. But currently, Donald making statements right now, but it is not with respect to Digital World Acquisition. Now, Reddit really through 52, through 53, got up there into 53.5 exactly. So HOD, well, not exactly, 48. It got up to 53, 48. That's a high day right now as we try now to hold 53 as a level of support, using it as a nice little move back down. Like I would have expected for us to give up the ghost at 53, to come back in at least to 52.25, 52.33 to retest this double top here and use it as a level of support. Not to be, it looks like on the day. Doesn't really matter what I want or what I care, what I think. This one is moving to the beat of its own, marching to the beat of its own drum, looking to take that $0.50 high again. That was a lot of volume that came in there midday. And this is kind of exactly what I was talking about there. Let me just show you exactly what I mean. So on RDDT, like, look, so initially, look at that volume. So the majority of the volume happens early, right? 10:05, that's the big move up. Then there's a big chasm of volume where, you know, the average volume per 5-minute candle drops significantly from around, say, 500,000 to about 100,000 or 200,000. And then it just shoots up yet again, right back into 500,000. So that's what I'm talking about, using volume for confirmation for the breakout. Because that was exactly what we talked about today. It literally was looking for that 52 top, which we knew was going to be that resistance level, 51.5, that resistance level on RDDT to break out on volume, and it exactly did that. So I'm really happy that this actually happened on the day that we're talking about this trade, and it's a trade that I took. So it's good. Yay, karma. Right? So anyway, we'll see what this one does, but awfully strong on the day, and continuing to put in higher highs and higher lows. But be careful for a mean reversion trade and look for maybe 51.5 or 52 to hold up as that level of support. We'll keep eyes on RDDT, but it's not the only one that's going, right? And this one, not as sexy, not as, you know, as parabolic in its movement, but up and to the right nonetheless. Now, you don't have to get in with the same amount of size on grow generations as you would on RDTT. Now, number one, say again, Katina, man. Oh, you're on the phone, okay. So because it's essentially here, it's a $2 stock, the other one's 50 some odd dollars, but the fact of the matter is this one's done enough volume that you could have gotten several thousand shares and still had liquidity at every level. So this one bounced off that 50 penny area and looked to make like a 10 penny move, right? Which is not exciting, but it is predictable and valid on the day. MNY, I smack talked MNY on the top of the show, and then it really, put me in my place. Reclaim VWAP in the way that I said these small cap cappers weren't doing lately. It did it. It made me look bad, and I'll take it. You're just never usually right for very long anyway with trading, to be honest with you, Adara.
Yeah, it's a big thing to learn. Yeah.
Right? But what I do like about this is even though it didn't hold the indicators that well, it broke below VWAP. It danced with the 10, sometimes with the 20. So,
He is the money hero.
No.
He is the money hero.
Who?
You're the money hero. Look, you're here in MNY.
But this is actually really funny.
That was amazing.
No, but really what I want to say is this one flipped and used its previous price action resistance, say 205, 206, as now price action support. So even though it hasn't respected the VWAP, the 10 period, the 20 period, whatever else, it has respected price action resistance as support, because if you looked for that retracement off 235 to get long at 205 or 206, you were rewarded because it dipped down there and it held it quite well. So we'll see now what it does when it comes back down. It looks like it's coming right back down again. Here comes 212. So we'll see what what is this called again? MNY? The money, what was it?
Money hero.
The money hero, that's it. We'll see what MNY does. DWAC is tanking. Okay, so here we go. So 47 bucks. Here comes 43. This one, yeah, Katina, man. This one is awfully volatile. Off that 47 top, we're now 40, right back into 44. So DWAC looking here to get quite volatile as the volume picks up a little bit. Keep in mind that this area here, 43 bucks, is that top on DWAC. So we rejected off that 43 top a couple of times. Now could we come back to that level and hold it? Right below 43, not far below, is 42.75, and that's where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. Let's see what DWAC brings.
Yeah, I mean, DWAC right now does kind of look like the tower in which the speech is being given. That 40 Wall Street get the little peak and then that move to the downside. Yeah, once things kind of settle down, we can settle into the lesson. But so much going on in the market right now that we must discuss. Have we seen that bond number? I'm going to look into that.
Oh, good call.
I'm in a mega cap name, and usually those are a little bit more receptive to the bond auctions. I haven't seen any crazy moves in Amazon to suggest anything happening here. But let me look into this. We're making a little bit of a move down here now on some of these NQ names. So this could be what we have. If anyone sees here, let us know. I'm keeping an eye on this. We have the 2-year note. These are all organized. Okay, so yeah, we have not gotten this one yet. Okay. Okay, I'm just trying to see which one we have here. Checking these notes. Also, I'm keeping an eye on this DWAC news coming out of Benzinga. I'm not seeing anything yet beyond the announcement that we did have the meeting. Or not the meeting, but he's begun talking. So if I see anything, I will let everybody know. But I'm just trying to find this auction here. Still, bear with me. Apologies here. But yeah, so I mean, right now in terms of trades, I'm still in Amazon. We're still below that 179.65 area, though I'm pretty sure Amazon's going to break above that now here. Okay, here we go. So we have the high yield, 4.595% versus 4.9% previous. So this very 0.005% move up here. So nothing massive here. And then we had the bid note to cover actual 2.62 versus the previous of 2.49. So bid to cover slightly higher than expected. High yields slightly, bid to cover slightly. Yeah, they're both slightly higher than expected. My bad there. So both slightly higher. Thank you for tagging me there, Adam Deleuze, with that. Also, I am going to be saying adieu to Amazon because that did not end up going how we thought it would, and I wasn't able to get out of that. That's all good. All good. Where's the next trade, as Obi says? And we will be seeing Obi again and Sean pretty soon, in about an hour there. So that was the bond move we did. I think that might have been the reaction, a little bit of a pop up there on some of these names. So we are out of Amazon, no longer swinging from the vines in Amazon, but that's all good. Thank you very much, The Boring Man and Adam DeLuce, for tagging me with that bond auction results. And sorry for the pause there, guys, as I was trying to find those results. But always, shout out to our community, always giving us that info as they see it. So thank you very much. We did get the bond in. A little bit of a pop-up here in some of these mega cap names, including Amazon. So I have Audi. I'm out of that trade.
Okay.
Because we got that number. Nice.
All right. Yeah. Big Kyle has been shorting Amazon all day. Big Kyle is telling me that 180 short on AMZN is paid. Let's have a look at what Amazon's been doing on the day. I mean, Amazon looked very directional earlier on. You heard the one, the Knope comment on it, and it's a kind of parabolic move into 181. It went through all the levels. It took Friday's closing print at 178.90. That was gone. And then it took pivot, resistance level 1 at 179. Yeah, I said 178. 178.90, then 179.90, which was pivot level 1. Then look at this, 180.80, resistance level 2 on pivots. They all got taken. But now we're retracing and we're putting in consecutively lower highs. There's that 181 top, and then we have that 180.10 top that I think Big Kyle got short on. And now we're topping out here at 179.80 yet again. So we'll have to make higher highs here for AMZN to kind of pump up. It's trying to stay above the volume weighted average price at the moment, which is hanging out at that $179.50. We'll have to wait and see what this one brings. But, you know, I'm surprised, you know, they're not being sued. You know, there must be something that must irk the government. Come on, can't you sue them as well? There's more money to be taken. Right, let's go. You're going to leave Amazon to make all this money? No, I'm just being a little bitter about. I don't know. I have trouble with this whole. I get they're trying to protect the consumer.
Yeah.
I get all that. I get it. But like, you've never run a company. How do you know?
I understand. Like, it's like people trying to come at it from a position they don't have much experience about. It's like two, like one is the company side and the other is the government side, and neither one has any experience running the other.
Very good
You would
point.
assume.
That's a really good point.
And so they come at it from different perspectives.
That's a very good point.
That's obviously very rudimentary. Look at it. I have no experience in either as well.
No, but
I
you're
have never
speaking
been
sense. You're
Lena
speaking
Khan, and I
sense,
have never been Andy Jaffee or
Jassy, yeah.
Sorry, I knew
It's
I was
all
wrong
same
there.
thing,
Jassy.
yeah.
I knew it
Pretty
was like
close.
2 consonants and then an EY, but I was wrong about the consonant. So, yeah, there we go. But I see. I think it's an interesting point for sure. And there's a lot of different ways you can look at it.
171 break on AAPL. I know you want to start the lesson. Just want to say real quick here, 171 and a third HOD on AAPL coming into the 200 period on the 5.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you for that. So now if there are any interruptions, we shall interrupt the lesson with any news there, because I know we do still have Donald Trump speaking about potentially with some DWALK related news there at 40 Wall Street. So we will absolutely let you guys know if there is anything. But right now, we'll be talking about support and resistance breakouts. Have you ever felt stuck in traffic only to burst free onto a clear highway? This is maybe an analogy that rings a little bit more true with Sharif, who drives, as compared to myself, who does not. But you know, I'm still in traffic, and I still understand.
We all have been.
You know, the quagmire and the annoyance that can be. So certainly a situation that can be similar as well to how support and resistance breakouts work in the trading world. One example was actually that Reddit trade that Sharif had earlier, killed it on Reddit. Some people were mentioning earlier as well in the chat that was a good example of support and resistance, and kind of how frustrating it can be to try to drive through that resistance and continuing to see that roadblock.
Good point.
And then you can break out into the highway and it's all clear sailing from there. So let's buckle up and learn how to identify these potential turning points in the market in the wild. So first, how do we understand support and resistance? It's kind of like a tug of war between buyers, who are going to be the bulls, and sellers, who are going to be the bears. And support is the price level where the buyers tend to step in, pushing the price back up, and resistance is where the sellers and the bears say, nah, this is where they're going to try to take profits and drive the price back down. These levels create zones on a price chart. And here are some examples. So I have this one too. This is not labeled. This is just kind of a straight up example of how support and resistance can flip. So we have this earlier area of resistance here and support. Then we break up above, and then we find resistance and go back to support where we had previous resistance. So interesting look there. This one as well shows that we had some support at the 460 level of whatever chart this is. Then we come back and see some resistance around the 580 level. So it shows a range over a larger period of time. Just kind of some visual examples to show show what's what in the charts and some examples in the wild, because this is a phenomena that we talk about for a reason. They do happen. Let's talk about spotting a breakout, though. A breakout's going to occur when the price decisively moves with a viciousness through either support or resistance. A bullish breakout is going to see the price close above resistance, indicating buyers are winning the tug of war and potentially signaling a price increase. But conversely, a bearish breakout is going to be like, the price is going to close below support, which suggests that sellers are in the mix, they're gaining control, and the price might go down to the downside. Here's an example of a bullish breakout. So we have some resistance here at the 65 level in this chart. Then we kind of come to break above it in July, and then we actually, again, shows another example of resistance becoming support. We test this again, coming back into September as support, and then continue to go to the upside. So this is one example of a bullish breakout above previous areas of support of resistance. What about a bearish breakout? Never fear. Here's another example. Shout out to Investopedia, which is where I got both of those charts.
Bang.
We had this support here in an uptrend. Then we go fly below support, we find it as resistance, and then we go back to the downside with the viciousness. So here's one example, and it also shows too, this is going to be more of a flat channel, this bullish breakout example, but this bearish breakout was actually, we were in an uptrend, and then we had a reversal. So, try to switch it up and show that no two breakouts are going to look alike, just like no two snowflakes are going to look alike. Just because you see one thing doesn't mean that's the be-all and end-all of a breakout. So make sure, we're going to talk about this as we get to the end of the lesson as well, but make sure that you're not just looking for one or two things. Make sure you have the entire picture, the entire tapestry, or the balance of the evidence, as Sheree would say. Also make your move with caution. Breakouts can be really powerful signals, but false breakouts exist too. So you might see a price flirt with a level, say, oh, hi, buy me a drink, and then reverse. So you want to make sure that you're being skeptical within reason. What things you're going to be looking for? Volume confirmation. You want to see a surge in trading volume alongside the breakout. High volume will suggest a little bit more oomph, a bit more conviction to the price move. Also, candle confirmation. You want to see a daily or weekly candle close clearly above resistance, bullish, or below support in a bearish situation. So here's one example of a breakout with small volume on this old AMD chart. We had this range here in between 50 and 57. We kind of la-di-da with average volume. Then we see this big massive volume candle, and we push up with a viciousness here out of this range in AMD. So here's an example of a candle of volume showing some oomph to the upside and showing that this breakout is for realsies, for lack of a better term. Entering and exiting is also something important to keep in mind. Once you have your confirmed breakout, how do you want to play it? So for entries, some traders might enter right after the breakout, and others are going to be waiting for a pullback where the price briefly revisits the broken level before continuing its move. So that might be an example if you're in a long, if you're looking to go long, you break above previous resistance, and then you test it as support. That could be your entry, par exemple, but it's going to really depend on the trader and the specific situation. Not advice, just some things that you might be looking for on the chart to make your move. Stop losses are also going to be really important for exits, because you always want to make sure you place your stop loss order to limit potential losses. For breakouts, consider placing it below the broken support in a bullish situation or above the broken resistance in a bearish trend. Profit targets are also something you want to keep in mind, because taking profits is just as important as entering. That's why we talk about bequotters. You want to make sure you clinch the profits so that you have something to show for the trade. Look for potential resistance levels above bullish breakout support levels below in a bearish breakout to lock in some gains and make sure you have some profit for the journey. You also want to remember, though, breakouts are signals and not guarantees. Do your research, do your due diligence, look at the balance of the evidence, manage your risk, and never invest more than you can afford to lose. Also, bonus tip, make sure you're exploring other technical indicators alongside support and resistance for a balanced trading diet and a more comprehensive trading strategy. Also, thank you to Eddie R. for the shout out with the puns. Much appreciated. Pun Day Monday, maybe, I don't know. But also, shout out for everybody here as well in the chat. Also, Sean has posted a tweet. Oh, it's a poll. So are you buying the new DJT D-Walk? And also you can see his walk, talk, and stalk in the snow. So,
he did a walk and talk today? That was.
Oh, I'm missing the second tweet? Oh yeah, DWAC will de-SPAC into GJT. Thank you very much for that. That ends up being a pun there from Sean. So much appreciated. And thank you, Ramin, for pointing that one out. So there we go. I'm happy it got out of Amazon before we went into that went into that lesson. Let's see what we do at 180. If we fail 180, I might try to short this again, but I'm not the Amazonian. You'll see him in about 37 minutes. I am not the Amazonian. I'm just someone who occasionally dabbles in the Amazon trades. So there we go. We're going to have to see what happens tomorrow with DJT slash FKA, formerly known as DWAC. And we're going to have to see right now what happens with Amazon at this 180. What have you been looking at?
I have been looking at DWAC. Perfect segue there, Darryl, because I was yelling to the Katina man when he got up that DWAC was tanking, and it was. We touched almost 47, I think 46.99, 46.98, and we tanked all the way down to 43, but with the same viciousness that we retraced $7, now we've retraced higher 3, right back up to 46. But look at what we did at 46 earlier. You cannot convince me that 46 was not a resistance level, even if we broke into 47. Look how many touches we have at 46. This is 46 level. Look how many topping tail candles all wick into 46 and end up rejecting off that level before we ended up making it into 47. So I really want to see exactly what we do at 46 at these levels. And whether or not we break it and hold it, right? Or whether we retrace again. So DWAC, we'll keep eyes on that one. Trump is still talking. He's still talking up a storm, and it's still, about non-DWAC things, okay? I'm looking at the closed captioning. I'm also looking at the headline. He is still speaking, but it is not DWAC related. It doesn't matter. I mean, let's be real about it. This DWAC could move on a non-DWAC related headline coming out of Trump. So I've got that on the side here, and we'll keep tabs on that. And if anything happens, obviously we'll bring that to you. So let's see what else is popping off here. GME getting another, let's call this a third win. It's not a second win. This is a third win over here. Here was the first win, that big pop up. The second win was a retracement off that 14 low. And then we dipped into 1460, and we're trying to make our way back up into 1490, maybe to take 15. So it's been consecutively higher lows and higher highs for GME as we anticipate earnings tomorrow. Some people speculating they'll be profitable. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, one of those companies that a lot of eyes will be on, not for its importance to the overall market, but because it's a name that we all know. 1482 trading at right now, 8 pennies off the high at 1490. GME having itself a day, 13.13% as I looked at it.
Double 13?
Yeah, not right now, 13.05. There we go, it was back down. All right, so keeping tabs on that. Okay, Trump is done talking, so he's off air now. We'll see if DWAC reacts in any sort of way. Nothing done. Still holding at 46. Let's see what else is moving here. MNY, the money, whatever thing, money hero. Sorry, I have really bad memory.
It's okay.
Especially
it's
compared to you because you have that eidetic memory. You make me look a little bad, not gonna lie. Yeah,
I'm
this. Now Darryl's mocking me.
I wasn't trying to mock.
I thought you were actually mocking me.
I really wasn't trying to.
Yeah, I know. That's not really your move. You're not a mocking or a sarcastic person.
That's the thing. But then because I don't know the tone, sometimes I'll say things and then people will think I'm mocking or sarcastic, and then that gets me into whole.
No, I know you're not sarcastic because that we've kind of established, you and I, right? But I didn't know that you were.
I wasn't trying to mock.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's all good. I take it around here. You know how it is.
Yes.
That's what happens when you trade Li Auto around here. You have to grow thick skin. I'm looking at you, Katina, man. Shout out to you. No. In all seriousness, MNY back into 2 and back at the VWAP at the volume weighted average price. So, we talked about this one having that support level at $2 owing to that top that we originally put in before we broke it here at 10 to noon or right at noon. But right there again. So if you're looking for a small cap gapper above the volume weighted average price and with a catalyst and up nicely on the day, this is up 52%. So nothing to sneeze at here. I'll look possibly for an entry on this. My line in the sand is going to have to be 2. So if I get long here, it's going to be a tight stop. It breaks 2 by a penny or 2, and I'm out. So at VWAP, at the $2 level, this could be an interesting entry opportunity on MNY. RDDT, it looks as if those shorts that the Katina man hooked me up with are going to go unused because this thing keeps heading higher. 53.69 HOD, 53.75 now HOD. Here comes 54. Okay, every time I say a new high a day, prints a new higher day. So as you can see now, 80s now HOD. It's on its way to 54 bucks. It has been, there it goes, man. 89s now HOD. You know, I don't know where the top on this is going to be. I'm likely not going to take a mean reversion trade on this because, well, you'll have to stand in front of a freight train. It's up 17 and almost 0.25%. Yeah, it's been very strong, Adara, quite frankly. Let's look at the future real quick. We've been kind of, I don't want to say, you know, doing nothing on the future, but in all seriousness here, we've been in between 18.5 and even higher than 18.5. Let's be real about it. For the majority of the morning and the afternoon, we've been above 18.5. In fact, it's been 18.510 as the low. The highest there is 50. So we've been ranging 40 to 50 points the majority of the morning on the NQ June contract. Okay, not something we're typically used to on here. Usually we get some moves one way or another, but the future is very sideways on the day, so nothing for me to do here. But this looks like a Nader Panera trade, I gotta tell you the truth. Oof. I know I don't want to tell you what to do, but this looks awfully rangy with 50 to the top and the 100-point level to the bottom. Not even the 100-point level, we said the 10s. All right, there goes Reddit again into 54s. 53.99 now HOD on RDDT. Let's see what it does. Does it break through the whole dollar area without, you know, an encumbrance here, or do we get trouble at the whole dollar area? Reddit continuing to go, baby. Coinbase, nothing really to say there. Let's flip back to big tech and see what we're up to. Apple 170, 150 high. Okay, Apple, I see you. That's $2 off the bottom. Okay, Apple. What EU probe? 169.45, low of day, 171.47 HOD. To go green on the day, it's got to get to 172.25. I don't know. I have trouble believing we'll do that, but you know that's only 75 pennies off the high. So possible. TSLA finding a little bit of trouble at that 173 area, kind of curling back above that local high. I want to say 173 is the local high. Obviously, HOD on the day is 175.25, but now putting in sequentially lower highs and lower lows as it does that rounded top at 173 bucks. Keep your eye on VWAP at around 171.75. You could find some support at the volume weighted average price if it makes its way down there. TSLA doing things. What else is moving? One thing we didn't talk about today, well, I didn't talk about it, Micron. What? Oh. We talked about it quickly at the top of the show, and then Obi was like, you know, admiring the chart there from his seat. MU, guys, wow. 8% on the day. This was looking to go higher again. It was much higher than 8%, let's be real. Look at that top there, 121.41. Now we're at 119.20, and we're up 8%. So Micron absolutely pumping to the high side there on... Was there a headline on Micron today?
You're like recent earnings. They had earnings last week.
I bet you anything it was in the opposite move to Intel and AMD because they got flagged. Yeah, well, actually, Micron makes RAM, though. What the hell do they have to do with microprocessors, right? They make DRAM and stuff. So, okay, I'm not really sure why Micron is moving up. Anyway, this is the headline. Micron leads chips higher as sector shakes off Intel AMD worries. That's a headline from Seeking Alpha. Nothing specific with Micron, though. Posted impressive results. Obviously, we know that last week. It was an earnings winner. So probably, you know, some bigger money positioning into this name. As, you know, Michael Noss, he gave me a really good explanation for why we have these names run after earnings. So obviously, you know, people are positioning into it. But it's a bit more nuanced than that. So Michael Noss used to work for a hedge fund as a trader, and he was telling me that, you know, these hedge funds, they have buying and selling committees, right? So when new earnings are posted or a catalyst comes out specific to a company, these buying committees meet, they discuss what their next course of action is going to be, whether they're going to get into a stock, add to it, you know, take some off, whatever. And the decision is made once the new information is digested. And so in the days subsequent to earnings, we often see price action. And that's what it is. That's what I would think it is anyway. Bigger money positioning into this name. Keep your eye on 120 because we're at 179.5. So if we make it back into that 120 range, I'll want to see if we encounter resistance at that $10 level. We already have a 120, 141 high, but we'll keep eyes on that as well. NVIDIA off the bottom, $10. That is off the bottom. It dipped there into 947, 946 and change. Now it's above 957, reclaiming the volume weighted average price and taking out that 5 a.m. high for whatever reason that we had at 955. Let's see if that level is even important. It came into play multiple times today. You know, I am hesitant to use such an early print on NVIDIA as a level off which to base a chart, but for whatever reason, 955 has come into play multiple times, both as a top and as a bottom. You use it here as a bottom, and here you're using it as a top. So 955, keep your eye on that. That could be an interesting level owing to some of the pre-market action there. That's really it. That's all I have at the moment, and we'll see. Oh yeah, new high day Reddit, 54.40, unreal. Unreal. I screwed up that trade big time. I should have been holding, but whatever. All good. What do you got?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the QQQs to the downside. I did like that range you pointed out. If someone says range in front of me, I want to pull up that chart. So I do like this rejection of that 445.73. I watched it a couple times. We rejected. I got involved again. Did we get the price point, best price point ever? No, but you know what? I'm not unhappy with it. We're going to be taking some out here around this 445.40 area. Look at this chop and turn earlier, some resistance, some local resistance. So I think that could be an area to de-risk just a skosh. Then I'm going to be eyeing the big whale around 445. I don't know why I called it that, but I do like that 445 support. I think I do not want to be there beyond 445. I know I don't want to be there beyond 445. I say that confidently. You know what I also say confidently is we took another L in Amazon, but that's okay. It's just about planning the trades. I got involved here. We pushed above that earlier area of resistance, that 180.10, and I had to say sayonara to Amazon. I had to return my express delivered package to Amazon there. So I am not the Amazonian. I cannot wait to hear his insights about Amazon because this is not a stock that I can even say I'm mildly proficient in. I don't trade it very much, but we know Obi knows Amazon like the back of his hand. So cannot wait to hear what kind of insights he has on that and some other trades. I know he was involved in Nike earlier as well. Sean was giving you some great trades in the morning as well, some AMD and coin shorts. We're gonna have to see how those all materialize. I guess I'm just hyping the afternoon show, but I am, so definitely check that out. Also, speaking of stuff that was moving in the morning, Boeing rejecting VWAP in a way that I find a little delectable. I don't love that choice of word, but look at this earlier area that kind of is around where VWAP is. I was talking about that 190, 166 ad nauseum this morning. Then we come back, we reject. Oh, I'm going to get involved. We're going to stop talking and we're going to do what we say and we're going to punch.
Nice.
So let's see. This might be ill-fated, and also the spread about 6 pennies, so I might not even get filled. But the point is that we're trying. As Yoda says, there's no try, there is only do. But in this case, punching is the first step. So we made the punch. Let's see if we can take the plunge, which is actually a really bad pun to make in Boeing, I just realized, into this. That was a little, honestly, that was a Freudian.
I think it was great.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I realized
great.
after, I was like. But yeah, we're going to have to see what happens here. I like that we're coiling down here off that VWAP projection, and I want to take it into 191.20s. So let's see what we get. SPY, or the Q is continuing to curl down for a cool 5 penny winner thus far. Let's see if we curl further. I think Boeing is taking off without me here, jumping the landing. We're going to have to wait and see. Got a couple trades working. Let's see how they go.
All right. Yeah, just looking at Apple. And, it's retracing back into that 171.25, looking here to see if this might be an interesting entry because we had a bit of a top for whatever reason at 171 and a fifth. Like, this is what I'm talking about over here. Couldn't break through that level. Then we broke it and we come back into it. Do we hold this 171.20, 171.25, thereabouts? I don't want to punch Apple long at the highs, guys, when it has a negative catalyst, but that's what the look is today. I mean, we had a nice trade on Apple, got that 170.10 long. We wet our beak into 170.63 or whatever, and it went another $1. So that's just the way it is. That's kind of been the theme of the day for me. Reddit long goes several dollars, Apple long goes another $1, and that's the way it is. Let's see what else we got over here. DWAC calls, says Kwame. Okay, all right. Well, you know that's de-SPACing tomorrow, so just make sure that those are, I don't know if there is 0 DTE, because what happens when you have calls on a SPAC that de-SPACs? Does it roll over to the new ticker? I have no idea. Don't trade options. We'll have to ask somebody that knows. If anybody in the chat knows, tell me, because I have no idea. What else happened? What else is going on here? Drive EVTL says Virage. If Microsoft comes back to 422, that's not a good thing, says Trader Forever. Finch James says Palantir needs to get back to 27 bucks. All these names we actually haven't looked at of the day, but that's interesting. Good. They roll over, says Tim Smith. Okay, I didn't actually know that. So if you have calls on a SPAC and it de-SPACs, they roll over. That makes sense. That's good. So we'll keep eyes on that. Micron rejecting that 119.50 that we were looking at earlier. Let's bring Micron back in here. Definitely still at the highs, but curling off a little bit there at this level, 119.50, now coming back down to 119. If it comes into 118, look how many times it dipped off 118 here in the afternoon, and that was a level of resistance prior to that. So we had that resistance here, it flips to support. How many times can we say that on one of these names? So Micron, great day, obviously off the highs, but we'll look for something possibly on MU. What else? What else we got? Let's keep looking over here. Let's go into some of these small cap gappers. Okay, so Grow Generations looked like it was going to break down below that $0.50 level. I got to tell you, weed today on the day is essentially mostly red except for Grow Generations. Yes, it is. So Grow Generation is a secular name today on the day. Now, I know this one has its own catalyst, but you got Tilray down 7%. You've got MSOS, the ETF, down 3 2/3. MSOX, the levered ETF, 7%. CGC, which had a hell of a day on Friday, 17 1/3%. So every name except GRWG in my weed watch list is red on the day. And GRWG now is 2 pennies off high a day, Ram. As it printed 266 earlier, it's at 264 right now. This thing cannot break below VWAP if it tried. And the one time it did, it was met with aggressive buying below that. What level was that? Was it right at 250? When it broke below VWAP, VWAP was at 251. It bounced off 250. That's the lowest it's been since around, 11:30. So going on 2 hours and 10 minutes here for GRWG. Great look on the day. In case you're wondering what the hell is going on, it's a share buyback program. So Grow Generation rises 12%, a lot higher now. After a launch of share buyback program, they're going to spend about $6 million USD to buy back its shares. Obviously, that's not that much for us who know about Apple's $50 billion share buyback program. What's $6 million? But obviously, it's proportionate to the size of the company. That goes without saying. So we'll keep eyes on GRWG. Could be a nice play tomorrow. With weed seemingly back in focus here. Let's flip back to big tech. What do we got? Your Amazon is breaking out of that range. So the Amazonian just sat down. I see him out of the corner of my eye. So he'll opine on that coming up. But it's breaking through that previous top that we put in. That was at 180.10. And then now we're doing the dance here at 180.25. I got to tell you, a bit of a vacuum from the price we're trading at right now versus that top at 181. So if we squeeze here, keep your eye on that higher highs and higher lows, as well as the corresponding volume that may come with that price ascent. I'm not telling you to look for volume this size. Again, we finished talking about how the volume charts on the intraday look like, that big volume on the market on open, and that big volume on that market on close. Those are specific to that type of trades. And then there's a big chasm in between where there's much less volume. But that doesn't mean we can't discern anything from that. With that lesser volume, there are degrees, much lower and much, or a little bit higher. So that's what we're looking for there. If we start printing higher volumes on that break through the top, keep your eye on the volume as confirmation. It's at 180.25 now. We'll see exactly where it gets to. Apple making its way back into HOD. HOD's at 47s. We're printing 44s. So Apple continually making higher highs and higher lows. It looks at least poised to maybe touch 72, 172 that is, by maybe end of day. And if it really gets gangster, it's going to break above that 172 and a quarter. That'll take it back into Greensville. And that's where the institutional prints took us this morning at 8 a.m. A lot of, conspiracy theories about these 8 a.m. institutional prints over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Spicy one.
Right? Yeah, I've heard so many different conspiracy theories, but I'm not going to echo them now. But yeah, anyway, that's the high end of the range there. How was your weekend?
My weekend was good.
How'd the writing competition go? You didn't tell us anything about that.
It went. I don't know how it went yet. You don't find out usually for like a couple months, but generally my approach is always for these, because you write them in a short period of time, is just to kind of try to make myself forget about it, not have any preconceived notions, and then we see what we see. So that's how I'm trying to take it. And then I spent a good portion of yesterday napping. For a long time, but we got some groceries done, so a little bit of productivity. What about you?
Good, but you didn't nap too much because I know you don't like that.
No, so we, it was like generally more than I would have wanted to, but because I feel like I didn't sleep as much on this Saturday,
fair.
I feel like it balanced out. Like I didn't feel as gross as I could have. So for me, after napping, we'll take that as a W. You got relative wins.
That's good. Yeah. I got some stuff for the trip because I'm leaving on Friday for my safari. Right, so to Kenya, I'm super excited about that. Like, yeah, brother, thank you.
How long are you going for?
I'm going for like just 8 days, but because I couldn't get too much time off. But yeah, I got like a thing. Yeah, you know, I look like a tourist. But no, I'm not doing it, Ram. Ram wants me to bring it in tomorrow. I got hiking boots. I got like long sleeve breathable sweaters because I don't want to get bitten by mosquitoes, but you also want to be able to breathe because it's really hot, obviously, so you don't want to sweat up a storm. I got the fisherman's hat with the net on it. Yeah, it's a whole thing, And I had to buy a whole bunch of masks, which I hate ever since COVID, but when you're around gorillas, you have to wear the mask because you don't want to pass off human diseases to very...
That vulnerable...
They're really vulnerable. Beat down species. And you don't want to show them your teeth. I didn't actually think about that. Nobody told me anything about that, Obi. That's actually a good point. Yeah. You're not supposed to make... What? What'd you say, Josh? Josh. Joker, bro. Go back to bed, says Breckles. No, in all seriousness, though, you're not supposed to stare them in the eye as well. There's a whole, list of things that they tell you to do and don't with these gorillas, but I'm so excited. I can't wait to take pictures and show you all. But yeah, that's what I did on the weekend, buy a whole bunch of stuff. So
that's exciting. I cannot wait to see all the pics from the trip once it happens. And it's also funny too because of Ramin basically saying she wants some kind of outfit of the day type photo shoot here with the safari gear, but that will not be in the car.
Hideous with the new clothing.
I'm
You're not supposed to look good, though. I mean, I don't know if this is really fashion-centric here.
Vogue,
rather than functional, you know what I mean? But that's it. I can't tell you how excited I am. This has been my dream to see these animals in IRL. It really has been my dream.
That's awesome. So, I know you've talked about it a while, so that's so exciting.
I've let everybody hear it. People are probably sick of hearing it from me, but excited about that. What's the chat up to? Dan Emmons, the sheriff of Kenya. Yeah, right, Dan. Shout out to you, my man. Aaron Scott Matthews, Sharif is going to look for the great white bat. I don't know what that is, dude. We'll meet the lion. Yes, we are going. We are going to go on the Serengeti on days 3 and 4. We will see the lions and the wildebeest and the buffalo and stuff like that. Pumped about that. There's a car that takes us. 420 Bud Monster. A family member of mine lives in Kenya, beautiful place. Where are you headed over there? Well, obviously just landing at the capital, but then a car is taking us to the actual safari place. I forget the name of the town. It's really small. I got it in the itinerary. I'll share that with you guys tomorrow. Sebastian with the gorillas. Yes, the gorillas. That's why I'm going there. Adam. Make sure to arm wrestle the gorilla and win. Dude, they will rip off your you-know-what. You know that, Adam. Big Kyle wants an elephant steak. Oh, I'm not bringing you anything back, Kyle. Definitely not elephant. Come on, Kyle. You won't need the head net for Mosey's. Not that bad. Nice. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Thanks to Piper. yeah, so we'll see exactly what we get, and yeah, we'll have more pictures and stuff to show when we get back.
That's so exciting. Also, I have to mention this fantastic comment from
for it.
TLO Enterprises. Going to see the real life GME AMC 8.
Yes, exactly.
So
the real one.
always bringing it back there. Shout out there to you, TLO Enterprises. I saw that and I had to call it out.
Yeah.
People are really excited for you. I'm very excited
really
for you.
excited.
I'm pleased as punch
Thank
for
you.
you.
Ooh.
And I think it will be, really exciting trip. Cannot wait to hear and see all about it after the fact. Obviously after the fact, because Sharif will be in Kenya. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I was in this QQQ short, got out. I'm pretty proud, honestly, of the risk management here, I have to say. We broke above that 80 area. I got out, and then we have this massive pop back to the upside. Also, I did add to the position because for a while there we were rejecting, as you can kind of see at the top of this candle. And then the QQ was like, nah, Dara, you've overstayed your welcome, and flew to the upside. But I'm happy I got out where I did. That's what matters. Try to learn with risk management. And honestly, I have to say, my biggest thing right now is trying to mitigate the losses. And I would say, I think, right now we are green on the day. Granted, some of that was the NVIDIA fat finger kerfuffle. But, I don't want to give that fat finger kerfuffle all the credit because we did have a successful trade all up in there before we ended up fat fingering for some more profit. So pretty happy with how this day went, and honestly very proud of myself for trying to take smaller losses and bigger W's, or as 21 Savage might say, take less L's, make more M's.
You know who's making a lot of M's right now? Whoever went long DWAC. Ooh. Dang, son. 31.5, or was a second ago, % on the day. This thing just blew through 48. 48.5, baby. HOD on DWAC. The Trump man is done talking, and it looks as if once he stopped talking, the stock went to the high side. It's at basically up $3.50 since he was done. We were talking about this one at 45 when he was talking. Now it's at $48.5. So DWAC, and the thing is, what's funny is I had a line on my side chart over here at $43, and I'm not exactly sure why I have that. I think I had it from Friday because it came into 43 and it rejected. So I put that line there for an interesting short. Then I found out how much the shorts were and I didn't get them. But that 43, keep these lines on, guys, because they come into play again. That 43 ended up coming in perfectly today. Look at that dip, that candle right at 1:10 p.m. goes right into 43, gets bought right back up. It's $5.50 off that low. And that 43 is not just a good level from Friday. No, it showed you its propensity to come in again today. At 11:10 p.m., we shot up into that 43 only to reject as well. The IB high there was a little bit off 43, 42.5 on that IB high. So there's a lot pointing to that level being in play today. And I didn't have this level for these. I had it for this over here. That's Friday's crest. So anyway, 48.5 high of day right now on DWAC, 31% to the good as this one continues to print to the high side. Obviously, I'll be keeping my eye on 50. If it makes its way up to $50, I expect resistance at least intraday on DWAC. But who knows? Who knows exactly where we get or what the price will be once it de-SPACs. This one is set to de-SPAC tomorrow. It's going to go by ticker DJT. If you know exactly what that is, tag me in the chat. It's a little on the nose, but whatever.
Just a bit. Just a skosh.
I wouldn't expect any different, Adara.
No.
No, I wouldn't. Anyway, Grow Generations on the way up yet again. High a day. Everything in Weed World going south. Grow Generations going north. GRWG, $2.70. It hasn't been this high all day. It's buying back its shares to the tune of $6 million, and that's precipitated a nice up move. But if you can see, Friday's price action also was quite bullish. We opened up the day south of $2, and by the time the closing bell came around, we were at 2.25. Now 2.25 in the distant memory. Now we're printing 2.75, baby, as this one is up another 21% on the day. About 8 minutes left on the show. Excuse me. Before Sean and Obi take over, in case you are just joining us, Neil is in Florida. He'll be on vacation until the end of this week, and we will we'll see him next week, but I won't be here.
Yeah, because you will be on your safari. Woo, pump it for the safari
baby.
there.
I love how you changed it up for like mid-pump there.
Yeah.
Like pump it, pamp it.
Pamp.
Yeah.
Well, no, because I can't say it right. Definitely check out our Instagram and social media if you want to see the video where that all began, because I inadvertently altered the way that Sharif says his pamp. For forever. But yeah, so anywho, the SPY also.
Adira, I have to interrupt. I'm sorry.
Oh, please do.
DWAC is coming into $50, guys. Here comes $50. 49.78 on DWAC. DWAC is flying. It is now up 34.5%. 4% higher than when I just finished talking 10 seconds ago. Look for a rejection off 50. Sorry to interrupt you, Adira, but that came in awfully quick.
No, that's okay. That's like massive. Definitely worth the interruption there. I took about 5 pennies off the SPY. I was just kind of looking at, again, trying to use less chart levels, more charts as my guide, and books as my action moments. So I was watching here. We took about like, less than 10 pennies on it. It was just super scalpy. But also, RVSN, someone here asking about RVSN, Market Sniper, best guess on the potential upside. So you know what, we're here not to give advice, but just kind of to look at the chart. And this one, RVSN is certainly, it hasn't seen a day. I know, I'm assuming you're looking back on this one, because I know RVSN had massive moves up in the past. Remember when this one was a runner? Rail Vision had catalyst after catalyst after catalyst. Also, apparently, I've drawn lines on it in the past. We'll delete those. Yeah, honestly, it's a little bit hard to say. Market Sniper, this one was hard to know. This was one that a lot of people were talking about buying and holding because it was a small cap gapper that just kept small cap gapping, and then it fell. So yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that you got swept up in this. I wish I had a guess in terms of upside, but I want to be really honest. It's a little bit harder to tell with these names unless they have a catalyst. So I really can't go and say any levels. What I can do is look at the chart. I think this 335 is kind of interesting. And I say that because that was that earlier pop. That would be the next high for us to climb above. Then we have this 575 area that we had a little bit of chop and turn earlier, both around Valentine's Day here, February 14th, and then earlier as well in mid-January. But honestly, I have to be really honest with you, market trader. This is a really tough one. I can't. Honestly, I would say a lot of these will depend on some kind of catalyst happening, because as you can see today, under 400,000 shares, we're not going to get a lot of volume when they don't have a catalyst. But I really, we don't want to do hopium here. We want to stay off the hopium, but I do hope for your sake there is some kind of nice catalyst.
I mean, why would we
Real Vision really loves having those catalysts at all times. So knowing Real Vision, they could come up with some other rail thing tomorrow, right? But I have to be honest with you. I think on a technical basis, it's a little bit tricky with the small cap gappers. I hope that helps on some level. But I also
50, Katina, man. Yes. What about Reddit? Reddit, it's at 54.80, but it's retracing into 54 now. And can I add a little bit on that RVSN?
Yeah,
look, we don't want to make an example out of anybody. That is not what we're trying to do here. But I really want to take this opportunity to say, that if you're going to hold these small cap gappers overnight, you really need to have your line in the sand drawn. These are not companies like the S&P companies. These are like S&P companies for the most part, not always. They're solid companies with a good foundation, a history of earnings, a lot of analyst eyes that can look at. Now, whatever you make of that's fine. You can question the analyst motives, say that they're trying to push the price down, maybe to buy more, whatever, okay? The point is, we don't know what these small cap gappers are going to do from one day to the next. They could have a good day, and they could have 20 bad ones. So if you're going to swing these, use a stop, use a hard stop, and if it triggers, let it go. I mean, it sucks to take the loss, but I've just seen so many small cap gappers, and Derek probably can echo this as well, that go all the way up and then they literally come all the way down, and they'll stay at that down until they have another catalyst, exactly like Adara said, and then they'll pop right back up. So we never know from one day to the next what the hell these small cap gappers are going to do, and that's why, as a general rule, I only trade them intraday. And that's what I want to point out there. But I don't mean to point anybody out or try to make anybody feel bad about themselves. I just felt maybe it was an interesting opportunity to explain that. So I want to point that out. Now, DWAC finding some resistance, as we probably guessed, off that $50 level. It didn't get to $50, okay? It got to $49.89. Coming back down now into that $49 whole dollar level. It doesn't have to make it all the way into $50 or thereabouts. And nor does it have to reject off 50. So let the price action dictate. If that means missing some of the move, that means missing some of the move. I don't know what the hell it's going to do here. I don't know if it's going to reject off 50 or break 50. So if I punch in here, it's a 50-50 shot, right? And that may not be bad odds for you. If you like 50-50 shots, go for it, right? But I want to see confirmation, number one, that it rejects 50 or takes 50, and then maybe we'll get in one way or another. But yeah, great move on DWAC. De-SPACing tomorrow. Trump was on the mic today dropping hot lines, and it pumped after he got off. We have 2 minutes left on the show. So any other final thoughts you guys have, throw it in the chat. Otherwise, I'm going to let Adair close it off.
Yeah, this is what a day. This was really fun. I have to say, it's always it always makes you feel like okay-ish about yourself when I have to say Tesla and Nvidia are my top names of the day. So I'm a little bit happy with that. Still wish that that I didn't have that fat finger moment in Nvidia, but we did take some positive trades on it either way. So, just trying to learn a little bit, try to grow, and try not to be too hard on myself. So I hope everyone can kind of take that message in some way as well. You take your W's, you take your L's, and you take it all, in the balance of the evidence to assess your trading. And I think that's something pretty important here. I want to pull up Nvidia because 881,188 saying Nvidia testing at 960, and indeed it is. We're trying to break back above that 960. This 960 area was kind of fun earlier. I was certainly, dipping my toe into that area, both on the short side and the long side. So I think we'll have to see what we do at 960. But of course, with everything, do your due diligence, and certainly with Nvidia, you want to make sure you check your list. Write your list, check it twice, find out who's naughty or nice. Because when Nvidia Santa Claus comes to town, that can be a disaster. So, trying to be, in all seriousness though, be very careful. I want to see, I'm just going to watch in the book what NVIDIA does at 960. I do not trade after midday, so we'll have to
Can we mention NVDL as well?
Yes.
By the way, guys, NVDL, if you want to trade NVIDIA long, Ram, NVDS, if you want to go short, Adair's chart, and NVDX. If I don't know what that one is, I think it's like 2 times levered. No, it's Adair's chart that she's pulling it up on. That's fine. All right, I'll send it to you. I think we have like 30 seconds left.
Yep. So definitely all of the NVDA derivatives. Shout out to Sharif for trading those. They can be very awesome to use. Although NVDX gets a little bit less volume than the other two, to be honest. But certainly, thank you guys for all of your volume and participation in the chat. We'll see you tomorrow with more breakouts and everything, but we're not going to see you right yet. We're going to see you tomorrow, right? So we're still here a little bit longer. Shout out to Jeremy Newman. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls, but also shout out to Brendan at the big desk. We'll see you tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel.
See you guys.
Uh, 2 o'clock on Monday afternoon here. Let's get into the final 2 hours of a Monday afternoon session here that's turning into a pretty exciting one, and a lot has to do with this. Right now, Digital World Acquisition Corporation still going. 50 incoming here pretty quickly, actually just getting blown through. Huge volume behind this move as well for DWAC again. Get ready for DJT as of tomorrow's trade. If you own Digital World Acquisition Corporation shares, you will find them renamed as of tomorrow. I was looking at a few other things as well. Here's the dollar downside a little bit this morning. Yields are higher across the board at this point this afternoon, but everyone paying attention to this right now. Yeah, 50 just comes and goes there for DWAC, still on a bit of a mission. Apple, we were talking about this morning. Downside coming off this note from the EU following suit with the DOJ from Friday with an antitrust suit of its own launched as of this morning. Google and a few other big tech names also mentioned in that, but Apple still negative on the day. Bit of a bounce back right now. Meta and Google. Yeah. Randy's beside me. We were talking about lawnmowers, AI lawnmowers, and robo lawnmowers. Coming up this afternoon, we'll touch on a few things as far as EVs are concerned as well. Tesla, Rivian. Why don't we get over to the desk because this thing is still going, guys. We're watching DWAC here. 52 incoming quickly.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? Yeah, DWAC's starting to go right now as well. So welcome back to the jungle. We got fun and games. So I don't have Unity in my ear. I know you guys are trying to fix that. So if you have to go back to Brendan, let me know. There it goes, man. Yeah, nice little punch through 50, I think was the call. Tomorrow it goes DJT, I guess. That's what we're hearing. So we'll have to wait to see. There it goes right now. This is your last day, as far as I know, to trade DWAC. So here it goes, nicely done to the upside. I got to get into the right chat. We were just watching this. It's a nice trade. It's a nice trade back to the upside right now as well. NVIDIA was just down here, down into 950 or so. Got to 955. Nice move. Nice blast back to the upside here for this name. 960 right now starting to go, but it's all about DWAC right now trying to break above 52 bucks. I mean, it's been here before, maybe 55. Who knows? But it's Digital World Acquisition Corp starting to blast off right here, Obi. So I'm gonna look like maybe go pay for some shorts, see how expensive they are. But it's a nice upside move here for DWAC.
Yeah, absolutely wild there. I know some of the guys in the back definitely printing on that one. Yeah, strong ticker. I didn't even realize what the news was until I started seeing this crazy move here right now. But previous day break off that 48, absolutely wild. Can't even get below VWAP after the morning session, reclaims and then slowly kind of builds into it before kind of coming back into this previous levels from the day, and also it would seem a little bit of confluence from end of day. Holy hello. There it is. Somebody just, I got to be watching the tape on this one. Holy, did you see that, Sean?
Someone just quadrupled.
51 to down to 48. Absolutely wild there. Absolutely crazy. But yeah, take a quick look. I had to take a quick look at the market as well, seeing as what it's doing there. But yeah, crazy. Holding VWAP right now.
Yeah, I just want to say, anybody trading this DWAC, it's like, that's just a 50 break that just happened. And I remember when I traded NVIDIA when it was first starting to get real spicy through 900, through 800, big levels get big stops. So watch out, just be very, very careful if you're using marketable orders. The spread alone when it breaks is like 50 cents, let alone a pressure coming from exit liquidity. So just be careful, DWAC bumping around here. I've got Benzinga in my ear, we've got Brendo, we've got everybody else ready to go. So I'll let you guys know if we hear anything, but right now DWAC is bumping. I'm short Intel and the NASDAQ right now and long Bitcoin.
All right, let's jump into what we were talking about. Yeah, there's nothing new that I see coming out of that Trump presser this afternoon. More optimism maybe just about what's to come tomorrow. I'll keep an eye out though. Here's Micron having 8% kind of a day. We were talking about this Chinese ban for US-based semiconductors this morning. So NVIDIA downside, AMD downside. We're also discussing the angle on the fact that Google came out and said they're going to team up with Intel and Qualcomm and look to challenge at least NVIDIA's CUDA software that's currently kind of chaining everyone into their GPUs. But here's Micron anyways, not related to that, but nice day, guys, for MU up 8.
Yeah, we shouldn't be forgetting second day plays, that's for sure. I mean, Micron just continued to go upside there. Our third day plays, I guess. What even day was that? The strong just keep getting stronger here. As we just mentioned, NVIDIA back up to the upside again. So DWAC, you got that on my mind. Micron, I mean, we mentioned this, man. As soon as you broke through that $100 level, got up to 110, there was another level higher up at 120, but you're still going to go to the high side here with Micron, and it's continuously moving. So I just think that you want to look at 120. We're coming into that level right now. We've already been there today, and then it faded off of 121, but look what it held. Held the 200 period, held VWAP the whole way. So this is looking really healthy, man. You got to like this stock here, Micron. Looking good to break 120 to the upside. So yeah, the strong just keep getting stronger. We'll just be weaker and weaker here because we'll stay short Intel for now. We actually made money back shorting Intel up at these levels. We'll try one more time as Intel. We lost on it early. This was our early idea. It was good until about quarter after. Then it started going and we gave some back. But then, during the midday, which I find it sometimes easier to trade, you find that level up there, 42, and then we got lower off that. So our last short right there, 42.20. That's our stopping spot now. If we break higher than that, then we're done. Let's just wait to see what happens with the rest of them. AMD, we made some money back on that short until it broke higher again. Still battling in and around that 180. So yeah, I'm short everything now. We should have been long Micron. I just got a coffee, but thank you, Randy. And you didn't have any Micron trades, did you?
No, I didn't have any Micron trades, but I did have some Intel.
here.
And yeah, definitely chips with the dip was what we were saying in the morning, and dip they did in the pre-market. But a little bit of a different story coming right off the open on both Intel and AMD. A little bit of a lick grab of those pre-market lows, and then you break this consolidation high. Kind of similar story on both of them, as AMD reclaims that VWAP and. Wild strength. You guys were definitely here with us when we were watching this and trying to participate in it. I was getting short, but clearly the short was not there, and the long was the right way. It's still kind of going there. I am short again, a little bit in and around this 42 level. Let's see where we go from here. But I was looking at this kind of a flush there, looking for a potential reversion, but it seems like it's just going to continue, potentially just continue going up. But NVIDIA kind of showing that similar kind of strength, right? We can come back in, then those 950s hold, and now we're pushing back towards an attempt at high of day as of right now, with the market pushing highs as well. So definitely chips on watch today.
Yeah, let's go on to Tesla here. Actually just popped up in front of me. Here's why. A little bit of volume coming back in through 173 here, it looks like. For Tesla, trying to get back to the upside. 2 days in a row, green anyways, coming off a nice reversal on Friday. 1.4 currently. There was a number of individual things we were talking about this morning, a few notes from analysts. Kathy Wood was in there buying up a whole bunch Thursday and Friday of last week as it got down to 165, 166. There's more notes on that FSD version 12 as well.
Yeah, and it was interesting because we started off the day, I figured we'd be red. Mizuho analyst Vijay Rakesh downgrading NIO, Rivian, Tesla, saying that he sees a lot of stress in the EV market, lower demand, this, that, and the other. And Tesla is one of the best performing Mag 7 names on the day, just right behind NVIDIA, Brendo. So up back to 170s.
We had garlic bread for lunch.
Awesome.
Somebody just rewarmed or reheated some. Smells fantastic in here.
All right, Tesla downgrade. So we looked at a nice little top there earlier about Tesla. I mean, wow, did Tesla ever get going early here today? Just straight upside. Did not really see that. We actually wrote it down as a possible negative catalyst with that Xiaomi product coming through. And then we talked about, sort of the problems there in China, so on and so forth. So we'll have to wait to see. Are you coming to talk to me, Fabian? Yeah, it's double speaking in my ear. Have you restarted it? Yeah, I've done that. All right, so anyways, as we go, Tesla just coming in here, 173, 173.50. I think it's a long. It's already showed its hand today. Again, I guess the 50 period, but hasn't done much here. I don't know. I'm a little bit like I want to trade this DWAC. This has been a good level here at 172, so it needs to pull back. The future is starting to go upside. I have been shorting here the TQs, so we're short rate here right now on that one. So let's give it a shot here on shorting the market. But I like pullbacks in Tesla. I think if there's going to be any long, then we'll go for that one there on TQs. We'll go for the Tesla. So let's get Tesla long if we can. But for right now, just waiting to see what happens on this market. And if you're wondering about these levels, like where I'm going to get stopped out, it's very close. Like we're just back in to where we were basically on Friday. So I just thought that there's no way. The market was down today. We had a lot of these investigations. We thought NVIDIA was starting to go back down to the downside. So I just didn't see the NASDAQ getting positive today, and it looks like it's going to do that. So, wow, congratulations on the longs. I mean, that's been great. But that's what I'm holding. So we're just about 20 cents away from TQs coming out. I'm going to short the market against Friday. It's just I was not expecting the market to get back to green here today. So we're going to hold to see if that happens.
Yeah, I like that Tesla move in the morning as well. We kind of talked about that previous day high. Kind of did some RVOL on Friday as well. Previous day high, previous day low, and yeah, right through that previous day high. What is this? 171 and some change. Take a look at that strength. This is a 5-minute chart. So let's go down to that 1 minute and see how clean that really was through that 171 and some change right here. So what's the high there? 171.15, and the first candle high goes to 171.25. The second candle low, this is on the 1 minute, the low is at 170.89. So yeah, it did kind of do a little bit of a chop, but strength right off of that, right off the open, it would seem, through the pre-market highs, through previous day highs, from 169 all the way to 175. Absolutely wild. Some strong opening drive action there on Tesla, and it seems like we kind of pulled back a decent amount, a good little retracement, and now we've reclaimed some of this VWAP. That's really interesting. 171.60s. Okay, so we're attempting to push back up. That's what we're seeing here. Let's see what Tesla does today, but that opening drive, absolutely wild, crazy. Definitely missed out on that one.
All right, let's go on to big tech. Back to the upside here, as I mentioned, coming in at 2 o'clock there for Apple right now. Coming off of, if you missed it this morning, that was not the note I was looking for, but there were a few analyst moves on this as well. There's EU antitrust note here this morning following what happened with the DOJ and Apple back on Thursday and Friday of last week. We got more details about it going into Friday last week. Yeah, I mean, not good here across the board. Apple, Meta, Google all mentioned in this, but yeah, market shrugs its shoulders and just goes right back up.
Yeah, Meta and Google still right on the day. Apple going a little green here. With respect to Apple, the actual allegations that are being made against them is they're preventing users from knowing about cheaper alternatives. They're also making it hard to uninstall some pre-installed software on the iPhone and iPad. And they're prompting users to change default apps, which is, in the opinion of the European Union, anti-competitive. So we'll have to see how it does. But today, pop right back up.
Yeah. Just keeping an eye on Tesla here. I just saw on the scanner again, maybe rejecting this. Nothing to worry about for Tesla, but back towards day highs.
All right. Yeah, Tesla, we just looked at that one. What a crazy move there. All right, so we actually did really well shorting Apple early on this news. So that was really good. Unfortunately, we don't have that very first move. And again, Apple with sort of a little tricky, like, I thought the news would have been way worse. Like when we came in and it was only down basically nothing, kind of like where we were right now, just a little bit lower than this. I was surprised. So that first move did not surprise me. We waited until we got a 170 break, which we took, and we got the low of the day, like 169.50. We actually have a 169.50 print. So that worked out real well. Then it came back and we shorted again off another, what we thought would have been like a little bit of a shelf there at 170.30, was able to take profit until eventually it broke 50 and we got out. That was good, but then the pullback into VWAP was so much better. And then there's the move back up to the upside. So I guess the European Union, little investigation here, whether or not it ends in a fine or something gets settled, it doesn't seem like Apple's too worried about this. So that continues to go that way. Google, very, very similar. I mean, we've really liked Google long, but look, early, boom. Nice washout right down to the bottom and a battle right back up to another key level 150. So Google bounces off 150 top, Apple bounces off 170 bottom, and then, man, oh man, Obi, the one to have looked at because it was a little obvious because the level. I mean, Apple's was 170, right? But at this time we were breaking to the bottom. It's just this came into 500 and stopped and then bounced up within minutes back up to 505, 504. So like it just got going right off that 500 level. Hard to be able to tell a bottom other than an even dollar level. No spike in volume down there, but what a move back up for Apple or for Meta. So this to me, again, because we're talking about the tech, the EU, this was the biggest one to pick up. Meta continues to perform real well, trying to break out. I really like Meta here, and yeah, any more pushes down to $5 needs to be bought for sure.
Yeah, that Apple definitely showing some strength after that nice continuation or bigger picture kind of flush. We know we've been selling off of the antitrust the DOJ investigation as well. But yeah, a little bit of a sell-off coming in off the open, but we kind of catch a little bit of a bid as well on Apple, and the markets are kind of pushing towards their highs, a little distinctly different than we kind of came into the day with. We saw how aggressive that was, and that aggression, it seems like it set precedent for some buying to come in at that 18.5, it would seem. But yeah, so we're holding that 18.5. Tech kind of looking like it was weak in the morning, right? And then we kind of negated that idea pretty strong.
Some biotech names here. GSK running, Sanofi running as well. Nice little move to the upside right now with SNY. 49 up to 50 and change. Again, without knowing like any kind of drugs or anything that they may have in the pipeline or some kind of a report on something else. But here's GSK. Wow. They got a nice little gap to the upside as well. So Glasgow, a lot moving here to the upside again. So 43.50 pulling back, but some volume coming in on some of these names as we still stay short the Qs.
Yeah, it looks like an offering just filed, guys, for GSK. It's a shelf. It says size not disclosed, however. It's the annual general meetings on for GSK, so just be aware. Let's touch on Bitcoin. Basically day highs right now. For BTC, it's been a positive day for some of these equities related, but Mara, for example, nowhere near as strong as Bitcoin itself. Coinbase as well, a little bit back and forth. You found one though that's still pretty impressive.
Yeah, CLSK, Brendo, CleanSpark really having a day here. 22.25% to the good, breaking through that $24 area, and this is all on the week. Last week, when we had record outflows out of the spot ETFs, IBIT, and the others, we make up for that aggressively on Monday here with Bitcoin right above 70,000 again.
Yeah, just hanging out 70,500 right now.
Yeah, wow, what a good, I mean, congratulations, man. That was a monster. We got a nice move upside today now in BTC, boy. I mean, that is starting to go. We traded IBIT. We got it pretty good too. We're 30 cents in the money now on IBIT. I mean, here's just a look at the stock. Well, at the stock. Whatever, might as well be a stock at this point. Bitcoin just continues to move higher right there. There's that break. So it went the other way. You know, like we were talking about what about a downside move just because of how Bitcoin's been reacting. But just over the last couple minutes here, look at the 1 minute chart. Kind of dead here. Watch out for that top 71,000, trying to base out. What is this? Ivan said this is a 100 period moving average, so on a minute chart shouldn't really mean too much, but nice little move to the upside right now. I think we can break higher here in Bitcoin. If you're going to look at a daily chart, I mean, look how smooth this looks right now. Right now, bouncing off 70, trying to get back up to the upside here, and it looks to me like we want to take it. So there's 73 bouncing, good support down here. I mean, that's 66 or so. We were just there this morning. So that's what we were talking about. Watch out. You can move $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, no problem on this. So I would actually say right now it's getting geared up to try to make a run back at the top. So I really like it, and that made me get into IBIT. So bit by bit, we'll see if we can make some money here because we were initially short, and this is when we came on the show, and it was the midday show. We get that really nice bump up, and then we basically faded it off 70,000. So this was a good trade until it eventually broke and we got out. Then we flipped long, and now we're riding it to the upside. So again, a little bit there on the short and then flat, and then go long, basically above 70,000. So right now we're long IBIT, we're long at $40, and I'm sort of equating that with 70,000. So that recent high up there is 40.40. We'll see if we can get out some more there. And then we just want to hold this because if we start to moon, we got to have something. We'll talk about Coinbase in a minute, but any thoughts there, Obi?
Yeah. It's just I think I'm just looking at Bitcoin here. I'm not really involved in any of the crypto stocks today, but we talked about kind of why, but definitely in the wrong direction. We were looking for sure as the Bitcoin rips off of the open and in some of the pre-market session as well. But with Bitcoin moving like that, we do have some moves in names like Coin. You know, we saw that I forget who it was, but somebody in the chat mentioning earlier about Coin and take a look at that. It's really strong and now consolidating in its upper, upper quartile, if you want to call it that, above VWAP as well, on top of 275, 276 as well. So some decent action there in step with that Bitcoin move. Let's see what MSTR is up to. We know that this is also interesting. Oh boy, take a look at MSTR, Sean. Have you seen this one? Up about 250 points on the day. Is there a place in here where you think I could potentially risk like 1 or 2 points, or like I have to risk like 10 points?
Hilarious. No. Randy's here, wants to mention that XOM's up another %, so good trade on that one, Randy. As that continues to go to the upside, I mean, XOM off some of that bottom of $100 has been pretty smooth. We have like 1 or 2 red days in the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So XOM, obviously, huge move back up to the upside, getting ready to trim some of that, Randy.
I'll buy brisket.
Okay, brisket's on Randy. Yes, I like it. We still got to go there. We're going to go there this week. Let's go there. It's supposed to be 11 degrees on Thursday.
Oh, no way. Double digits.
Okay. Am I here Thursday? Yeah, we should just go. Yeah, before Good Friday. Oh, yeah, no show on Friday.
Big sad.
Oh, well. That sucks, but it's all good. It's all good. Good Friday. Yeah, we don't like Good Fridays around here. Well, we do. I shouldn't say that because I don't want to get in trouble with that. We don't like vacation days around here. Days off. Take vacation days, but I don't like days off. So we'll take that in. But Good Friday is a good one because everyone at school, the kids all get it, so it's like a big family. So it's just an extra, it's an extra weekend. So we like that one for sure. XOM, crypto. Right, Coinbase. So just quickly here, we're still long. You just mentioned Coinbase there. So we got out of that once it broke that high. We had talked about taking $3. Then we tried it again right there and got out the high 284. I still like Coinbase in and around this 282 for a short. So we'll watch out for that one. Coinbase coming in at around 282. Looking to see a short in this market, man. I like the short in the market only because we talked about where we're back to. Maybe we'll go here. We're just trying to get, that's still Coinbase. We're just trying to get back to where we were on Friday. So we just kind of closed that gap right here. This is Friday, so we're right at that level. I just didn't think the NASDAQ would go green today. It tried, and it may just do that. But let's see if the Qs can come back in. We just took a fill there at 50. Let's see if we get lower. All right, let's go over to Boeing quickly, and we'll wrap this thing up.
Listening, MSTR as well, just so impressive again today, back to all-time highs. Just goes up. Huge day, 22.25% for MicroStrategy today. Let's touch on Boeing here. It's a little bit boring when you have a look at Boeing's chart compared to MicroStrategy, to be expected. Zoom in a little bit. We gap up this morning on this note that the CEO, the chairman, both gone by the end of the year. There's a couple other changes they announced as well. On the executive side of things, comes right back in though.
And it's interesting because remember last week we heard about these American Airlines wanting to meet with the board of Boeing without Calhoun there. And then we come today and Calhoun's out saying it was his choice. Kind of really questioned that. But with respect to another headline here that's Boeing adjacent, United Airlines now under investigation by the FAA for multiple Boeing related incidents, whether it was a 737 MAX or the 777-200. So Boeing continuing to be in the headlines for all the wrong reasons, Brendo.
Reddit just popping up in front of me here. There was some volume there, I guess, at 53, but Reddit trying to bounce, guys. Another one we didn't mention, but really nice day here, 15% for RDDT.
All right, we looked at that Reddit. We like that Reddit as a play there. We will talk about that in a minute. We did get some more lows there in the Qs, so that was good. We were able to get a piece out there. We tried Boeing at 92. It looks like 92 is a great level, but it looks like it might have been the top, not the bottom. So we tried that right there. We just respected it. I think all these management changes are a great thing. They seem to can't get their you-know-what together, current management. So let's just roll the dice with somebody else. The best trade here is just getting into some support. You came into that support right there at 180, 175. Great little longs against that October low. I still say you stick the course. And if you did get some long there, maybe if tomorrow, you can get back up into the 190, if you didn't sell this morning, holding on to see what would happen, I would say this is a decent selling spot. Take your 10% or so, get something out in and around 195. I like Boeing up there to get a little bit out if you were able to buy something down there. So I still like the stock. I still think it's fine. It's just, I feel like you might as well be patient now. Let new management come in, figure that out, and then, get some of that FAA warnings past them. Maybe they'll like the new management and take that as a positive. So, you know, we'll sit on some Boeing. I like the trade, 190 buy or maybe a break above 192.50. Bigger fish to fry here today as the NASDAQ's coming back in finally.
Yeah, we were talking about how like potentially, this could be running up due to that management change, maybe some forward-looking stuff in the pre-market. Come out the open, and the market's just like, yeah, no, we're just going to sell off right off the open. Forget about that bid, and slams right into that 190 off of 197, a nice little 7, or I guess 6. 196 is the opening price right here, if I'm not mistaken. 196.01, slamming right into 190 right off the open. Couldn't really get past this pre-market low, that news reaction low on that flush, but it seems like we're kind of consolidating a little bit sideways on top of this 190 after attempting to break it on Boeing. But yeah, let's see if this name can take flight again, as it has been selling off over the past couple of weeks here. A bit of a 50% retracement, nice little strength in the pre-market today. Interesting. Okay, so there's a little bit of a shelf here as well that confluences with yesterday's high, it would seem. So some strength through that level, maybe potentially in the pre-market, coming right back in off the open. Let's see where this name goes in the next coming days here. It seems like this is potentially holding higher lows as well.
Buying some of this IBIT seems to have been a good idea right there, as Bitcoin right there just goes round. And yeah, we're back up to the high of the day, man. There's Bitcoin right there. So we take that fill back up to the high of the day. So good. I mean, as we can look, we sometimes will talk about some of the different coins. We do it on the morning show. We should actually have a crypto segment in the afternoon probably too. You guys like that idea? We should probably do that. Go over some crypto names in the afternoon like we do in the morning. But right there, so there it is, man. A nice little move up there, 70,774. You can see we have that down there. Solana, we got a few more unstaked, so we're happy with that one. And we will start to get some more out of Solana soon because that's a nice move. I believe its high is like 207. 204, 207. Dogecoin, shout out to Nimit. He mentioned this to me about a week ago, actually. Up 30%, so good call on that one. Cardano, trying to get going. We did sell some of that. Shiba Inu. I mean, some of the other names that are going, I don't look at them all, but I try to look at the ones that many of you have mentioned in the chat. So there it is. Some nice little moves upside. Polygon's been a little disappointing, I would think. Right there, number 18, Matic. Polygon. So there it is. Right there. If you guys are going to look at some different names today, maybe like Amara, one of these miners, they had a nice downside push last week. And we talked about into some of those levels, man, 17, 18 and whatnot. So these were pretty good levels downside on Mara. So, you know, I think if you get to that level again, would be worth buying. All right, Intel, we just got a fill down there. We did come back finally. We need to break 42. That's really what we're waiting for. If we could do that, great. But that's the play. So I kind of want to wait for that. I have a lot lower bids. I'm actually going to cancel some of them here. You know, well below 42 bucks. Like if the market gives it up, this is what I want. Like I want some smoke, honestly. Like we want to see some downside push here in some of these names. Like NVIDIA's done really well to stay up here. I want to see the futures come back in. I mean, we just bounced off the 50 period. Let's try to test some of these levels, man. Like we already had a nice move up. Let's see if we can give some of this up. Like the futures on the NQ here, Obi. I mean, you know, we're at some levels here.
Yeah.
You know, like there's our 18.6. We're still ways away from that. I mean, that's 50 handles higher. But I still feel like we need to retrace back in a little bit. With many of the earnings in the window, we now do have in the rear view, but now we look forward to end of the month, end of April, where we get some of the big guys coming through. I was just looking today. There's not a whole heck of a lot coming this week, man. It's GameStop. We have Dada. That's a famous one around here. And then other than that, there's not.
Carnival.
Yeah, Carnival. Yeah, that's Wednesday.
Here we go. I got it up right here.
Sure. I looked. I mean, you can look again.
Yeah, Wednesday before the open, CCL. I had that
hopefully
one
the queues.
On watch as well. But yeah, nothing too crazy. We are kind of in the tail end of that earnings season. But I think again, starting off with the banks in a couple of weeks. I think JPM. You're saying
yeah, the banks normally started off. We'll have Alcoa normally kicks it off as well.
Yeah.
Walgreens Boots Alliance kicks it off. Actually, the biggest Dow name, the first Dow name I believe is later this week.
Okay.
WBA. So that's going to be a big one.
Thursday before the open.
They have new management there and everything. They're going to try to figure that out. I think it's still I think it's a female from Express Scripts that's over there, who was a major pharmacy that got bought out for $60 billion or something. So Walgreens Boots Alliance there, a big name. But you know what? Their last report, actually, they got smoked because they were basically a forever dividend payer. And then they came out with a cut there. I just said smoked. Where was it? All right, so they're coming now, March. So yeah, I guess it would have been in here. Somewhere in here with the move down, and then that's created some of these bottoms, and we're actually still there right now. I'm surprised we had that move up. Oh, that's from October though. No, that's December. Okay, so nice move up, then all the way back, fills the gap. So we're going to see about Walgreens. I look out below on this one. I mean, are people still shopping? I mean, we don't really hear around here. Shoppers Drug Mart, I think, has been pretty strong. Loblaws went ahead and bought them, so there's been some consolidation in some of the pharmacies. But other than that, man, Costco. Amazon. I mean, people just seem to be buying a lot of their stuff from those places. And I don't know where it's like where many of our viewers are, but like even here, Walmart, I was there yesterday because my kids, have you heard it's a Mr. Beast thing? It's those circle drink things. Yeah, I can hear you perfectly fine. And it's water bottle that has the flavor in it. It's like a flavor capsule. Anyways, whatever. They sell them at Walmart. It doesn't matter. Anyways, we were there, and I was looking, and my kid goes like, "Why was like the baby formula, or I think it actually was baby formula, was all locked up?" And it's just like it's because of theft and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They don't want. Yeah, and so it's like you want to go buy a razor and things like that.
Yeah, those are usually locked up, right?
Right.
I mean,
So then what's the point? So you got to go there, waste your time, wait for someone to come and unlock it for you, blah, blah, blah. Or I just open up my phone, go Amazon, get it delivered, sometimes same day, maybe even less money than that. And I don't have to worry about going in and out of Walmarts, which, I mean, whatever. I like the stock. I think we can all admit it's not like the greatest. Yes.
It's more efficient to buy online.
Yes. It means like, well, why won't you just wait for someone to come to the desk for you? Because I don't have patience. I can order it here right now, order it and have it there by the time I get home.
Yeah, that's perfect.
So it's actually better than me stopping at Walmart on the way home and dealing with that.
I think they're
Ramin agrees finally with something.
They've been taking a lot of market share as well, right?
Man. I told my wife about, she was wearing her Skims. You ever heard of Skims brand?
Skims?
Skims.
No. I've heard of Spanx.
Oh yeah, it's similar. Yeah,
similar kind of stuff.
Well, no, I mean it's just one is Kim Kardashian. So Kim Kardashian actually Skims got the NBA deal for undergarments and things like that as well. Anyways, Ramin was just wearing a very nice generic black shirt, and we were talking about it on the podcast about how expensive some retail's been lately. Yeah. And that shirt was $85.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get you with that celebrity marketing, they always add like a nice little premium.
So Walmart won't be selling those anytime soon either. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it is worth buying quality though, especially if you can. Right, if you can continue to wear the same thing over and over and over again. That's the thing.
Yeah, of course.
And then you never have to change.
So you're saying it's a good piece of kit.
Yeah, it's like when you spend a little bit of money on shoes that you actually like wearing them, then you'll like to wear them, and they'll probably be a little bit better quality. So you'll just as a per wear usage.
Yeah. Okay.
That's how my wife justifies all these high purchases. Per wear.
Well, usage. I'm gonna exactly. It's like all right.
But then you have.
I'll buy this bag for $1,000, but if I use it for 2 years every day, that's just how much it costs.
Exactly. Then she's like, "What? You don't want to pay $1 per day for this bag?"
Damn.
It's like, and I think about it, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. No, but the other thing they get you on, Obi, and watch out for this one, is certain things, especially high fashion items, they become out of fashion very, very soon. So you buy something.
That's just how fashion is, right?
Right, exactly. But high fashion. Because you buy something, it looks really good for maybe 6 months. You're like, I'm never wearing those again.
Yeah.
It's like these baggy pants are cool and then they're not. Anyways, that's I'm just supposed to trade, so
Yes.
all right, I'm short. All right, anything else going on?
No, I
Long
think
Bitcoin, short everything tech.
I'm a little short.
Tech can go to hell.
But it's not really
Although
working
my
out
whole
right now.
portfolio is tech. Have you ever had Vegemite before?
I have
And?
acquired taste.
Yeah, and have you acquired that taste or?
I mean, it's all right. I'm not really
like I gotta
necessarily
wake up a little bit
picky.
Ooh.
Oh, it's like that.
Oh, it's like that, my man. It's like that. Just smell.
How old is Vegemite?
Don't worry about how old it is. No effect for you at all?
Interesting.
Ooh. It's like, it's not as bad. Oh, now I can hear myself in my ear. It's not as bad as I'm making it seem.
Yeah, when I think
Enjoy
the
a part
expiry
of
date.
balanced, valued diet. Valued? Varied.
Ah, okay.
Enjoy as a part of a balanced, varied diet and active lifestyle.
So healthy stuff indeed.
There you go. All right, the market's falling down here.
Yeah, a little bit of a balanced price action we've been getting
it's
for the
actually not
past
really falling down.
couple hours there.
Wish it was falling down.
Intel as well. I'm watching Intel. Kind of sideways action in and around that 42. We talked about that 42 in the morning, 41.50, and then that 42 as well. Just holding that for now. Market kind of strong, so I'm like, yeah, I'm fighting the market trend for sure here, and yeah, I kind of want to step away from that a little bit. That's what I'm kind of realizing. It's like, all right, well, yeah, there's times that I fight the market. There are times that I like the counter trend, but I just got to figure out ways to just keep that at a minimal from my trading. But sometimes the price action's so like it's so coercive, you know. It's like it kind of pulls you in.
Pulls
It's
you
like,
in.
all right,
Yeah,
well,
this
is this the
job
right
is
side?
worse.
I mean, yeah, but like in micro picture, maybe yes, but bigger picture, maybe not. But clearly, the NQ and the ES off the open are trending up. So as long as kind of that's happening, I kind of want to stay a little bit nimble on these high beta tickers like Amazon, like Google, and maybe like Intel as well. I actually don't know what the beta on Intel is. Let's take a quick look at that one. Real quick. Okay. It's 0.99. All right. So yeah, pretty close to 1 there on the Intel as well. So Intel holding up in and around that 42 as the market kind of attempts to push a little bit higher here. Let me check if there's any pre-market or Globex action prior to this point right here. Let's pull up the NQ as well on this chart. All right. Let me take that off and take a look at some of this pre-market session here. All right, so yeah, we're coming back into some of these levels where we top out at. What is this, 18.56? All right, where are we at right now? That's 18.56 as well. So this is a little delayed on the trading view here, but I have the live data right here on the P-Pro. But it seems like we are kind of really strong off the open and revisiting some of these prices. Let me take a look. Why am I looking at the 3-minute? Let's take a look at the hour real quick. Okay, interesting stuff. We kind of talk about that downtrend that SPY was doing. I haven't taken a look at SPY just yet. Let's see what SPY is up to. Spider. All right, real quick. Yeah, this was this channel we were talking about in the morning there, and let's see, let's draw a quick line here, just so we get a little bit of perspective, and yeah, well within trend. So maybe we could, I think maybe potentially we could continue to do a little bit of bidding before we see that sell, if it's even going to be there, right? Who knows? We could just break and continue to the upside and catch short sellers who are trying to get in anticipation off guard, and kind of I might be part of that crowd if I don't kind of manage this a little bit tighter. I got my stops in. Let's see how it kind of goes. I want to be a little bit more effective at kind of putting in the stop and being like, all right, well, I'm going to give it to there, and did that work or not, and maybe reassess it after the fact. Right now, we were talking about in the morning. I'm trying to do better at being consistent as well. That's going to be, again, it was a priority. I think I got a little bit of a little bit of motivation, let's say, to push it even harder there over the weekend. So I think gonna try to protect the mental as best as possible, and try to
make the best
trades. Yeah,
the worst thing to do would be to force anything.
Exactly.
Especially at this time, it's 2:41. If something sets up there, So I just want to call back into DWAC because this is going to be another name that I feel like for risk to reward. I mean, if we break this 50 level, we've just bounced off of it a couple times. Why not just try to go long, breaking through 50 and see if you can get a move up to 52 again? I mean, I wonder if there's going to be a little bit caught off guard here, especially if, I don't think the short flow was as huge as before. Yeah, so 11%, you know, going to de-SPAC. I'm not sure exactly what that's going to mean for that short float. If we don't break 50, we're not in it. So we don't have to worry about it. The thing is, if we break 50, I'm going to use this 200 period. We've been holding above 49 this whole time. So in this particular example, if we go 1-to-1, I think that's fine. Like a break of 50, it could completely flush. And man, I mean, we could wind up getting some slippage and getting out at like 48.50, something like that. But again, we don't have to get in until it breaks high. Once it breaks high, then we can deal with it then. So I feel like that's the best trade for me on DWAC. We're going to wait for a 50 break. I'm going to take it. You know, this is what I mean. I'm not going to look for the absolute home run trade, but I think this for risk to reward could be worth it because then if you break the 52, then it's off to the races, like literally. Let's wait to see if that can happen. Okay, we're just short here, the market at 53s. I mean, obviously, we'd like a little bit more of a push down here. The last time we stopped at 45, so I will put another bid down there. Like I don't want to do this. I want to go lower. So after this, I don't have anything until till 30 flat. So let's put, what are my shares? All right, let's put 20% down here at 45. That way, if it comes back in, it'll fill us. Then we can get into this 200 period, which will hopefully be the case, and then. But we're still so fighting the trend, so we don't necessarily, you know, want to be too caught in that. IBIT, that's going to be the Bitcoin ETF as that continues to go higher here. We're still holding about 25% of this position. That was a good out for us up there when it hit that day's high. We'll look to rinse that again if it comes back up to that side again. So that was another trade that we're looking at. For the TQQs, the reason why we choose the TQs instead of the actual market itself is because we don't have to pay for borrows on this name. So this will get us 3x the move, which is good. It's only $62. I feel like it's a little safer than trading the Qs. I don't trade the NASDAQ. We could sit here and trade futures as well. So that's fine. It's just I like to execute against equity. So ETFs, things like that. We have the futures. They're right down there, NQ, and this is what it looks like, M24. Right there, we have the minis. I wouldn't trade the minis, but right there, here it is here. So again, this is the actual futures. You'll see it will move with it. I have the chart over here. I could execute contracts, no problem. It's just, again, my keys aren't set up, my stop orders, all that. So I will stay with the TQs, which isn't that many Qs, right there, which is a triple ETF short. And then right here on a 5-minute, I just have the pivot point right here is 62.50. So there's the pivot point drawn from yesterday, 62.50. We bounced off there a little bit. Let's see if we get a push down now for this market. And we're going to be short the NASDAQ, short Intel, long Bitcoin, but we're getting out of that Bitcoin trade. It just ticked down to 46. We're at 45, so let's see if we can get a push back into that one. And then honestly, Obi, that's now a couple times, man, where Intel held 42. It just held 42 again. We're short at 42.02. So these are for flat. We need it to break lower. I don't have any more bids, so we'll wait. My first bid is at 41.96, then we're at 41.90, then we're down into here. Let's see if this one gives it up. That's Intel, but it probably won't give it up unless this guy goes with it. So there we go. DWAC just broke. So we got 23s right there on DWAC. So $50.23. I'm going to put the stop right there at 48.85. This is, again, we're just going to see if we can get it for the dream because, you know, we used to read Word Up magazines, and right now we're just going to watch out for DWAC. Put an offer up near 51, see if we can get a piece out, and then watch out for this flush coming back into 48.80. That's going to be my stop right now. It's fixed. Perfect. Okay, so let's go. We're going to put our stop in for DWAC.
All right, yeah. So a little bit of strength coming right back in to I guess both Google and the Amazon, and yeah. So let's just kind of wait and see. My stop's pretty much in place. And yeah, so I'm just learning that lesson. Coming back in after kind of a little bit of a break. I feel a little disoriented. I did have some plans there. I did have plans for the morning, but I got to do better at having plans for later in the day. I just had a few levels there, what I'm going to do at those levels, and when those levels kind of came in or did some stuff around them, started taking some trades. But gotta clean up that process a little bit. 149.60 is coming in on Google.
Back, baby.
Let's see. We are holding VWAP as well, so kind of strong on the day. Again, we said that the NQ is very strong as well, so I got to stay as nimble as possible on some of these names. But before that, we're going to pass it over the desk with Darren.
Brought to you by IG. Get as much as 50-to-1 leverage when trading Forex at IG. Currencies like Euro and USD can require as little as 2% margin rates and offers $0 commission trading using a Forex account at IG. For a limited time, traders can open, fund, and trade with IG for up to $10,000 in funding bonuses. Terms and conditions apply.
All right, thank you, Ms. Adara. Okay, so, a little slippery here, guys. Come on, I thought that DWAC had a good chance of break. Well, not a good chance. It did break. We're long. Obviously, we would have liked a little bit of a better price. I crossed up 25 cents. We get 23s. So we basically get the price we cross up to. Not great. You could see the spread. Well, it's okay, but we would have liked to get something a little earlier. Then we would have been able to get out a little bit better. A little bit better pricing. Let's just see what happens now. I'm waiting at 51. If we can get a little bit of a blast up to that level, that'd be fine. We've yet to break 50-50. So there's still volume here. Obviously, it's a little upsized. It's not doing crazy volume like it did that first break. So, we're comfortable with it. We have the right amount of shares on board for ourselves to take $1 hit. If it's wrong, it'll be about $1.50. We know that. So if it breaks lower than that, we're going to wait to see. But I still have hope that we go higher. It's not flushing. A flush at this point, I don't think a flush gets us out. Oh, now that, okay, so the 50 period is moving. We could change this to 49 as we get going. And you asked earlier, Obi, about, when do we potentially change our stops and whatnot. So that's what I'm doing now. You're starting to swoop up a little. Come on. I'm at 50 and 50.90. So let's go. Now it's at 85. There it is. Thank you. All right, money back in the pocket for DWAC. So good trade there. I'm going to get a piece out on the Qs. Let's go, man. This is right now Dollar Club member right here for everybody, man. We got DWAC on board now. So let's see if we can get going. We'll now wait for that high right here. I don't have any offers. The only thing we have out is to get out if it comes back down. So right now it's DWAC. We're in this name, and let's see how high it can indeed fly. Let's go DWAC. Again, we can get that story. It's going to be, as far as I saw, that's changing to DJT as early as tomorrow. So, yeah, I thought it was confirmed. We can look in that again, but that's from what I know. So here we go, nice little upside move. And again, we take it on an increased volume, breaking through 50. I'm not holding this for any technical reason that, hey, this should turn into that and therefore this or that. We have to be flat at the end of every single day. So I'm not hoping that these shares get turned into anything. We won't be trading this in the after hours, which I think will be bananas, especially when the liquidity dries up in after hours. You'll get major hedge funds and things like that that just won't trade in the after hours or won't trade big volume for sure because of price discovery. So you're going to have to, bite your tongue on this one if you're short DWAC after hours. I feel like that's going to be a problem, and it's 250 right now. Let's see where we go here as DWAC's starting to go back up to the upside now. It's $1 in the money. We'll hold on to it. Intel's really starting to get me going a little bit here because it's not doing anything, and we just sit here wasting my damn time. So I might just punch out of that. The NASDAQ is boring me to death again as well. We just got out for where we're in. The problem is we've taken a hit already because our first prices were here at 35 and these outs are like 40s, 41s, 47s. But now we're starting to get out of our higher shares. So my average price is going to change, but we have taken L's on this so far. But not many. If it can come back in. Our average true price is probably around like 48s or so. So these some of these takes are going to be hits, but we're just trying to give it back to that pivot point level, which we're at right now. and we sort of wicked that high. So I was trying to play off that. Some dark pools and everything like that earlier here this morning at 8 o'clock. So those are the pivot points. Let's see if we can hold. The market may take off. I just didn't think we'd get back to green. Like, how could the NASDAQ do that when you had investigations into Apple, Google, Meta? So anyways, we're not going to let our bias become too influenced here, but we are net short right now. Long DWAC, we took it out right here already for 60 cents. Let's just see if it continues that flow higher. I think we want to wait for this one, DWAC.
Yeah, that DWAC move is absolutely wild, and a bit of a expanding volume going into that 50 break, right? That initial kind of push into 50. Take a look at this. Consecutive distinct bars higher than the previous there. So boom, 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 boom as the price action. Whoa. What's up, Randy?
Fresh little haircut too, man. This guy's looking good, man. This guy's looking good.
Toronto. Beautiful city. Thanks,
the best city. The best. One of the best cities.
Yes,
See, if you just say one of the best,
yeah,
and you kind of,
yeah,
you get all covered.
Yeah.
And people can't say, "Oh, my city's better." Yeah, yours is also one of the best.
One of the best.
Yeah, exactly. One of a kind, though. Obi beside me. Thanks for staying with us here today, and thanks for coming back from your trip. I know you had a great time down there, so that's crazy exciting. Oh, did you want to say people were asking that they forgot to ask you about your pizza?
Oh yeah, I never went to artichokes.
Okay.
Although again, it's on my list, and when I do go back, I definitely will check it out. But I went to this smaller shop. I was staying with a friend, so this pizza place nearby called Bella 2.
Okay, and
yeah,
it was in
pizza
Jersey.
shop. It was in New Jersey. Yeah, so pretty nice. The prepresentation was pretty solid. When I walked in, they had all these really nice looking pizzas. Like the pie is set out. I was like, all right, which one do I want? I got visuals of everything here. I'm like, all right, let me get the special right there, and that was pretty good, pretty solid. Good. I really liked it. But no, I have not tried the artichokes. That's on the next trip. Don't worry, I'll be back.
Artichokes are so nice, man. Wow, I love artichokes. My wife puts artichokes in the salad that we have. She puts like some Genoa salami in there, artichokes. It's a crazy good salad. I'll have to find the name of that. But good, I'm glad you had a great time there for sure. Okay, what just got stopped out? Something did? Oh, no, nothing did, actually. What am I talking about? Oh, nope, Intel. So Intel just took off right there to the upside. So the market's starting to go. So some of the shorts that we had on board, no good right now as we start to go higher. It's good for our Bitcoin and our DWAC position, but not so good for Intel, as Intel will be, pretty much our worst stock. I mean, not really, because we're able to get some off. We don't have, when we came back into the 200 period right there, that was just a very, very quick hit. We actually went short at 17 and out at 20 when it broke that high there. So quickly in and out. Thought maybe if it drifted up, we could maybe get nibbled there, but just quick in and out. 3 cents added on to, we were short 11. So net, it's the 10-cent hit. It's not really doing anything to our net or anything like that, but a hit is a hit is a hit. I'm just waiting to hopefully not get triggered out of this, but we are very close, man. Into the 70s now. That's where we're going to get taken out of the NASDAQ. It's going to go green. A bad guess that maybe we came back in right there. And, a lot of it is just the big guy. Apple's holding up, man. Apple's holding up here. We tried to dip back in. We got some out there. But yeah, Apple's sort of holding that. Google, we could check Microsoft. Look at Google. As if like nothing even. Nice move up right there. That's great. Meta's probably breaking higher. And the one that didn't have too many stories around it, Microsoft. I mean, this is the one here too. All-time highs right now and still hanging out. So, Microsoft potential dip buys into 420 look pretty good. We had a little bit of that this morning. Holding out these highs. I think we want to try to respect that until it's gone. So, yeah, this looks like the name that we want to get long on any dips. I mean, we missed, and it's funny because if you would have asked me today, Microsoft, which we didn't even have listed in that EU report at all, or we didn't have it listed, they were probably after everybody, but right there, Microsoft down 1%, while Apple, if you would have asked me earlier, which one would have been down more today, Apple or Microsoft, I would have gone with Apple. So definitely wrong on that one, as DWAC's coming back into $50 one more time here.
Yeah, Reddit's still pushing it into 55s. Have we been watching Reddit? I know.
We looked at Reddit. I gave that
DWAC's
trade
moving
over
around
to
as
Sharif
well
from the midday.
Yeah, but Reddit continues to make fresh highs right now. Pretty solid there. I have it kind of on the corner of my screen here, slowly watching it. And yeah, one of the stronger stocks on the day today. Let's take a quick look at what has been actually doing some strong volume. We talked about that Lucid in the morning. What did Lucid end up doing right now? Yeah, so a little bit sideways. Can't really get past anywhere around this $3 mark here. So pretty much sideways on or in and around that $3, it would seem. Tesla we talked about a little earlier. Who is this? CYTO. I think this is one of the small mid caps right there. What do we got? Yeah, 3.5 mil market cap with a 1.6 million float. Okay, so all right, not really something I am too concerned about right now, but definitely probably doing some RVol. Yeah, looks like it. 2,000 RVol, absolutely wild. AMD, of course, we're trading this move, the chip kind of move there, and take a look at that bid on Intel there, Sean. You see that? You see those guys? Oh, they just got taken out. Oh boy!
I can't believe I get stopped out at 42.20. Oh my god!
Yeah, you see that? There was like 400 lots, 500 lots at like 42.15 just now, and all of them got taken. Yeah, okay, so that's pretty interesting. Alphabet raging for those highs, so I did get stopped out on the short. Seems like we are attempting to push through that 150 as of right now. So let's take a quick look at that one. Maybe potentially, if we do push towards that day high, I will definitely be a little interested right now. So let's take a quick try at that push right now. Let's see, 149. All right, cool. Let's see if there's any real continuation off of that level right here. So, okay, so Google moving towards those highs, very, very strong. Let's see what it does with that 150. If it can get past it, we'll find out soon enough. Right there. So I'm gonna keep it a little tight. I'll take it for a couple of tries there. Let's see what Google does, but very, very strong as the market attempts to push even higher right now. That 18.5 holding, 18.520s, it would seem, holding quite well there, that initial bounce off of this 18.5 on the pullback, and we've been making higher lows since then. So I have been fighting the trend a little bit. Got to do better at kind of recognizing real time and being like, all right, well, market's trending up, although this ticker might be going sideways. What are you doing? Maybe look for something that that's going in the same direction, has some tailwind in its direction. So Google off the open, we've only been making higher highs and higher lows, and that VWAP has been holding as well. So let's see what we do with that 150 potentially coming in right now, if the market will give that to us. Apple, though, kind of sideways in and around that 171.5. Let's take a quick look at that one as well. So there's DWAC holding that 50 mark. AAPL right here. So take a look at that. Some decent strength off of the dip that we had in the morning, pushing back up into 171.5s. Again, we've printed above this the prior day here. In and around 173 was the high on Friday, and we kind of sold off, broke below day low of Friday in and around 170s, and then picked right back up. 171.50s testing right now. There's some size at 180.10 on the Amazon.
Oh my God.
Let's take a quick look at that one.
That's we'll look at some Amazon. Like, look what just happened. So we put it back on. Oh man, fail. So like, we only have a quarter of the shares we had because this position at 17, or maybe was it 17 or 18? Like, we actually had a decent sized order sitting there, so that's why I wanted to get stopped out if we took 20. And it looks like we actually got like 20 flat. I'm not even sure if it broke 20s there or not to the upside there, but anyways, once it failed that, it came back and we put on 17s, and we just got some out there at 10s. Now it's coming back in. I'm also bidding 8s right now on a paid gateway. We should probably be on something where it'll pay us, or we have to pay to get filled. Anyways, hopefully it breaks down through 8. I'm just like, throw your hands up in the air and don't wave them like you just don't care. Shout out to Brankles over there. We had some nice club type trades on Friday.
Oh, I got to go back and watch that.
Yeah, that was a lot of
I'm
fun, man.
hearing good
Branko,
things.
every time we had the Dollar Club, this guy was partying like it was 1999 again, which was nice. But there it is, nice little move to the downside for Intel. So yeah, man, we'll just hit the siren that we're back in it. We'll actually be like, net will be up, on holding this back in, because we only wound up losing like basically 4 or 5 cents, but it's about a flat trade now. Oh, that sucks. Like if we,
Oh, Intel, there goes
look at that,
AMD.
04s now.
AMD breaking that.
Come on. Damn,
nice.
man. All right, nice move. All right, 1-0 you, Intel. And it was actually like 5-0 Intel pretty much, but nice move, Intel, nice move. It went in there, got me out of my bigger position. Good thing we put it back in, and now, wow, different day would have been just right there to have held on to that, but that's fine. We're here for that. All right, DWAC, next thing, man, let's just go whacking. That might not sound good, but we'll see about this top side here. 51.30. Maybe I'm just going to get out here, and then we'll hold a piece for that huge move. I mean, thanks to Brendan for that. Donald Trump will not be able to sell, I think it was 6 months or so of his shares there. I had the article up. It's right here. So it's okay to show this. It was right here. So tomorrow, shares in the merged company are set to begin publicly trading Tuesday, tomorrow, under this ticker DJT. And here it is right here. Trump will not allowed to be able to sell shares in the company, so it is 6. So half a year there as of, I guess, tomorrow. So that's what's new with DWAC. We'll see what happens here. It shouldn't really do anything. The symbol just tomorrow. So the only sort of thing that I could see happen is this symbol doesn't wind up in a lot of people's accounts first thing tomorrow. So that could be a catalyst maybe for an upside move. There won't be enough shares to trade out of them potentially. So that I could see that as being a catalyst, but again, here it goes. Nice little move to the upside. We are now $1 plus in the club on this one. So there it goes. Right now, everyone saw that screen there, but here it goes. Nicely done to the upside. If we can get 51.40, maybe we should take a piece out now. Take one more piece out. Our first piece out is 50.90s or whatever it was, and now you're stopping again here at 51.50. Why not just put an offer out in and around 51.50? We'll see if we can get that fill, and then if we have to hold the rest, we'll just hold the rest for another move. So here we go. It just stopped now 4 or 5 times up there at 51.50. Let's take a piece out if that can work. Nice downside push for Intel, now 11 cents in the money. We've already got that fill down here at 42. So let's ring the register, man. We're reloaded on that one. But this is a frustrating one because we were in this, man, and good on you, Intel. Good on you, my guy, because that was a good trade that I feel like we had that good short there at the high of the day, but unfortunately, it just took us out. And I thought we were being pretty good by not getting out at 20s, but it does break higher than that, and we get out at 20, although apparently it broke. So nice downside move there. Oh, we get it. We get it. There it is, man. We get that 51.37s is what we got on DWAC. So there it is, man. Another one there for DWAC traders to see what happens. So good trade there. Now let's see if this one goes and moons the rest of the day. Good trade there on DWAC. Put that dollar club in our pocket. And by the way, we get a nice fill down there at 45. Let's take another fill at 46. We'll punch a little bit out there. Come on, Q's. You're the next contestant. On which stock, that's the wrong one, on which stock will come crashing in right now. Where's the other plane ride? I do not know. We'll have to find it. Let me just hit this, see if we can get a little bit of a market to the downside right now as I look for that other plane and do not see it. Is it this one? Here it is. Here comes the plane. Let's see if these have NASDAQ shares in them. And we can get to the downside and see what happens right now. By the way, Intel just finally breaks 41, so 42. We have shares on board here. This is a good afternoon for us so far. Let's see if we can continue the momentum to the downside.
Yeah, that break was pretty nice there. You can see on AMD as well. I know a couple people mentioned it in the chat. Kind of a crack of this level here. Let's see what we do in and around that. But Google pushing that 150. Oh boy, there it goes. As I speak, I was just about to talk about it. There was a nice stack of multiple gates at that 150. It seems like all of them. I might have missed it on the tape there as I looked away for a second. But it seems like, well, they all would have gone printed to get get through that level, and it wasn't too big, but the stack was definitely interesting there on the Google. Pushing towards those highs, distinctly different from some of these other tickers that are taking a quick pullback there. Market a little bit of red on this current 15-minute candle right now. Let's see how well we can push past this 150 here. I did want to take that 150 break, but lack of attention right now. Let's see how well we can do. Back through open price was 149. 149.94, so just underneath that 150. So we're still well within that kind of that area of that opening level. So opening range high. Let's see that. When is that? Right here. If I can just point out the candle right here. So in and around that 150.14 is that is around that level. So we did kind of get up there right now, kind of chopping and churning on top of this 150 as of right now. Oh boy, there goes AMD as well.
Oh,
take a look at that shelf breakdown. I like that one. A little bit of reversion. Let's see what we do with VWAP. I gotta wait for that measured move to come in.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. IBIT right now. Let's go. It's a $0.50. So you just see, you still hit the dollar club. You're not supposed to. But there it is. We'll be happy with it, man, because it's going to the high side right now. So there it is for everybody, including you, Fabian. There's Bitcoin, 71K. We're happy with that one as that's starting to go now as well. So 70,906 right now for BTC. That continues to work. That is for sure. Intel trying to work to the downside here as well. Coinbase probably... Okay, I was going to say Coinbase maybe nearing some of those highs, but no, not at all. Yeah, Coinbase, good little move for sure. Yeah, I like that rocket to the north side for sure on some of this. But you know what's hitting to the low side right now? Come on, let's go TQQs, man. Nice little bounce off. Ooh, we don't have a bid at 40 there. Let's put a bid at 40 and take some out. We've done pretty well now because, again, we're not like absolutely emptying the clip now on this. Even me getting out at 40 here is something I said we wouldn't really do. My next bid was at 30, but you can see the 200 period is getting a little bit higher. So let's put some more bids out there right now on that trade. What a good out that appeared to maybe have been on DWAC. And look at that. Now, okay, see, Obi, so this is a good question. Sir. You asked me, when are we changing or whatever that question was?
Stop.
Stop. So right there, now look, our stop used to be at 48.75. Now the 50 period has brought us up to 49.75. So we just do that, baby. 49.74. We say, get the heck out of Dodge. So if that happens, we will get out on that trade if we break below. And that, I mean, again, we are playing with house money. So Travolta's quite the gambler in many of his movies. And he's like, hey, if you can play with somebody else's money, then I like. So that's a good one right there. IBIT, nice move. DWAC, we've already talked about. Intel's where it is in the TQs. So what else do we want to talk about? Yeah, Kathy sold coin. That was crazy that Kathy Wood yesterday. We had that little report about Kathy Wood selling her Coinbase shares, $55 million worth yesterday on Friday, only to see a nice 7-8. I just jinxed it. Move to the downside right there. Thanks to Adara for this. Look at this. IPOs on their very first days right now. eBay, 163 on day one. Yahoo, 153 on day one. LinkedIn, now a part of Microsoft. Twitter. And there's Reddit. Reddit hangs with the big boys. That's actually pretty surprising. I'm surprised that there wasn't any more in here. These are major tech names. And I'll have to shout out to Savvy Traders. I have 2 O's here. But yeah, so Reddit holding out pretty good and then going back up to the upside today. So I'd say that's a pretty successful release there for Reddit, needless to say, right there. So shout out to everybody that's on that Reddit bandwagon. Looks like you got a good one there. Come on down, man. We talked about this. Let's go. We're still waiting. We're still waiting for that 30 fill, but let's get something else here on this name. It's a nice mover, man, and it is your big winner here for me anyways on the TQs. So far so good here. TQs looking like it wants to get lower, and we're happy to oblige, man. We just put a bid right here at 37, and there she goes. Get into those gates, man. They're not nice in there. It's their gates of hell for the triple Qs, and we called that downside move, so we're feeling pretty good about that one. Waiting for this move back to the 200 period. We talked about trading futures, the others. We went with the futures with the TQs, again, to get that triple levered move. So pretty happy with this on the way down into your TQQ trade.
Yes, sir. So I got short on AMD. We were already short on Intel from before. And that was quite beautiful. You're still wow. Take a look at that TQ.
Yeah,
short.
yeah, it's a nice one.
Yeah, a little bit of a quadroon happening here on the NQ. We talk about a little bit of tailwind. Oh boy, is that some tailwind right now? Both the ES and the NQ flushing to the downside. Let's see. Last time there was a little bit of a bid in and around this 18.5. Let's see how far we can get there. Can we get back down to VWAP on this Intel? Can we get back down to VWAP on AMD? We already did that. Let's see what VWAP has in store. 178.76 I have right now as VWAP on AMD. Let me pull this down so we can see it a little bit better. But take a look at that. Looking left even further, this consolidation low on this what is this? 1, 2 on the second or third leg right here, depending on how you measure it. Let's see, what is that? 1, 2. I think second leg. I gotta go back and review how to properly define those legs. But regardless, there's a little bit of support right here intraday at that 178.20. Let's see what we do with that 178.20 there, Sean. But Intel not really catching that much of a sell relative to the other names here. But that's Intel, right? Intel kind of muted overall. But that AMD short, oh boy, that AMD flush, is it coming in with the market quite nice? Where is my Google printing a little bit higher there. But before we continue, we're going to pass it off to Dara at the big desk.
Eye on Tesla here, TSLA. Bloomberg reporting that Tesla is now going to be testing driver assistant tech with customers before all sales, as detailed by Elon Musk in a memo, an internal memo basically detailing these new Tesla full self-driving testing requirements. This is reported here by Bloomberg, so keep an eye here on TSLA, guys.
All right, yeah, we'll have definitely a look at that. Thank you, Ms. Aderas. We were just talking about that AMD short and how much you like that. I'm with you on the short for the tech names. I mean, let's just go hot dog cannon right here because Intel, in your face finally, for Intel. And by the way, you know, we're cashing out on all these NASDAQ shorts. We talked about that. But guess what long is working? Oh, shit. It right now props it up to DWAC investors because you're getting one hell of a return on your money today. Come over to the screen right here, Ramin, because there goes DWAC at the high of the day. And your boy has this, man. We have the $50 break. Here goes DWAC trying to take out the high. Bye-bye 52. I'm sure glad that we still have got a piece on this one. Let's see where we go now. 52, up and away. The last kind of wicks we got was 55, 56. Then we get into 60, man. Are we going to have one of these closes one more time on this name? Let's see. TQs, man, good coverage. Down there at 25. Let's do it. Like Nike, let's do it. We'll get some out down there and now hold. We still got the position on, so we're not worried about anything. But again, we'd like to get a piece out if we can. If it comes back in, let's hold for VWAP, like 62, 61, down into here. We'll see if we can get some push on that one. Again, you know, pretty specific to the market though. Like you just mentioned AMD with the move down. Not seeing it too much anywhere else right now. So be careful with this position. I still like the trade, obviously, but wait for Intel, not as weak as some of the other ones.
NVIDIA pulling back quite well.
Okay, is that through 50 yet?
It is coming back down to VWAP. I have
56.
VWAP on the 15-minute here at 954.18, so a little bit of a little close. We're printing 956, 60s, 50s-ish in that area right now. AMD coming right back into VWAP, holding as of right now. Take a look at that right here. So it comes right into VWAP. Let's see what the market kind of does. Do we get another 15-minute bar to the downside, or do we have one that prints up and kind of gives us a bit of a bounce off of VWAP there on the AMD? I am patiently waiting to see what that kind of holds there. I was looking for a push below that 178, not really coming in as of right now, but we are in and around VWAP. I'll give it some more time there on the AMD. Wild, absolutely wild. That initial flush gave me almost a point there, and yeah. So, but I think I'm looking for a little bit more. I might be a little too greedy with that mindset, but we'll see. When I say I got to take what the market gives me, I got to do a little bit better at that. And that scalp, that quick scalp off of that shelf break was quite aggressive when it came to the selling to the downside here. Let's see if VWAP stays heavy and see if those sellers kind of continue through that VWAP. Right now, market holding holding right now? What is how much time on the 15-minute left? We've got about 13, 14 minutes. So it's a fresh 15-minute candle as of right now. Let's see if we get a little bit of continuation to the downside. Google still in there a little bit with the breadcrumbs. I got out some amount into that flush back down into 150s. Maybe not a flush, a little bit of a pullback down into 150s, but I got nothing too crazy on that one. Gonna let that kind of work, because think about it. Alpha is the only one that's trending up, while everything else is strong to the downside, including Amazon, including Softy, Apple not so much, Nvidia taking a little bit of a pullback down into its VWAP, and also SPY is my compass, and SPY is pulling back into that VWAP as well. We talk about that range. What could that range high have been? In around 521s ish, but never could really get there.
Oh wow!
So let's see what's happening, Sean.
It's Moon City, baby. Right now, we'll face slap it up. We are long DWAC $50. It's at right now 53, and starting to get going right now goes DWAC. So let's see what kind of excitement we get right now. And again, just to talk about it, we are changing. We're trying to watch this. I'm going to put the stop right now at 50.50. We could flush. So I want to get the stop out for sure if that does happen. So right there. I don't know if we're going to flush immediately or anything like that, but it's a nice pull up. So watch out for a little bit of a rug pull at some point. I don't know if it's going to happen now, but we got a nice little rug pull right there that dropped in. Like imagine right there when we took out our own self right there at 51.50. Just minutes later, we dropped down to $50. So we went down $1.50 in one candle pretty much immediately after we got out that first time. So that could be an extension candle right there. Like look at the volume, right? With that wick just touched 52.80. So again, watch out for that. If you're long and you're like getting nervous, we only have 40 minutes left until after hours, which not sure. So watch out. It is pulling back in. I'm using 50.50 as my out. So if we break 50.50, let's just get out there. Yeah, sure, it sucks. We're here for the dream. We only have a third left. We're playing with house money now for sure. Here's that flush we talked about. Hopefully you're prepared. There's that move back into 50.50. So, and then right back up. The spread on this is 90. It was just 90 cents. It was just 60 cents. Now when it calms down, you're at 30 cents a little bit. But there was that flush. Here comes incoming again. Look at the spread, 40 to 50 cents right now on Digital World. So just be careful with it. I mean, it's up to, I don't know what's going to happen. Option eligible. We change over tomorrow to DJT. That is now confirmed. We've already talked about that. So watch out. Donald and company. Actually, I shouldn't say in company. It was Donald Trump was unable apparently to sell the shares for 6 months. So that could also be a problem for short float, right? So let's wait to see what happens here. We've sort of identified this trade for you. DWAC, we're long, and we've sort of got some of those pieces to the pie there and sort of trying to solve that puzzle. All right, nice little move back up. I'm going to take out, I'm just bidding some 36s here. Hopefully we get that on the triple Qs right now. Nice, good push down. We'll take some more fills there as it breaks above the 200, but we'll take some out as it comes back in. Man, this has been a pretty exciting day for sure for me here into the close as we make a little bit of money back there. My big regret is just having that stop right there on Intel, because minutes after, boom.
Yeah, right.
We went.
You got right back in though.
Yeah, I know, but it was only a quarter of the shares. Because again, I was not, we talked about that, remember? Fighting the trend.
Yeah.
And it's like, how many times am I just going to say, oh, I'm wrong, I'm going to go again, so that was a key level there. A little bit of a volume spike that you guys can see down there, not much. We got back in because we looked at NVIDIA. I mean, that was really why. And just noticing that a lot of these stocks are starting to fade again. All right, so we're about to get out of DWAC right now. It's coming back in. Watch out now. Wondering about just getting out for DWAC here before it takes me out. And there it is. We should be taken out right now on DWAC. No idea why that order didn't fill. But here we go. DWAC starting to head to the downside.
Yeah, people talking about Intel and Reddit as well. Okay, not too bad.
Yeah, my order was stuck there. I had to cancel it and put it back. I don't know why. But there's the out on DWAC, and we actually wound up getting out at 50.50 flat. So not bad. Not a great end to the story. But we'll take a couple bucks in there, get out, risk gone, and that stop order didn't trigger there. It got caught in the cipher, but we got out there at 50.50, so not bad.
Yeah, so we're kind of holding on to this VWAP here on AMD. So I'm just going to stay a little patient. Google as well, holding above that 150 mark as of right now. Again, talked about getting out pretty much everything, just holding on to some breadcrumbs right now on that Google. But yeah, that AMD kind of popped back into VWAP. And as of right now, just like I said just a few seconds ago, just chopping around in and around there. So let's see what we do with that. Looking for that continuation below VWAP, VWAP holding as of right now. So if the market kind of continues to the downside, which it does seem like it is trying to do right now, let's see what we do with that 18.5 mark. If it can come in. Amazon, it did flush down into the 70s, maybe printed a little bit of those 60s and then rips right back up. 30 pennies into the 90s. Oh, wow, that was a little bit of a flush. Below the bid, somebody just smacked that bid. Oh boy, okay, and then, okay, yeah, you see that. I saw the candle form, and then I see a flush of red below the bid, dark red, on from the corner of my eye. I'm like, whoa, hello! Somebody just unloaded the boat. Maybe not a big boat, but maybe a kayak. Unloaded the kayak just into the bids right below 42 there on Intel. Let's see what AMD kind of does. It is kind of holding that 179 as of right now. So stay a little bit more patient. Let's see what this market has in store for us. Let us know what you guys have been trading in the chat. We can take a quick look at that. And someone's saying Tesla in reverse. Uber Drew. Okay, so let's take a quick look at Tesla. Yeah, and mention some tickers in the chat that you guys have been trading. We can quickly go over them. And yeah, wow, look at that. NVIDIA with the strong sell just now. Really? These candles are getting a little aggressive. Maybe I'm just overreacting. I gotta calm down, take a couple breaths there. Spider, what's the Spider shelf here? Spider shelf 520.
You want to short NVIDIA?
Maybe not NVIDIA, but maybe NVDL.
You want to dance?
Yeah, I do like the tango, but it has to be within my risk limit there. And NVIDIA, not so much. NVDL, though, I can be watching. But the thing is, I'm a little exposed to the semis with the Intel, with both the Intel and the AMD short right now. So I am kind of capturing a little piece of that move, in my opinion, as we kind of flush off that 179. So yeah, a little bit of sympathy. Yeah, sure, I can't take the if I don't feel comfortable or my risk is not doesn't really make sense for me to take NVIDIA. I think that taking some of these other chip names that do follow in step with the semi leader can be a good alternative to kind of manage that position as well. 150.24. So it seems like Google is the only one. Well, of course, along with Apple as well. Softy sideways, but Google and Apple are the only ones that are showing relative strength right now. I guess Amazon as well. Amazon a little sideways. It is kind of bidding up, but everything kind of selling off quite aggressively. Oh boy. Okay,
yeah, it's a nice little sell off.
That 20 sell, I think you had that 20 sell on 42 and some change. You said you
I'm short 42.16.
Yeah, that was great place to I think sell there on Intel in and around that 42 on that pop. I was just like I was thinking about adding some more there. A little too hasty here on this ad. Looking for that, anticipating the break, but when we kind of pop and come right back in, I kind of like that potentially as well. I think that 42 and change action, it kind of grabbed this previous high as well on the sideways range, so I kind of like that. But 180 coming back in here on Amazon. Let's see how far this one can get to, but this chop on AMD, I think I might have to stay a little bit more patient to see if this actually follows through to the downside or we get a little bit of a bid back up.
So
price action.
Yeah, we took advantage of that, man, and really started to. I mean, we've been riding this bear a little bit here this afternoon. We talked about, where we thought NASDAQ could get into. Unfortunately, I didn't have any bids down there. We were bidding lower into 62. We just saw it flush into 17, 15, 16s there. So now I'm bidding 17 with a lower bid still at 62.06 for some reason. So we'll see if that one can come in. So far, so good there, and a good call on Intel. I was almost willing to dance with NVIDIA there. until you mentioned like sort of being in it already. And I looked over and I was like, yeah, man, I mean, we're really into the Qs, so that's fine. And then if the market flushes, then you're going to see something like this happen. And we talked about this, man. We talked about getting involved on the TQQ. Maybe we'll add pivot points to our main chart here, but you could see it came right up into that level. It's not just that it was a pivot point level of 62.50, but also came into where we closed on Friday. This to me, forget about the pivot point or anything like that. We were kind of looking at these levels. You see on Friday where we kind of just bounced around. We never got above 62.60 until eventually we did. That was a nice break. So into some weakness today. Obviously, it was strength, turned into strength. That's where we kind of wanted to short it. So those levels held. We were giving it to 70s, held on that one. Pretty luck. I mean, I think every trade has an aspect of luck to it. So I don't ever want to say like, man, there's no luck involved in trading. But again, pretty lucky that it didn't go a couple more pennies higher and get stopped out. I like this short rate here into 956 on NVIDIA. So I think if you're long this name right now off of VWAP, I think up to here into the 200 period is probably a good trade. So that's about $4. I think that's good. If you can get it, great. We covered some Intel there. I thought I was bidding 91s. I am bidding 91s. So what happened there? 92s was the bottom. All right. So that's happening there. Hopefully that will come through now. Just a little bit more of a push down, and that'd be nice. And then someone wanted me to cover IBIT. Well, IBIT is the iShares for Bitcoin. So I like to look at it whenever I see Bitcoin flushing or ripping down here. I like to call up IBIT and see if we can find some levels. So when Bitcoin took off and we hit 70,000 the first time, we were like, uh-oh, there's Bitcoin. I even said to Sharif, we just hit 70,000. So what we did is we called up IBIT and we saw this little wick top here and some of these tops. So that was associated with in and around 70,000. So I said, if Bitcoin itself is having a problem, because this is going to follow one-to-one with Bitcoin. So again, the percentage won't, because Bitcoin's a 24-hour market, right? So this is only going to be from 9:30 to 4. So right now IBIT or Bitcoin up about 10%. Remember, included from 9:30 to 4 o'clock Friday. Okay, so from Friday to today, Bitcoin should be in and around 11%. Idea was to go short until it broke. We went short again, then it broke. Then I just went long. And I said the same reason. If we're going to fade off 70, we want to be here for this move down. And if we're going to break 70, we want to be here for the move up. So we are almost out of everything. That last out, we had 25%. We took off 10. We have another 15% or so left, waiting for this to go. If Bitcoin can move, then we're there for it. This is the NASDAQ. So this is a triple NASDAQ. So I feel pretty good about that because, again, a triple ETF creates triple win, you know. But again, it's just a matter of the share size. For me and for Obi talked about a stop. I don't really have a stop from a net standpoint, but I have mental stops. So I'll just take whatever shares I have. For me, it doesn't matter if I trade NVIDIA $900 or NVDL, whatever that price is. I use dollars as a potential stop. NVIDIA is making a move all the way back up, so maybe we'll try to get some out of NVIDIA, but that's bouncing off of 91. Let me just put a bid out now. We don't need to get specific with 91s. It doesn't seem like it's going to fill that.
Yeah, that hold of VWAP right on NVIDIA, pretty nice. Yeah, Intel kind of holding that 4190s, 42 there. For me, that's pretty much in the same area. So it didn't necessarily have too strong of a flush off of that. Let's take a quick look at what Intel did off of that. I guess it did, but I'm sitting in and around this 42 mark. Like I said earlier, this kind of lick grab was quite nice when it fails to follow through to the upside past this 4220s and then comes right back in, breaking this shelf, and then AMD breaks, and then the market kind of breaks. Or maybe it'll happen at the same time, but a little bit of confluence indeed happening for the short side. Let's see what we do here. Looking back at some of these 15-minute candles, both on the ES and the NQ, we got a little wiki at these prices early in the early session on the day. Let's see if some of those buyers kind of if they're persisting or not. Apple, interesting, making some fresh highs on the day. Let's take a quick look at that one right now. Apple. Oh boy, what is this one doing? Take a look at that. So you can see that quite distinctly different from some of these other tickers here. So let me just do a quick comparison. So there's Apple, and we're going to take a quick look at some of these other names. Take a look at Okay, not NVDS. NVDA. Oh, wow. Take a look at that popping back up. Well, I got to watch this AMD position real quick if NVIDIA is going to do that craziness with its VWAP there. Strong kind of action as of right now, or some strength off of that. Okay, so we got 200 lots there on AMD. I'm going to pull up AMD here on this chart so we can take a closer look at it with you guys. So let me just quickly change the chart here. AMD, I'll move it over to this one. Bing bang. All right, cool. So it's coming back in potentially. Yeah, I was pointing the money at these lows. Didn't really take it there, but like I said, VWAP in and around some of these levels. Actually, I don't have VWAP on this chart. I just realized I have it on some of my other charts, but not my main ones. Back in my screen, back at the desk, I do kind of tend to keep some VWAP on there. So let me just throw that on here as of right now. So you can see that strength kind of coming right back in. NVIDIA almost leading that strength back to the upside. VWAP on NVIDIA holding quite well, and 179 potentially reclaiming as of right now. But that 179 on AMD is the VWAP I have here on my chart. So let's see what we do in and around here. Yeah, I coulda, shoulda, woulda covered a point in the money, or roughly a point in the money, but I was getting a little too greedy on that. But let's see if we make some lower highs and continue to the downside on AMD here. Again, NVIDIA permitting, but with Apple pushing fresh highs on the intraday, let's see what this market has in store for us. That 18.5. Oh boy, we are making higher highs and continuously off of that level. 18.5, 18,520. Just talk about the wickiness, and it seems like potentially buyers may be there. We'll have to wait and find out. But as of right now, this 15-minute candle is printing green with about 12 minutes left. Let's see how we end up on that 15-minute session. All right, so yeah, people talking about take a piece out. Yeah, I got to get better at doing that. As well, but yeah, no, that AMD crack was quite nice, almost instantly in the money right there. On that goes about a point, and then I'm holding it kind of back in to only about 30 pennies in the money as of right now. But that's perfectly okay. I got to reassess. I do got to get better, right? Maybe that's not perfectly okay. That's something I've just been saying as like a filler, but wow. I got to do better, right? So on that crack, when it comes in, take the quick scalp. I think was it Brit was talking about take a piece out, man. Yeah, I gotta have more pieces so I can take some pieces out on that strong flush and maybe add back in, kind of work that core. And yeah, that 17. Okay, so that 179.10 right there. This is what I was gonna do. I was gonna bring up that AMD tape. Let's take a quick look if that filter is on. That filter is on, size filter. So you'll see that size. I saw it real quick right there. 179.10s. Buddy was sitting there with a couple hundred lots. Let's see if he gets filled. But with the market kind of bouncing as of right now, along with NVIDIA off of VWAP and Apple making some fresh highs. Let's see where this price action will take us. I might have gone a little too greedy there, Sean. On all these shorts.
Everything?
Yeah, all the shorts.
Yeah.
I held about a point on AMD, and then now it's pretty much all the way back up. So I might have to give it back and reassess a little bit, maybe get involved at a better price as well. So a little reassessment.
Yeah, good. Okay. Yeah, I can't believe how high up NVIDIA wound up going there, all by itself too. The market doesn't really go with it, and NVIDIA goes right back to the 50-period moving average. So that could be a decent little short all the way up there, but shorting NVIDIA seemed to have been a problem. Shopify just pulled back into VWAP as well. It's 334, so we're going to get an early look on those imbalances. It doesn't work for us, but we will have a quick look. We were using Financial Juice, kind of stopped mentioning stuff about it. Fisker still halted from the morning. We may not see that again, so that might be a good call going to zero. Looks like that might be the case right there for Fisker. So we'll see what happens down on the OTC markets, but I'm not making that call. Just it's been halted from the morning. You guys can go find out about that. Other than that, nothing really on here for too significant. I mean, J&J, that's $1 million to sell. That's not very nice. So there's a nice little push down in J&J, as a lot of these are getting updated at 330. So we'll generally look at that. Pinterest with a sell. What's up with Pinterest? Nice little move right now. Okay. So Pinterest getting, so not only do I look at, this, we also look down here at this. So there's probably something going on with Pinterest right now with an increased amount of volume. So nice little upside push there for pins with a sell imbalance into the close. So something to look at there with a nice move up right here. I'm actually getting my ear right now. Pins just moving around from Benzinga, so they don't really know what's going on right now. And then Tesla as a possible, that makes sense. Reddit's going crazy, right? So, all right, so there it is. So it's just a sympathy play with that.
I like
good,
those.
Yeah, good call there by the Benzinga dude in my ear. Just said possibly going up with Reddit. But again, they just read what they hear. Wow, Reddit. I mean, Sharif asked me about this on the midday. He's like, Katina, what do you think about going long? I said, as long as it breaks this, 50, what was it, 51.50? What did he get long? Right here, I think? 51.50 or something. Nice move to the upside, and then there goes Reddit again. We had Danielle Shea on Thursday talking all about the different IPOs and getting into Reddit. We talked about wait for something, but I don't think we have anything today. Just a nice move to the upside, and what that something would be to me would be an earnings report, because if you're looking at ARM, and we're going to go to Adair in just 1 second, the comp for me is ARM. Because, again, another major tech play that sort of went down off their IPO before eventually getting going. I mean, they were lucky enough to get that October bottom as well, right? I mean, the whole market took off from there. So how much of that was that? You still pushed back into the 50 period. So I would say never fear for Reddit, but, for right now, it's gone right there to the upside. Let's go back over and find out what Adair is up to.
This part of the show brought to you by Trade Ideas. Real-time scanning and alerting used in our desk by many of our traders every day. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in description for 20% off.
Stupid Intel. Stupid Intel, but then we'll just go props up on it because we made some back. So it's all good. I can't believe we got stopped out up there. Good call here with, it seems to be anyways, with the futures, as that's trying to make another move to the downside right now as well. So we'll wait to see if we can get something. We're bidding 16s, remember? And it wicked down to, we're bidding 17s. Both those bottom ticks there that we've been sitting here for, we're bidding 17s, are both at 17. So should we just put it to 18? Let's see what happens. We'll keep it there at 17 and see if we get filled. IBIT doing nothing, Intel, and the TQs into the close. But do we just? I mean, honestly, dude, this is going.
60s.
What is Reddit doing? So Reddit's doing nothing. DWAC's doing nothing. But yeah, this name, man, Reddit just continues to go 30 points today, up 30%, not 30 points. Huge move for Reddit. I should maybe pay for shorts. I don't have any. So it's long or bust for me on this one. Reddit going to the upside big time here.
Yeah, I did. I remember talking to you in the morning. Sean did approve some shorts for me in the pre-market for Reddit there, and I was like, all right, well, if we get below this 45, that day one, day two kind of low area was doing some decent RVOL in the pre-market as well. You can see, but straight squeeze and that bid holds off the open. Not only does it hold, we blast through all-time highs there. Oh boy, did I miss that one right there? 57.80s.
All-time highs.
Yeah. All-time highs on Reddit. Well, 3 days.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
You know what I mean.
Weak highs.
Yeah, weak highs, which also happen to be all-time highs. But Reddit definitely pushing towards the highs. Take a look at that volume coming in. These are fresh prices on Reddit. Oh boy, is that absolutely wild. I did miss that breakout. It seems like that VWAP hold was quite nice, but I was like, if VWAP can get down to 40, if Reddit can get down to if Reddit can get down to 45, I would like to bid some. But it did that in the pre-market, and wow, we are way past that 45 mark, printing about 15 points higher going into the close with only about 20 minutes left. Oh boy, I do have to kind of de-lev going into these.
Too much time left.
The imbalances in 10 minutes.
Yeah, GME, a sympathy play for Reddit. We can have a quick look. I mean, remember, these sympathy plays are what they are as long as they're getting driven up by something. And I mean, GameStop has earnings Wednesday night or tomorrow night. We'll double check that. But either way, I mean, I could see that. Remember Wall Street bets and all that. People could love it. I would just say, why worry about anything else? If Reddit's going, you could just watch Reddit. I mean, here it goes through 60 and change going higher. Let's go over to Adara.
The GameStop earnings are scheduled for March 26th after market close from what I'm seeing, so that would be tomorrow night. Also, though, let's take a look at some of these S&P 500 names making bigger moves that maybe we haven't talked about or haven't discussed in a little bit while. And one of these is Lululemon. This one down about 4%. They had earnings last week and now getting a price target decrease from 610 to 546 here from Barclays while maintaining an overweight rating. So LULU to the downside. Another one moving up here is SMCI. This one up about 9% right now after getting a price target increase from Northland Capital and an overweight rating from JP Morgan. So nice look here from some analyst ratings for SMCI Supermicro. And last but not least here, another analyst rating related move here. We do have CINF, this is Cincinnati Financial, getting a price target increase to 135 and an upgrade to outperform. So lots of analyst moves moving some of these S&P 500 names, guys.
All right, thank you, Darren.
Yeah.
Wild moves there happening on Reddit.
Well, I was just saying
Crazy.
to you, like, remember, to you, we know about it, each other, but yeah, there's only 8 million shares outstanding right now for Reddit. So it's done 19 million shares today. There's only 8 million shares out there. So watch out. I mean, you don't have to watch anything. Just if you're long, congratulations, up in there at 31%. We've had some major moves today, including, let's go over and see what happened with Lucid quickly here. That gave it up, so that was up pretty nicely today as well. Much higher than this, into the 30s as well. We hit this and quit this, and that was a pretty good decision right there as Lucid continued to make new moves to the downside. So yeah, man, maybe Reddit is just the jam here into the close that everybody wants to watch, because why not? Continuing to work out here is Reddit longs. Its current high is 61.50. I would say, just to looking at this, we talked about a whoosh down in DWAC that wound up getting us out. The same thing could happen right here. I just feel, just be careful. We've already tested 58 and bounced off of that. Watch out if we break 58. That could be that for that name. And I just feel like, look what's happening to DWAC. Nothing right now. So we took a good advantage of that. Our best out is about $1.40 or so, and then finally getting out for that last like 30 cents. But you can see a lot of the attention away from DWAC now and right over to not Reddit, to not Lucid, to Reddit. Now look, higher again, man, 61 and change. Wow, man, the Reddit, the D-Gens, as I was told they're called. Shout out to Fabian right there for that one. They sure seem to be buying up this name here. Still not option eligible, right? So we'll have to wait to see what happens now with Reddit, just blasting off through 61 and change, man. There she goes, Reddit. We have this thing for that. We should put, well, can we fix that? Maybe we could put RDDT in the middle of that instead of AMC, or have multiple ones. Because right now it's Reddit starting to moon to the upside.
Yeah, Reddit, absolutely wild move. I am unfortunately not really watching it right now. I got to watch 4 of these positions as of right now. I got Intel, Amazon, AMD, and Google on watch there. AMD. Oh boy, is that kind of chopping around quite nicely. So let's see, we got Intel, AMD, Amazon, right? Amazon. I'm like, I know I don't have one of these on my tapes pulled up right now, but okay. So Amazon still kind of chopping and churning. That 180 as of right now. Let's see where we got. Okay, so we did hold VWAP. We did have some strength off of that. Only about 6 minutes left going into the inbounds here. I am looking to kind of piece off a little bit of some of these positions here going into that inbound. But yeah,
Reddit has options.
Oh, does it have options?
Okay, yeah. I thought Danielle Shea said it took about a week for them to come on board, but I guess they went. Thank you to everybody in the chat there. Yeah, so they came on the March 21st. So as it didn't take long, that's my bad. I didn't mean to say they didn't have them to everybody out there. It's just I didn't realize they did. So yeah, all right, there we go, man. So that's probably fueling all this. At least to a little bit, as traders get in there and buy $61 options. Much cheaper, right? That was why, if you're going to look at a stock like Chipotle, Mexican Grill.
When is that split? That split's coming in soon.
Yeah, not till June 26th. So it's shareholders as of record the 18th. And then this price goes 50 to 1 back down to 50 or 60 bucks. We'll see where it's trading at that time come June. But that's why you do that. So you can potentially get action like this. So there it goes. We took another piece out on the TQs at 6:45 right now. We've had quite a good afternoon here with DWAC. We did not trade any Coinbase. That was a good one earlier where we took some money off the table. Then we put it right back on the table because it came right back up and touched that high, which today was 84s. So we got out once it broke 82s. Again, we always get out and then kind of flush happens. Not always, but a lot of the times that happens there again. We could have reshorted it up there. How have I known that's the high? Because every single high right now in Coinbase is a 52-week high. So today's 52-week high was 276, and then today, after today, you'll see it's going to be 283.50. We'll see if we can short off that. A trade that I just tweeted out was Palantir. You could see here. So Palantir, if you invested 10 grand at its IPO or a direct list, it had a nice move up there. That got caught in a lot of that meme craziness for Palantir. Again, relatively new name at that time. Goes all the way up almost immediately. We were in this trade, 38,000 from 10. Then it came back in. It went against you about 2 or 3 grand, down there to 7, which just happened. Then in October, we had a blast up to where we are right now. So Palantir's been a roller coaster. But I have a new position announcement, Brendan and company. We actually went in there and bought some Snowflake. We bought Snowflake immediately off open today, so we're long 157 and change on Snowflake. Brand new position for myself. I like this trade, fell back into some levels. Look, I know there could be some rough patches ahead. I just like the computation and compilation. When you compile?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Data. So Snowflake there, great source for that. Let's see if Snowflake can get going. I think there's an opportunity here for Snow to get back up to the upside on new management as well.
3 more minutes.
Yeah, not much happening right
Till
now.
the inbound. Yeah, nothing.
Reddit
nothing
going to be
too
wild
crazy.
after
Sideways
hours.
Action. Oh yeah. Think about maybe a potential squeeze.
Oh,
Who
not
knows?
potential. I feel like it will. I
it's
mean,
already doing
look at
some
DWAC.
squizzles. Yeah.
So there we go. Watch out for DWAC. Tomorrow your shares get turned into DJT. The thing is, maybe we can have a DWAC too and go DJJT. Donald Trump Jr. Donald J. Trump Jr. DJTJ. That's what it is.
DJTJ.
DJTJ. That sounds like a good
I like
symbol.
that. Yeah, DJTJ.
Donald Trump Jr. That's it. So Donald J. Trump Jr. Right, okay. So Donald J. Trump. There it is. Tomorrow coming through. We'll find that for a symbol change. Please do not add us. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know how long it's going to take for your shares to change names. Ask your broker immediately. Tell them, look, I got DWAC shares. Tomorrow there's a symbol change. When can I get out of them? Or, what did I say?
What?
J, okay. So J's for John. Okay, so Donald John Trump Jr. Donald John
Right.
Trump. This is what it means telling me in my ear. I mean, whatever it is. Who cares? Hey, Mr. DJ, turn my mic down today and turn my headphones up. But anyway, should be an exciting trade tomorrow. We'll be on that trade. So I'm paying for shorts if they're available in our system. That's going to be a wild, wild trade, man. If we trade a DWAC today, wait till tomorrow when those shares, there's going to be none available to trade because they're going to be stuck in people's accounts. I feel like it's going to be a wild trade. So be careful with that tomorrow. This name should be gone. And DJT tomorrow, guys.
Yeah, I'm just keeping a close eye on the inbounds here. I do have
that's right.
my stops in. Only got a few more seconds there, Sean, for these inbounds to kind of come out. So where is my NASDAQ one? Okay.
You pretty much want to
there it
cancel
is.
most
Alright,
of your orders if you have big orders sitting there at this time.
Yeah, I think I got my stops in. I've accepted the risk on every single one of them. But yeah, I'm just kind of, I got my hands on the keys as well, just in case.
Here we go.
Here we go. All right, cool. There comes AMD. AMD to the downside. Yeah. Oh boy.
Oh boy, yeah.
Glad we kind of held that one. Let's see if it kind of pops right back in. I do want to be a little bit wary about that one. Google pushing highs as well. 178.80s holding as of right now.
$4.
What is, I also should be probably looking at the inbounds. So here are some of the inbounds there.
It's 1.9 with a B to sell.
Okay, all right, 1.9 billion to sell.
you're seeing there?
Nothing too crazy here as of right now. Let's see if we see anything interesting here. Yeah, nothing too crazy. Amazon coming in back into VWAP on that flush. Let me just take a quick look here. So we got about 10 minutes left till the close. Watching this AMD as well. Let's see if we can come back in and make some lows into this 178, or if we pop back up. Again, I gotta watch this to see if there's any sort of bounce there. But AMD, not really seeing it. So not really seeing it on the list here near the highs. We got Softy with an 800K sell. So yeah, all right. So there's Intel coming in as well. Here comes the ES.
Yeah.
So the ES. This is where we got a little wiki in the morning. Let's see what we do with that. Let's see if the NQ can also get down to these wicks here going into the close. Only about 9 minutes left now. Oh boy, here we go. I got to do better at adding on to this AMD position, as we're almost a point in the money here. 178 halves printing right now. Okay, all right. So there comes Intel as well.
High a day.
Part of my chart has ghosted me here from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock there on the Intel chart. So missing some price action, but I got multiple charts here. Again, didn't we? I think I asked you this question in the morning.
Nvidia might take 950.
Session.
Yep.
950. Oh, right. Yeah. Nvidia coming back down into VWAP as well, of
ask
course.
whatever you wanted to ask.
No, I remember we were talking about the correlation between screens and P&L.
Yeah. So I have some screens for you, if you're interested. But yeah. So hopefully you got 4. Are you having a better P&L day, or P&L is the same, right? How many screens you got over there? 4?
6.
6. What kind?
They're 1080p's. They're good.
6. Okay.
They're good. No, you know what? I like the screens. I got to do a lot of real estate there.
Oh yeah, am I just like wearing off on you? What the hell are you doing with 5 positions, bro?
I liked what I saw on all of them. So
yeah, man.
I just like that one. I'll take that one. I'll take that one. Thank you.
For putting you into
Accept
a deep
the risk.
end. No,
Sean. I'm blessed to sit here right beside you, man. You've had some solid trades. The churning on Intel.
Yeah, Intel's been good right now too. Yeah.
Oof. I got a lot to learn, Sean.
So by the way, I understand that. Someone in the chat said he's not a junior. So look what I just literally Googled, DJTJ, and immediately DTJT. So that's what we're talking about. See you later. All right, so here goes Intel. We just covered a little bit at that bottom right there. I'm just so excited for tomorrow. I think that should be a lot of fun. The TQs to the downside again. Spin it. So yeah, a couple good trades here to end the day. And guess what? Congratulations. We'll spin this because there goes Bitcoin. Oh boy. Oh boy. I was going to say, if and when we ever get some like fun merchandise going, I'm the first buyer of the Oh Boy t-shirt.
Oh, I would wear that.
Got to figure out, like, got to get like your face on there. Oh boy, something like that with like a little.
Maybe not the face. Just a little.
No. Yeah, we'll figure that out. Yeah. We'll figure it out. We'll pay you for the likeness, Obi. Don't worry about that. All right. So nice little move there. Intel 31 cents.
178 on AMD.
If there's an Oh Boy, yeah, you've got that one right there.
I will take that. Thank you. Come again.
Let's go.
Right. Boom.
There it is. All right, here we got to go like this. Where's the props up thing here? See what I'm doing?
Oh, sorry.
There it is, man. No,
sorry,
get out.
I did not mean to leave you hanging.
Get out of your trades. I didn't realize you have all this cash floating in there.
In the zone right now. Trading in the zone.
Yeah, stay in the zone, man. Stay in the zone. All right, nice move down there for the TQs. As boom, there it is, man. We'll go a little Brendo action right there across the screen. Nice move to the downside right there for the TQs. And then we'll put another bid. Hey, why not? Wow, there's a flush. Okay, then I don't say that we do right there. Face slap it out. All right, wow, good movements to the downside here, man. Man, are we having fun or what? Intel, okay, we'll take that at 86. Boom, again, man, let's go. It's not one of those, it's one of these, as we'll do a little floss off on Intel. Get that out, get out on everything as we go. So nice little move, upside. Oh no, here goes Bitcoin going longer again, and we are long. So there it is. Good one. Oh yeah, we need like an spaghetti go again because we got one with him. We got another one with.
Sorry, what's up?
It wasn't you.
Okay.
Another one.
And then after this, we got another show. All right, I apologize if you're sick of me, but there's
what did
another
I
one
just do? Don't do
coming up right now, the Market Recap Show. It'll be Mr. Michael Noss and myself. So we'll have the Beard Gang coming through with Michael, and we'll talk all about everything with him. I'm going to ask him about MSTR. What the hell is going on with this levered Bitcoin monster?
Look at that stack on Intel. Right there.
The only stacks, the only stacks we're talking about, my guy, over here. But yeah, we'll go have a look at this.
Stack on the ask on Intel. Pretty nice.
You're slapping 41 stacks on the ask of Intel? Is that what you said?
Maybe to get out here, but I don't know. This might be a little bit bigger than what I'm trying to do, but it is what it is. I'll take it and go.
Yeah, man.
All right, cool. We are flat going about 4 minutes into the
Big
close. All right.
Big close. You happy?
I am content.
Good.
Wow, Apple. What happened there?
Flushy?
Holy.
What?
Damn.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, a little bit of flushy
right there on Apple. Good thing Sharif wasn't here. He'll steal that, and you'll never stop saying that. Okay.
I really want to see what the tape looked like on that.
So that must have been an inbound, right? I mean, can we say that there was something there?
I mean, no, there's 3 minutes ago. Yeah, that was off the inbound, I guess.
A milli. That ring any
best song to test your base.
He knows.
Best song to test. I grew up on Lil Wayne.
Okay, good. Me too.
Best punchline artist. One of the best punchline artists. He had those one-liners that would have you going like, damn.
Yeah, I know. If you could understand them, yeah, no, that's for sure. And again, a shout out to the Green Bay Packers, who I can't say that in front of Mr. Fragile over there because he's just like, did you win the Super Bowl? But anyways, Lil Wayne's favorite team is the Green Bay Packers.
Market's doing right now into the close.
Yeah, man, we're happy with that because you know that we
He owns the Green Bay Packers?
I do.
Okay.
No, it's a public company, public franchise, Green Bay Packers. You could buy a share too. No, Lil Wayne, the story is that he literally grew up on the streets of New Orleans.
Right.
And there was someone donated his family a bunch of Packers gear when he was younger. So he was always basically wearing Packers stuff when he was rolling around the streets. So he just became a Packers fan. He's been at Lambeau. He's done, I think he might have even sang the anthem one time, which was, I think, ridiculous but that was a lot of fun. Look at the TQs going to the downside as well right now. Nice move down in right there, bouncing off 62. Let's figure out what happens there. Good movement to the downside. Man, were we short. We talked about being short. Cancel all them scripts. We're done now. We even mentioned going back down to VWAP, so let's go, man. We cooked up some nice ones into the close. I hope all of you were able to watch, have some fun with us. We shorted the Qs. We shorted Intel. What else were we short? You had AMD.
AMD on that breakdown. Yeah, I gotta go back and look at that one. That one was clean.
AMD was nice.
Oh, yeah.
Disney on this. Oh damn! Disney right there. We got stopped out at 118, but we definitely hit that long. It's up to our level, baby. Oh. Hallelujah. We'll be getting out of some of this one. I might even put it out for tomorrow, right off open. Disney back up to 120. This is the play for me, man. We put this in our account. We talked about it. We're really happy with Disney. Yes, sir. Wow. Good move there. Pretty happy. Less than... nothing. I heard something about a case, but it's not involving anything that we trade. All right, Disney upside move with only, 45 seconds to go. I'm going to flip over. Do you have countdown if it says countdown?
Yes.
Hit that.
I do.
Okay, with 10 seconds left.
Yes.
I'll see you later. Thank you, Obi.
Yeah, thank you for having me. We'll be back tomorrow as well with Sean. Yes, of course. Stick around, guys. Market recap coming up just in a few seconds, actually. 30 seconds left. Hope you guys had a great trading day. A lot of opportunities. I definitely need to get better, learning from better traders, of course, every day. So, all right. So Intel coming into the close. That nice flush into the close on the NQ and the ES. Softy, I took a look, was breaking down as well. All right, countdown. I'm not going to miss it today. 10, 9, maybe a little bit too early. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, Adara. Anyways, so as I was saying, that craziness Lots of opportunity in the market. Strong kwadunk going into the close. Hope you guys had a great trading day. Red or green, lots of lessons to be learned indeed. What is the next trade? I don't know, but I'll be finding out soon enough with a little bit of review of the day. Hope you guys, again, join us tomorrow. I will be here for the rest of the week as Neil is off. But without any further ado, I'm going to pass it off to Sean at the big desk. Stick around for the market recap. Take care, guys.
Very nice. Nice close there today. Thank you so much for everybody joining here. The market recap show. Actually, I don't need this in my ear. We don't have too many earnings coming through on the board today. We will look at, and we'll talk about Dada was one of the bigger ones that is going to report here tonight. And then I want to look at possibly GameStop and CCL, maybe some future looks right there as we'll go into, well, you guys can call it up, our topic board coming through as we log in right now. A little bit of a spicy day, especially into the closes. We had a nice push back here into the close for the NASDAQ. So that's XLE. XLE today, the winner of them all, man, up another 1% as energy gets going today. Nice move up for XOM, nice move up for XLE. But it was the NASDAQ that sort of had that downside push there near the end of the day. Let me flip this over and see what do we have on here. 3-minute chart. So there it is. Little bit of a bleed into the close on the NASDAQ. Just pulling back. We had a nice move. I was short up there, so that was good. Again, the reason why I felt the short could come in, I don't know. I wasn't sure if we were going to get through Friday's levels, which are up here. We didn't. We came pretty close. Nice push back down on the triple Qs into the end of the day, thus giving us a red day, but pretty flat overall considering where we were. So again, nice trading into the close if you were short. Shout out to everybody that's here right now. We won't do a roll call now, but this is what it looks like when it does come through. Shout out to Kyle, shout out to Bears vs. Bulls, Hold My Beer, and everybody as well. I got to give a big shout out to Obi. Thank you for all his work today on the main show, and he'll be back tomorrow into Friday where we don't have a show. Shout out for Good Friday and everybody. You can rewatch the podcast. Maybe we'll release the podcast on Friday. Good Friday. Part 1 and part 2, yeah, maybe we're going to change that. Oh, we're also working on guests as well. That should be a fun thing to do. We'll switch it up there. So, hey, shout out to everybody that's with us today. UNG Gold with a nice move today to the upside. So we like gold. Nice move back into 200. Watch out for that top. Again, holding some of these bids. The big mover today, though, guys, honestly, it's the biggest and the baddest of them all. Let's just give a big shout out to Bitcoin. Bitcoin and crypto. Big movement to the upside there. If we go over to a daily chart for BTC, look at this, man. Just waited for today. Nice move up. Kind of did nothing over the weekend. Comes in today and blasts higher. I don't know if this is news related or not, but crypto definitely taking off to the upside. We will have Michael Noss coming through very, very soon. And look at this play. I was almost called up MSTR on this Bitcoin chart, but this is basically a cheat code right now. MSTR, we talked about this on the podcast. Many of you wanted to know why is MSTR, which just hold Bitcoin, going up exponentially every single day? Well, the reason is they're highly levered. So what MSTR MicroStrategy has done is they ask for your money in the form of convertible debt offerings into shares or just paying 3, 4, 5%. So people are lending them money at 3 or 4, 5%. And all they're doing is being quite obvious, going in and buying more Bitcoins. So as Bitcoin continues to go to the upside, these guys on borrowed money are getting this natural bump up. So MSTR, genius move, man. Michael Saylor sailing away on those cruise ships because Bitcoin giving their traders another 23% to the upside right there, starting to go. Bears versus Bulls. If there's any questions for Michael Noss in the chat, let's get those going. We will ask him. I got some of my own. So we'll do that as well. All right, financials downside a little bit today as we go over some sectors here. Let's just check out Dada. Did they release their earnings yet? What? This name is $2 a share. What am I even covering this for? All right, into the close. We'll see if there's any actions here at all. Wait a second. Why don't I have time frame? Where do I have the properties? This should be, yeah, okay, show post-market. Okay, so nothing happening yet, dada here in the aftermarket. What's happening with Apple? So again, these are 3-minute charts. Let's draw it down to a 1-minute chart. We had a nice move down on an imbalance there for Apple. Again, we looked at this. This was a sticky no play today. Although we weren't convinced about Apple, we talked about, let's see what the market wanted for Apple today. So they actually wanted higher for a bit. Comes into the 200 period. What a great fade that was on AAPL. 71.70 pushes all the way back down. We'll look for a short in and around $72 tomorrow for Apple. The trade really of the day, in my opinion, let's go to a 3-minute chart, was this flush early on Apple. But again, you'd had to, how would you know that was going to stop at 169.50? We actually had this short. We'll talk about that. I think it was Meta. Hydration Nation. Meta into 5 bills right there. What a flush. Yeah, too long talk. What is TLDR is too long, didn't read, right? Or don't read. Okay, so nice move to the downside there. Flushed into 5 bills. And then look at that, man. What a wick to that bottom in a 3-minute chart. Even if you look at a 1-minute chart for Meta, this is where you got to have all your ducks lined up, right? Because I don't know how you see some of these trades on Meta. Let me just zoom back out there. But there it is on a 1-minute chart. Great opportunity to get that dip, okay? The RSI in a 1-minute hits 19s there on a 1-minute. So that would have been a good buying opportunity again. But hey, in the face of panic, you have to know your levels. That would have been a good one right there. So we wanted to watch a little bit about crypto on the sector watch. I don't see that much, man. I mean, we could ask Michael about uranium and some of these solar names, but honestly, we've talked to this guy a lot about that. Some of these tick downs, you're going to look for some support down here near recent bottoms for both uranium and solar levels. So they just continue to be interesting names, but I don't really think they're too traded. The SPY, again, near and at all-time highs. Again, we can zoom in just to see some of those levels. But again, the SPY, we had a high level there on Thursday, Friday, and then today, just trying to hold above 500 bucks for the spiders. So that's a play that we have to watch out for. We'll just keep checking on data to see if there's any releases. I see some people asking about that. We have it written up there. Again, the week ahead. I know it's getting cut off a little bit, but that's so data not doing anything. What I want to talk about was, and maybe we can do this, Michael, if you're listening, let's have a quick look at GameStop, because GameStop earnings coming post-market on the 26th. So GameStop's had a really nice move up, man. I mean, if we go into the daily chart here for GameStop, today's move, pretty good. But look at why I wanted to talk about the daily for GameStop. We've had a beautiful level here of 13 bucks. That's held. Okay? Today up 17%. Is that part of the Reddit trade? We've seen Reddit go off today as well. GameStop with the nice move upside. Again, 22% short float, looking to turn profit this next quarter. We'll see if GameStop can do it. We're not going to sit here and analyze like, hey, what if it turns profitable? What does that mean? I mean, the amount of shares that are outstanding on GameStop, you still see, where's the float? 270 million shares, so we're not really going to look at that. Its market cap is pretty small, I believe. No, that's cash. Ooh, a nice cash position of 1.2 billion. That's for sure. Where can I find market cap? Yeah, 4.5 right now in the market cap. So this is another interesting name to come. Watch out for 16, 17%. Expected move on this one, 20% on earnings. We'll see if GameStop can hold this $13 level. Another interesting name that I wanted to look at that's really been cooking, again, RCL has made a nice move to the upside. We'll see if Carnival can do something similar. Again, a nice market cap of 19 billion. This name's really been flushed out, back down in October, down to 10. And again, I asked Obi this. What was up with your travel plans? You know, he again got offered to take another flight because flight overbooked. So I like the travel names here. CCL, let's see if that can get going. And look at this convergence, 250 period, talking down here at 16. That looks like a good opportunity to buy some CCL, but for me, it's GameStop. That would be the more exciting name coming. We will ask Michael about that. Let's check out what Reddit's doing here. Whoa, we don't need to look at it daily for Reddit. I wanted to see a quick look here in the after hours. Again, it's going to be another hydration moment for me. All right, Reddit right now, nice move up, $60, $61 to the upside here. All right, someone shorted here. I'm just talking about what's happening in the chat right now. Shorted 100 Bitcoin. 100 Bitcoin, no you didn't. Right there, okay. We'll find out what's going on right now with Bitcoin. But again, if you have a question, yes, tag Bears versus Bulls. We'll ask Michael Noss a few questions there today. We did have Lucid on our mind early. Now, for me, Lucid was a good trade, LCID. This is my trading platform here today, so it will call up, again, some of the trades that we put on. Here's Lucid, good trade, fell in. We talked about this when we had Michael on early on today. Lucid was up 30, 40%. All right, it really fell in. We talked about buying it off of the 200, and VWAP was all over the place. So unless I can get a tick replay, it'll be hard to tell. But we bought some in front of $3, got it out into some of those pre-market levels. It did shoot higher. We were trying to see about that. Didn't work out. We got out and did not reload. So Lucid, off that $1 billion from the Saudi investment, an affiliate of the PIF, they can't be happy. But again, $1 billion into this name. Not sure if it was optionable or not, so don't know if it's eligible strike price at a certain level, but not a good day for Lucid. Was up 30 or 40%. And then we had, unfortunately, puke all over myself on this one. Looks like my kids won't be able to get that new iPad because we threw a couple $100 at Fisker in the teens, and it looks like that couple $100 is going to go down the toilet right there. But we'll wait. Not sure. I don't know where this name's going to go. I'd have to find out the story on this because Fisker is going to go down to the pink sheets. I don't know if that's today, tomorrow, or the next, but Fisker, definitely a nice little downside move on that one. So there goes Fisker. I am not doubling down. Maybe at a penny, maybe, yeah, because, all right, I'll do it then. I'll do it at a penny because you know what? If you buy stock at a penny, how much can you lose? All of it. Yeah, see, that's the problem there. Fabian's like, you can only lose a penny. Yeah, but it's 100% of everything that you bought. So we'll have to watch out for that as Fisker. Its best days are definitely behind it. FSR. The big trade for me, though, was this triple Q short. So we actually traded the NASDAQ short side there. And I don't know what kind of feeling we got. We were short there early against that, and we got punched out right at 11:50, right into noon. And look, this happens to your boy. We get punched out before the tank. Yeah, just if Frank would have came earlier, right? That Frank the Tank would have told us about that. But then it came back in and I said, you know what? Let's see what happens again. But this time we didn't put on a huge amount of shares. When it bounced up into here, at that point we actually zoomed back out. And I don't know if we're going to be able to see Fridays, but I really wanted to work off some of these levels into Friday's close. So luckily enough, we had some targets to the upside that didn't get broken. And then when this fell back in, it was just a good trade into the close there for the TQs, definitely falling off. Let's check out our friend, not WinVidya. We didn't trade it today. Okay, under 950. NVIDIA losing some steam here into the close and into the pre-market. Remember, our charts, I think, will shut off in around 4:15. So we'll just have to watch tape or level 1 here, or level 2. But coming in, looks like NVIDIA may have a problem here holding this 946. And again, if you're going to trade NVIDIA, look how simple this is. All right, I'll leave it at that. Watch this. Look at this move right there. Up to 946. Failed, boom. That's a tough trade. You had to know to be long. But look where this comes back into. So this is what's created a many winning opportunities for us here on NVIDIA. Even as I zoom this back out to Friday, like, take shots. That's basically not like Little John shots like that, Fabian. Shots. Everybody. But yeah, take shots after you've closed your position. Whether or not it's a winning trade or not, maybe have a celebratory one. Like, whoosh, no more stress. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's worth a shot on this. NVIDIA pulls back into that level. Could be worth it there. You know, buying that, and again, you just got to assess your risk, but we'll watch out for 946 tomorrow, coming in right now, 946. Also, look at that, man. Tops on Friday. Good little level there for NVIDIA. You should have probably had that, and just like the top side right here, we'll look tomorrow, 965, 966. But I think it was Michael on the show last week. It was definitely Brian, and I think we had like ideas here that NVIDIA had a target probably on its back of $1,000. I could see a pretty epic flush coming if we touch 1,000 and don't bounce off or don't break through that level. I think we want to be short in around 995. I think it's probably worth about $5 on that run right now. So okay, so those are a couple plays there. We can quickly look. I'm going to call back the Trade Ideas platform, and again, thank you to Michael. I mean, it's been really great having all this up here. And when he was first here, I was uncertain if I would like this chart and chart feature, but the fact that you could just flip it and have all of your sort of technicals follow it, I think that's great. So shout out to Trade Ideas for that. Definitely, Michael Noss and friends. You can ask him anything you want, and he'll get back to you pretty soon. Definitely on X, follow at Michael Noss. He's probably going to show us. I can see it loaded up here. They have a great web version. I just got to get on that, and he keeps bugging me about it, so we will do that. And you know what? Hey, if he's going to bug me about it, why not bug us all? Let's go over right now with Trader Talk. It's Michael Noss. Hey, Michael, you never bug me, so no problems with that one. But
I hope not.
No, it is not the case at all. But you guys have a great version. I always talk about it. It's awesome because it's mobile, too. You can check this stuff out. I remember when you were here maybe 2 years ago, you were like, the iPad version's coming. It's coming. This is a great opportunity to have multiple screens, including an iPad, including your iPhone, with your web version. I see that you have it up right now.
Yeah, we're happy with the web version, but we're not at all done. I guess I can tease with people. The next thing that we're going to be launching soon is we're going to be launching the ability to send orders via our paper trader on the web version, which will be good for those contests that we're doing. We're skipping this month, but next month we're going to do a contest where you can trade from your phone or from the web, and again, win $2,500 in Amazon gift card money. So we keep pushing on the web front. We're not forgetting the people that are running the download, but we know there's a lot of people out there that are mobile. You know, maybe they're at work and they're not allowed to install something or something like that. So, and as a Mac guy myself, I'm always pushing for more web version functionality as well.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Hey, give me an idea. If you won that 2,500, what's one thing that you would think about immediately that you'd go to Amazon and grab?
Oh, I'm going to be boring, but it's probably going to be diapers, right? I've got one in diapers, another one on the way in a week or so I'm going to need a lot.
A week or so? Well, congratulations on that one. I didn't realize it was coming that quickly. Well, thank you for joining us here, and congratulations and a healthy birth to you and your family in about a week's time. So that means it can come anytime. So get ready for that, Mr. Michael Noss. Okay, there's a few things that you wanted to cover. Then I have a couple questions, and I promise you'll be able to handle them from our audience as per usual. And we both laugh when I say that because every single thing I've given you, you've answered. Amazing. What is TWST?
Oh yeah, I was doing some scanning when I was in the green room here, just trying to figure out some things to buy for tomorrow. And this one actually popped up on my list. I came on this morning, I talked about short squeeze stocks, and basically we haven't seen a short squeeze season for a while, and it seems like once a season we have to come through and squeeze all these names. So I talked about how I liked Carvana and Wayfair and a couple of these names. But as I was doing this scanning, and this is our anchored VWAP scan that we've actually built in conjunction with Brian Shannon, where it draws the anchored VWAP for you on the chart. Let me actually switch charts to whatever this is, and then go back to TWST, and you can see it drew that for me. This one looks interesting to me because it's drawing it off of this massive volume spike that happened here around $20 a share. And from that, it went all the way to 40, and now it's pulled back and it's found support at that anchored VWAP. The thing I like about this is got a 22% short float. So I'm adding this to my list of short squeeze type names to keep an eye on if we get back into short squeeze season.
So let's talk about that quickly, because I know Anchored VWAP is something that Trade Ideas has inputted beautifully into their charts. And I know that we can use Trader TV 20. People can say, hey, if I'm going to look at Anchored VWAP, this is a wicked opportunity to do that, because I know there's many other chart platforms that don't have it. So what is that scan all about? Where does it anchor the VWAP? Does it pick a random spot? Does it pick a high volume spot? Or does your scanner, how does that work? Because I feel like it's gotten the attention of a couple people in the chat here.
Yeah, so the thing that we separate from most other charting platforms is we want to draw the VWAP for you. Because when I remember I was in New York on Stone Street with Brian Shannon for his book launch party, and again, he's a friend of mine. I'm in his new Anchored VWAP book. If you read me, I'm way in the back because of recommendations, but we are friends. So I asked him, I said, okay, as a software service, what we try to solve problems. What's the problem that you're having as someone who uses Anchored VWAP tool? And a lot of people go, where do I draw it from? So that was what we went to try to build. So we have a myriad of scans. So this particular scan I'm looking at, it's looking at the highest volume bar in the last 6 months or so, and it's drawing the Anchored VWAP from there, and it's only looking for stocks that are near that Anchored VWAP. So this one's a little bit small. You can barely see it, but it was from this massive volume bar that you see here on STNE. But we have ones for year to date. We have one for major, turning points, highs and lows, things like that, where the user gets to pick what it is that they want to see the VWAP from, and then the system draws it for you. So again, this was built, and you have Brian Shannon all the time, so I don't need to shout him out, but shout out to him for his Anchored VWAP book. But all the setups you see in the book, those are what's in the software right now.
No, never heard of this book. Where's it, Michael?
I was actually looking around for mine myself.
It's here in the back. Okay. Yeah. All right. So yeah, again, a great system there. And again, one of the best parts about it is the access that we all have, with each other. Anybody can find you at Michael Noss CMT, and you can, go over some of those, how to set them up, potentially send you a layout. A lot of the layouts on Trade Ideas, of course, is over the cloud. So quick little link there, and absolutely no problem to get that out. Okay. Do you want to talk about anything else, or do you want to go right into some questions? Because I have a couple from the audience.
Let's just one thing
Sure,
I want
go.
to take a look at here on my screen. And this is just something that when it pops up, I always just want to pay attention to. And that is, I have this tree maps, and you see Sean use the same thing. And this just shows me the sectors that I watch, which are up the most, which are down the most in the day. And one thing that was very interesting is we have ARKK up 2%. And then we have down here, Berk B down 0.5%. So I look at this ratio between ARK and Berk, or Warren Buffett and Cathie Wood, as kind of a risk on, risk off toggle. So when I see ARK, dramatically outperforming on a day that Berk is down a little bit, I look at that and say, well, maybe people are getting some appetite for these junkier stocks, which again may put a little bit more confirmation behind it might be time for short squeeze season idea.
Right, I actually like that, and I think that looking for a possible switch in just the way the market's feeling about some of these names, right? We saw Carvana went to $91, $92 today. That was another name that you brought us earlier as well. Okay, let's go over to our audience, because we got a couple questions here, and I want to thank Bears vs. Bulls for asking them to me, and then we're going to go over them right now. So get ready here, Mr. Michael Noss. All right, here we go. The first question coming through from Anurag, and he says, here, I'll put it in our chat right now so everybody can see it, and it's going to be about UNG, Michael. So call up UNG and let's have a quick look at this one. So here it is from Anurag. Here it says, can we ask Mr. Noss? So he's asking nicely. Okay, so that's good. On his views on UNG for a long swing trade off of this $15 level. So let me just call it up here. By the way, Dada, I don't know if the earnings are out or not, guys, but it is not moving at all. So I'm going to pass on that. I didn't realize it was only a $2 name. But UNG, you, myself, and many people out here have called this name the Widowmaker for good reasons. If you can't guess, which way the wind is blowing, this seems to be a hard name to trade. But UNG down here at 15, Michael, to me, it looks okay. How does it look to you?
Yeah, I'm going to say the same. And I brought this a couple weeks ago when I was talking about the different sectors that I thought had the potential to have money rotate into when and if we ever see the top to the semiconductors. UNG being one of those names. Now, I think you got a clear level here at $15. full disclosure, after I gave that presentation with you guys, I did buy some, so I'm long a little UNG around 15 or so. The caveat I'd always give to natural gas that Sean just said is it is the widowmaker. So you can see massive gaps. When you talk about things that are traded worldwide, right, the price of natural gas doesn't stop because the stock market closes. There's a whole other world that is going to trade this, that these gaps can be pretty pronounced. So you need to make sure you're sizing accordingly. It's nice to say I'm going to be long in front of 15, maybe 14.50 or something is my stop, but you need to be totally okay with a gap to 14 or 13 and not have that be that big of a deal. Now, one thing I did do to try to hedge this, instead of just buying the ETF in itself, you can take a look at names that could benefit. So I talked about during that same presentation, LNG, and I did buy a little bit of this as well. You can see this downtrend line that broke. As long as we kind of hold above this 160 area, I like the look of that. And the reason that I think that this is such a good way to kind of hedge the UNG exposure is because if I go over here to the monthly chart, you can see even though UNG has been getting killed, LNG is still a profitable company that although it works with natural gas, it's still holding well. I do think that this will move nicely if natural gas prices move, but it's not going to go to zero anytime soon as a big, I'm seeing $40 billion company. So that might be another way to take a look at it.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. And people, you give us some names as well in the lithium and uranium space, not just looking at the ETF, but also looking to see if there's any attractive names inside of those different holdings as well. And again, Trade Ideas can do that for you. So guys, go check that out. Okay, one more as we're running a little bit short on time here. Okay, here we go. So let's come over to the screen right now. This is A-Lab, Michael. This is Astera Labs. This is another recent IPO. So Chris Miller, ALAB. He wants to know, can you just have a look at A-Lab? I don't know exactly what the question is, but again, I would assume that we've had a beautiful move up. I mean, this was one that came to IPO back on the 20th. And really, I mean, I don't know. If you didn't know this was an IPO, this looks like a pretty healthy chart, I would think. Pullbacks being bought up, definitely supported here on an early 200 period moving average. To me, this looks fine. And I'm guessing a lot of this is within reason because of the recent hype that we've seen, especially into today for Reddit. So Reddit took off today, up another 34%. A-Lab, again, without the share float issue, we have 81 million shares here, so that's going to be a little different. But wow, another 23% up. What's it looking like to you, Michael, with, of course, the caveat that we've only had about a week or so of trading?
Yeah, these things are hard from a technical point of view because you're right, we don't have much data. So what I will say on something like this is, first of all, again, you need, from a technical point of view, you need a lot of data. And an IPO that rips like this can cause a lot of FOMO, and that FOMO can cause a lot of damage. I read a study somewhere, and I'll try to find it, and you can hit me up on Twitter. I'll send it to you once I find it. But it was a study done on all IPOs, and essentially all IPOs that are out there, 80-something%, I believe the number was, undercut their IPO price by a significant margin at some point in the first couple months of trading. This one just opened up and ripped. So, again, 85% means 15% don't. So this could be one of those that doesn't. But I'm just knowing that and knowing, how FOMO and high it is, to me, that makes me very hesitant to chase this move.
Yeah, I agree with that one. I feel the same way. We talked about ARM as it stayed underneath for quite a while as well, and now A-Lab trying to get back upside right there. So what's up, Fabian? Back to both of us, please. There it is. Okay. All right. Well, hey, we'll see you again, man. You'll be coming back. Oh, no, Friday is Good Friday. Oh, no, I might not see you. And then we're doing the podcast. Oh, my God, I'm all flustered right now. Well, in case I don't see you again, best of luck with everything, obviously, there with you and the family. Thank you for coming on one more time. It's Mr. Michael Noss. Where can they find you?
Michael Noss, CMT, on pretty much all the good social medias.
Good, we like that. And then definitely go support this guy, Trader TV20 at Trade Ideas. So thank you, Mr. Michael Noss. Have a good one and best of luck, my friend.
Thanks for having me. Have a good one.
Oh, anytime. Special moments for sure in the Noss household, man. I get get jealous of all of that. Those were good times in our household as well, as you get anxious about what is to come. So, all right. So here's Palantir. Let's go over to Sean's tweets real quick. Next topic. So there it is right there. All right. So I just want to talk about roller coasters here a little bit, and not the ones that you throw up on, not the ones that give you a headache or anything like that. Although if you're invested in some names, you might want to do both of those very, very often. I just want to show you that I just feel like this is a good example here, because you just kind of got to like the name. What's up there? There we go. Where am I? There I am. Oh, I'm underneath the horn. Now I look like the Ram myself. There it is. All right. So investing right away. So this is Palantir again, a stock that's, I believe, going to get added to the S&P 500. They've met the criteria. At some point, it's going to go there. But look at everything that you've had to sort of withstand. You direct listed, okay? So similar to an IPO, but a direct listing. There's a 25-year-old company when they came to market, all right? So a nice move to the upside. They got caught up in all that Cathie Wood, ARK, meme craziness. This goes back to when GameStop was $500, so on and so forth. A lot of these names got excited. DraftKings, go on and on and on. Nice little dip down in, back up to 31,000. So you got 4 times your money, 3 times your money, 1.5 times your money. Then all of a sudden, yeah, it does look like Bitcoin, doesn't it? Then it comes back down and bases out, right? And now all of a sudden now you're up that 2.6 times. I just feel like if you find a name that you like, you got to stay with it. There's no point in getting in and out. If you are a day trader, that's one thing. But if there's a name that you like, I definitely think you got to hold on to something. And I say that because we go back and forth now with Apple and especially with NVIDIA. Stay with some of the names, especially if you like the story. I think there's more upside coming in Palantir. I do own the stock. All right. And then here goes what Michael Noss was talking about a little bit, but let's take the other side. These are some of the best IPO pops that we've ever seen in history. So these are all, again, tech companies. So you might say, well, what about Saudi Aramco or whatever? This is just tech names, eBay, Yahoo, LinkedIn. And again, a lot of these have to do with incorrect pricing. I mean, Reddit came to market. It was not up 50% on the day. It wasn't even close, but it was up 50% from that $34 pricing. So when it ends the day at $51, then it looks like it's a bump up of 50%. But just take that consideration. Reddit playing with the big boys now, Amazon, Google, and Facebook. So make sure you follow me, man, at Trader TV Sean. Today's sticky note was pretty good. Oh, let's just check this out. We actually didn't call this up on the show. This is a little poll that we put out. Oh, 200 votes. All right, we'll take it. Right there. Are you buying tomorrow? DJT. Ramin's not here, so I can't get in trouble for saying DJ, TJ. But this is Donald's. Will there be a junior coming out? DWAC tomorrow. We'll see what happens. 200 votes. Again, pretty lopsided. Many traders saying no. I think it's going to be an awesome trading vehicle. That is, check my sticky note tomorrow for more ideas. Let's just see what that did in the after market here. Here's DWAC. Will be gone as of tomorrow. So nice move up, hit the 52. We had that 50 break. We only traded it twice today. And let me just zoom back out as we went a little too far. Good trade there. Buy the 50, out at 51, out at 51.50. Out on the 50 period there of 50.50. We talked about getting out on that break. You know, pretty good break to get out on because honestly, we cracked it back into 49. So I don't think I would have wanted to hold that against me. So tomorrow it's DJ TJ time. It's 4:33. I want to thank everybody for watching, but we're not done yet. One more, and then we'll let everybody go. We can't do this show without you, so I'm going to shout out everybody that stayed late. And I know there wasn't huge earnings today. There's still over 2,000 of you. I say thank you to that. You can check out the podcast. This turns into a podcast as well. If you miss it, immediately watch, go to Spotify, go to Apple, go to YouTube. It'll be there in a couple minutes. As soon as this show's done, we'll get that out for you. But who's here right now? 5-year plus owner for Apple. I like to see that. So that's good. Yeah, we are almost finite. What's up to Bora? What's up to John? Bears versus Bulls is here. You're damn right, Bears, man. The traders do stay late. Thank you so much, Bears, for getting me some of those questions. Silverado's here. Tom Trades. Thank you to everybody as well. Europe is here. Dan Emmons is here. What's up, Dan? What's up to Chef Show? What's up, Chef? He's cooking it up, man. Congratulations, Chef, man. Big trades on NVIDIA, big trades on Tesla. Those keep on coming through. What's up to Henry? Hugh is here as well. Josh is here. Hold My Beer is here. Bristol's here. Man, hey, I don't know if I'm a machine or not, but we're here every single day. But this week we cut it short because there's no trading on Good Friday. No matter what, I'm going to see you here tomorrow. Big shout out to Obi. Big shout out to Dara, Fabian, Ramin, everybody that helped with this show. Thank you so much, Michael Noss, for coming through. Traders stay late, but I'm not staying any more late than what we are right now. So ciao to everybody. I'm coming home, Marissa. I'll see you then. Go find me on Twitter, on Instagram, everywhere except for TikTok. See you then. Ciao.